You are live. All right, you guys can hear me now. Y'all can see me. But come this way.
Go this way.
So people are still rolling in here. As you know, it's a Web3 event. I mean, people in crypto, they're never on time, but we are getting the party started. So glad to have Mr. Flux himself over here. Sorry, Dan, I'm taking that title away from you just for today.
Just for today.
But yeah, super excited. There's a lot of really incredible people that are going to be speaking. Just tons of stuff happening, and I'm super excited to have you guys on here. I'm going to give you a little reminder. The last video on my channel was about PlayFi nodes. If y'all leave a comment on that one, I'm about to pick one of you to get a $400 node. Might do a couple of them throughout the stream, just because PlayFi is definitely supporting this thing, and I appreciate them for it. Flux said that they're going to give away stuff too. I'm totally making that up, but I'll do it if they don't.
Sure.
Pressure.
We'll
Peer pressure.
We'll do something.
You know how that works. But yeah, guys, super excited about this day. And yeah, there's a lot more to come. I am going to load up on some water because we got a lot. I'm going to be talking a lot. Coffee sounds good too. But yeah, super excited to have you guys here. Thank you all for joining. And yeah, I'm going to make sure the stage is set, that people are ready, and we'll be right back with you.
Quite the setup here. Holy moly. How did you run into these folks?
Conduit is how it made out the whole connection. Okay, now I'll go on YouTube Studio.
Yep.
Didn't want me to. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to be getting started here. So if you could find a seat in the main section, we are going to be live streaming today, and we're actually expecting a lot of people online. So if you could help me out by finding seats up in the front. If you guys can find seats as far up to the front as possible, we would really appreciate it. It's amazing here in Seattle when people start trying to drive in rain, they lose every ability to actually drive. And so we are having quite a few people that are still on their way here, but have not arrived yet. So again, we're going to be starting here shortly. If there's someone that could go and make sure everyone out in the lobby knows that we are beginning, I would really be grateful. We'll be, again, starting here in about a minute or two. Thank you guys so much for being here. Well, good morning again, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. We are maybe just a little excited about hosting our first ever DePIN Day here in Seattle, Washington. Thank you guys so much for coming. I believe this event was not thought of, but we made the final decision to actually do this event today, I believe less than a week and a half ago. And here we are today. Having pulled all of us together. So a lot of thanks go to a team that worked tirelessly behind the scenes and all of the different companies that are represented here today. Michael, if you could pull up the sponsorship slide, I want to just make sure we call out a few of those so you can see them. But the special thanks There's so many companies that are involved in here, and then really hosted by the Vossler Studios, the Conduit Network, and the Genzio team. They've been doing a ton of stuff behind the scenes. I probably should introduce myself. My name is Jonathan Vossler. I'm the CEO here of Vossler Media Group, and you are sitting inside of Vossler Studios, which is actually one of the most advanced sound stages, virtual production stages that exists on planet Earth. So this is pretty fun to have you guys. We won't be doing any of the really advanced Unreal scenes here today. We're just going to be using it as a big screen. We often joke when we're at social events. I usually win the joke around who has a bigger screen. That's definitely usually me, because I think mine's about 100 feet by 14 feet. So it's a pleasure to have you guys here today. Before we get started, we wanted to just do kind of a little time here with a few friends that I have been getting to know quite deeply recently. I want to introduce our host today, Action. So if you could make your way up to the stage. Come on. Yes, please give them a round of applause.
I only need one. Just one
Yeah,
mic.
no,
That's
I got
enough.
you. I give you the better mic.
I appreciate
the
that.
better one. Good to have you here today.
It's amazing being here. I got to tell you guys, this thing came together sort of last minute, and it's just incredible at how well everything's just put together. This is being streamed on multiple YouTube channels, multiple X platforms. Binance, it's actually Binance streaming. It's going to go live. So this is actually going out everywhere. So I appreciate the space. That's the main thing I got to say, because I have never, ever had the opportunity of being on a stage this incredible. So, Jonathan, hats off to you. This is an amazing space.
Pleasure to have you. And I want to also, Michael, you can work on this mic. It sounds very interesting. I feel like I'm in a can. I would love to also introduce Brandon Baker. Come up to the stage. Give him a round of applause. We're so glad to be hosting the Conduit Network here today. It's a pleasure to have you and your team. I think your team, who's here part of the Conduit Network team? You guys here? Oh yeah, you guys are, you like to have A's in your class. That's good. Front row seaters, I like that. It's good to have some of your team. I think oftentimes we don't get to have a lot of your team here, but quite a few people actually flew in today, which is exciting, and we're grateful to have you guys. Welcome to Vossler Studios.
I'm so excited. Very, very excited. This is an incredible space, obviously, as Action and Jonathan has said. Great day, great speakers, great topics, talking about where we currently reside in DePIN and where we're going, and why is it important? Why does it matter? Why should we be thinking about it, and how should we be thinking about it? So super excited for it. Very thankful for everyone who's come today, all the viewers online, anyone who has flown in and taken the time to come in. It's going to be an action-packed day.
Yeah, we worked on that one really late last night, didn't we?
Pun intended.
So why don't we just talk a little bit about, so this is kind of, we're about to launch, we're waiting for a few more people to get here in the live environment, and I think we had, even before we began, over about 600 to 1,000 online, so we're having a good turnout here, which is fantastic. We're expecting that to just continue. But we wanted to just take a moment and talk a little bit about Vossler Media Group, Vossler Studios. Like I said, I'm Jonathan Vossler. I'm the CEO. It's interesting. It's actually three brothers that have worked together for the last 20 years. My oldest brother, Michael, who's the one running all of this technology, started the company, Vossler Media Group, about 20 years ago in our dad's living room, where most good companies begin, funded by the parent company. And we started with, the classic thing you do when you get into film is you film weddings. And so we started there. But through the years, we ended up starting to work for all the big tech companies here in Seattle, Washington. So our biggest client was T-Mobile. I think we were in every one of their verticals. At times, we've taken over Times Square. So if you see all those screens, we would have like animation that would sweep the entire space. And then we'd also did a lot of the big keynotes for Satya, for Ballmer back in the day. It was really fun. One time I even got chewed out by Ballmer. He came back and yelled at the whole team. We were like, wow, this is good. I think it's a good thing that he left. So
that's a badge of honor.
I know. Well, the reason he did that, well, the whole story was we were actually running, the whole crew was actually running on MEXC at a Microsoft event, and it did the ding as a reboot happened in the event center, and that's when he came back and fired the person in charge on the spot. So he maybe had a reason, but we just did that for quite a few years. We would take over the 250-foot screens with 1,000 deliverables and all of that. And then we ended up getting into just content where we would create PR videos, a lot of the product promotions, vision videos. So, we're all experiencing 5G right now. We have the benefit of that technology and maybe some of the challenges that come with that. We were the company that actually casted that vision for T-Mobile and some of the early thought leadership to get the funding for that by capturing a vision for something that didn't exist yet. One of the biggest projects we ever did to date at Vossler Media Group was we actually created an immersive reality experience where people could walk into a room, and we put people in all the different sectors of society that would be impacted by 5G. So we put them into a farm, we put them into a police ambulance, we put them in a city, all immersively in a shared reality experience to showcase why does it matter? Why do I care about this technology? How is it gonna actually help me? And so that was actually one of our biggest projects. So of course, when we start learning about Web3 and some of the developments in this space in DePIN, well, we understand that it's a significant part of our future, and that is why we are here today, wanting to support what's happening with Conduit, with some of the projects that are represented here, is because we care about this, we care about our future, we care about what's happening here, and we're excited to be a part of it. So as a media company, we get to take part in helping cast that vision, capture what isn't as though it is, using VFX and cutting edge technologies like you see here, so we can make things exist in real time here that you just can't any other way. And that's ultimately why today we're actually announcing that we are gonna be one of the first, actually we are the first media company that is gonna be powered by the Conduit network. And of course, that's a significant thanks to Brandon and the teams that are represented here. There's so many incredible companies, I know even on this front row, that have had a significant part in bringing us to today and really even giving us the opportunity to stand here to be able to talk about some really exciting things that we really believe in. And so we're grateful for the team. I'm grateful for the friendship that I've had with Brandon Baker. We're excited to be finally actually standing on a stage together, working together. We've talked about it for years. Yep. And so it's a really honor and privilege to be hosting you here today.
Thank you. And I also would say in Web3, I'm going to shill them a bit, and that is that this truly is a remarkable space. And so anybody out there that's watching that is looking to recreate an environment like this for themselves, for their project, I would highly, highly suggest to reach out. They can do things here that you just can't do in any other setting. It's a quality and an elevation, and that quality elevation will transform and move into your brand as well. So please, as you see today and everything that's happening, it's an opportunity to reach out to them and use this space for incredible events. And ultimately, things like this, production level like this, is just going to elevate the entire space, right? So we are so thankful for you guys, for the brothers, for the amount of effort and time that you put into this to pull this off. We're so honored to be here, to be talking, and we are extremely excited about the future together as well. So with that, let's get started. We're super excited, Power Pack Day, lots of information, and let's kick it off.
Thank you guys so much. We're about to begin the first DePIN Day here in Seattle, Washington.
All right, all right, all right. So that was a little bit of taste of what that screen can do, and I'm amazed, with it every time. But let's kick things off and let's have a panel here because I think we're gonna have some great conversations, and we want to kick it off by talking about how we actually got here in the first place. So with that, if y'all can help me welcome our panelists, Brandon, you want to lead them? There we go, Mr. Brandon Baker from Conduit. All right, Brandon, we're going to have some fun with this. You ready? Ooh.
I know.
It's
There
on
we go.
now.
We got
There you
it.
go. There you go.
Always technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Might want to make that a little hot. Let's get some more people in here. And the fun thing is that they agreed to come out at a moment's notice. And they said, we'll talk about anything. And that's what we want. We want people that are actually willing to talk about DePIN, regardless of the setting, regardless of what's going on, because they know it by heart, right? This is what they live in, day out. So, Brandon, who are we bringing up?
Yeah, Ken at Tashi. Come on up.
Come on up, Ken. Yes, please sit. Anywhere. Let's have Davey from Flux as well join us on stage. All right, last but not least, who do we have left?
Aaron from IoTex. Come on up.
All right, right over there. If you wouldn't mind, that'd be perfect, because I don't want to be in the shot. It's about you guys, not me. So let's kick this thing off by just simply asking you guys, position-wise, like what is it that you guys do right now so that the audience can get to know you just a little bit in this intro? And obviously, Brandon is with Conduit, but what do you do there?
Everything.
He's a
Jack of
janitor.
all-
He's a janitor.
I'm definitely the janitor. Yes, it's a very important job. One of the co-founders, we've got multiple there, and I truly just helping in any way that I can. Officially, the CEO of our founding company. So, but like I said, when you're in any type of startup, everybody does everything, all hands on deck. So that's my role.
I love it, and that's why I said janitor. Aaron.
Yeah, I saw this tweet the other day that said, if not every one of your employees is in founder mode, as a startup, you'll definitely fail. And it's fact. So yeah, we've got around 60 people now at IoTex, everyone hustling all the time. I'm the head of product at IoTex. You see IoTs in the names. We've actually been building in the DePIN space since before it existed. I joined IoTex about 3 years ago, so I was fortunate enough to see the birth of the DePIN sector around 2 years ago. There was a vote that was put out by Masari that asked, what should the name of the sector be? And then, there's a few names thrown out there, EdgeFi, MachineFi, TipIn, and DePIN. The community decided that DePIN should be the name for the sector, and it's been crazy, the growth of it ever since. Literally thousands of companies out there now. Can't wait to get in and talk about it more. But we're a layer one for the sector with a bunch of modular infrastructure really focused at growing these DePIN projects and making them as successful as possible.
Beautiful. I appreciate you being here. Davey,
Hey, how you doing?
Mr. Flux, you're taking that title away from Dan today, right?
Just for today. Just for today. I know Dan's watching, so I'm going to be careful with that. I'm the business officer for Flux. We started back in 2018, and we've basically created a decentralized infrastructure, DePIN. We started in 2018. Just like you said, before DePIN was a thing. And I think we're a panel of janitors here because we do all sorts of things. I started as a developer, and now I'm the business developer. And I'm pretty excited to be here. I had no idea you guys pulled this off in a week and a half, because literally a week and a half ago you asked me, would you be interested in flying to Seattle? So quite excited to be here and representing Flux.
I appreciate you being here. And if this goes well, we'll do it again. So no pressure.
With more notice.
That maybe.
May or may not be. I'm in Sacramento, so it's a 2-hour flight for me. It worked out. I'm Ken Anderson. I'm the CTO of Tashi. And like all these fine gentlemen up here, I wear all the hats. I was up till 2 o'clock in the morning racing Brandon to 1,000 followers on Twitter. We were both in the 900s, and I was like, all right, game on. Who's going to get to 1,000 first? So I activated my entire community and made it last night. So I'm a little tired, and I'm probably going to be one of the more controversial people on stage, not because I'm wearing a checkered shirt on camera, because that's going to be problematic as well. But we basically started with Web 2 in mind. We took a consensus algorithm, we optimized it, we made it incredibly fast, incredibly cheap to run, and we said, where should we run with this? And our proof of concept was in gaming, and I'm gonna talk more about what Tashi is, but fundamentally our thing was, how can we benefit, how can we add value to the Web 2 space without adding any friction? That's the fundamental. As a matter of fact, it's kind of our Hippocratic oath at Tashi, which is add no friction. So that's what we do, is we really focus on specifically what Web3 tech can we take into the Web 2 space and immediately add value without adding friction.
Love it. And I think that's something so needed right now, is actually focusing on the Web 2 space, because we're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to grow anymore. We're not going to get to that next level unless we do have Web 2 kind of join us. But let's back it up a little bit more. Let's start with why we're here in the first place. There's obviously a problem if we're creating solutions. So what is the problem with this centralized infrastructure that we've experienced? I thought it was great, not going to lie. Like, you know, as a kid in the 90s, I'm like, cool, we have internet? That's new. I thought it was great. Why isn't it?
I guess I go first with the microphone in my hands, I guess. Fundamentally, there's nothing wrong with centralized services. That sounds very crazy on a Web3 event. But there's one big flaw, and it's a flaw that every IT person in the world tries to fix. How can I prevent a single point of failure? That's where decentralization comes into play. If you have one provider, and he might have multiple data centers, it's still one provider that can cause you issues. If you have thousands of providers providing the same service, you just solved a big issue where if one goes down, there's 999 left to go before it all goes down. And we've seen that a few times now, even in last year, where services are really impacted. I personally saw it the other day when we were flying in with Delta, and all of a sudden, I couldn't fly anymore because, well, somebody did a patch from one company, and, well, basically the world kind of stopped for a half a day. So that's the piece where Web3 can really come into play and create a buffer, like you said, integral with Web2, building together, and then basically decentralizing Web2 as well at the same time. That's where the future is. Those two working together, building out together as a hybrid, that's going to be the way forward, I think, personally.
And that was just one example, right? Because I think
yeah, that's just one example. There's so many others.
And we've seen recently lots of those things actually take place. But yeah, Aaron, please. Or, yep.
No, I think that was a really fantastic and thorough answer. I don't have too much to add in terms of that particular thing about centralization, but I will say this DePIN sector really opens up so many use cases that never existed before on the Web 2 side. It unlocks a whole new path forward for some projects. We got GeoNet here in the crowd, literally centimeter accurate geolocation, which on the use case side, we actually had Mike sitting next to an agriculture, someone from the agriculture industry on stage in Singapore a couple weeks back. And what I get so excited about is the connection of Web 2 and the Web 3 space in DePIN. In order for the farmers to farm, do this mass farming that they do, they really need that centimeter accurate geolocation. Otherwise, the crops will be ruined. And this is just one use case that a company like GeoNet enables. And that's pretty exciting to me. I can shout out tons of projects and sit here all day doing this, but again, the number of use cases this unlocks is super exciting to me.
You can keep talking about GeoNet. It's okay. We like Mike.
I'm a big fan.
Mike is the man.
Mike and David. David in the front row there.
So I first apologize to Ken because he's probably heard this 3 times in the last 2 days with as much as we've talked about. But I fully agree with Davey on the single point of failure. I think there's something even further if we go back, which is before things became centralized, which is how things were built. So if we go back to the start of the internet, again, I'm sorry, Ken, but I gotta go here, is that there were 4 major things that weren't built into the original internet, that were built after, that caused an immense amount of friction, security, and problems. And that would be settlement, identity, authorization, and security. Those were all elements that were built after. So it was as if you were flying a plane or building the plane as you were trying to fly it midair. Massive fragmentation. So I think the other thing that DePIN has the opportunity to do is to go back and build and rebuild some of those fundamental standards in a commonality. And now all of those standards that would then be inherited into anything that was built above it. And the second element that I would bring up is that it's not necessarily that it's a problem with centralization, but it's an opportunity, which is the monetization model. And so now you have an ability in DePIN when combining token models, correct token models, to incentivize participation. And you can have people operating and participating in what we would think is a value chain or value capture of that network. And that's something that from a participation and monetization model that you can't do in centralization, meaning that the central company is pulling all the value out. And sure, you can say the shareholders are participating in particular ways. But I would say that there isn't necessarily a fairness or equality to it. And so DePIN offers the ability to own in shares of the infrastructure. And as we know, the most valuable things in the world are picks and shovels infrastructure. And so that's not just for here in the United States. I want you to think of other areas, other countries, where that's a massive opportunity for individuals and people to be building the infrastructure of their place and participating in that value chain, the value capture. And that's something that centralized infrastructure just can't, do. So if we kind of back up there, we've got single point of failure, we've got redoing standards, we have an opportunity to redo the standards of the infrastructure, and then the third component would be a monetization model that Web3 and DePIN brings.
Yeah, so I'd say that there's very little that Web3 can solve that Web2 can't solve with enough money and political will. And that's kind of, I think, the value. I think that's the beauty of Web3.
Okay, we're on YouTube. You got to be careful.
I mean,
I'm totally joking.
political
Please
will,
go for it. Go for it.
community will in general. No, I mean, I look at a lot of the things that we're solving specifically is it's an efficiency problem, right? When we're looking at the expense of cloud services to game developers and specifically the network costs to those game developers, pushing a lot of those functions to the edge saves the studios and the publishers a ton of money. It's not necessarily changing how they do business, although we do add a few value propositions. We're called the Forever Game Company for a reason. But we're creating efficiencies. And I think, the difference here is, Web3 fundamentally, there's a technological decentralization, a technological distribution, which is fine. We've done that with BitTorrent. We've done that many times with different technologies. But the real value, I think, to what Web3 is multiple parts, and one of them being the community. So we're kind of like constantly getting that feedback from the community about what works and what doesn't. We have multiple participants participating in the development of technology because everybody has an interest, which is the next thing, which is that the alignment, the financial alignment of the parties in the space. Because adding an incentive layer to BitTorrent now makes BitTorrent reliable. Like right now, if I wanted to go download my favorite movie from 20 years ago, good luck finding a seed and some peers in BitTorrent. But if you were to add a financial incentive and people are like, we really like that movie and we're willing to put our money up so that it's always there, suddenly there are seeds and peers. And I think that's the main evolution of Web3 is that we figured out how to push a lot of these functions to the edge, meaning to the users, as far to the edge as we can, and we've overlaid it with an incentive model that adds reliability and security. And that's, I think, the big differentiator between what we can solve with Web2 with enough money and political will versus what we are solving with Web3 now. And maybe I just leaped all 3 panel discussions in that one statement, but yeah, we're done.
All right, guys, thanks for coming. All right, let me go for
One
it.
thing, though, for those who don't know what BitTorrent is, because we're a little older at this point, it was a sharing service back in the early 2000s. Yeah.
In the 90s too.
And in the 90s, yeah. We're that old.
LimeWire.
Napster, all that fun stuff. But
Not that anybody ever goes to the Pirate Bay.
we never used those. But it's still that same principle where you basically share your resources, right? We see that with other non-technology things too, Airbnbs and Ubers, and some of us use those services in the last few days. But we see the same thing with technology. You can literally use older hardware, present it back to a network, and then be part of an ecosystem, be paid for it, and it strengthens basically everybody around it, and it creates opportunities, not just here in the States, but it creates opportunities in Europe, in Africa, Asia, everywhere, and it basically gives people a little bit more power back and a bit of freedom at the same time, and that's, for me as well, very important, freedom of currency, freedom of speech, and all of these pieces. With blockchain and other pieces in it, it basically creates that environment that allows us to kind of take a bit control back.
I'm going to add to that.
Go for
I'm
it.
sorry, I know you got like...
Why are you sorry? No, my job here is to make y'all
Just to
talk.
shut
So
up
if
and
you
let
guys
us
are
talk.
talking, please, I'm going to sit here and watch.
No, I love what you just said because, you know, my thoughts about aligning incentives, financial incentives or otherwise, it also extends to the people that originally own the IP. So if we think of BitTorrent, like right now, we all kind of went, oh no, nobody uses that on this stage. But the reality is if you could build a model and a framework where the original IP owners are still getting compensated for IP that they otherwise would not be getting compensated for at no cost to themselves, meaning that like they're not storing their content on Netflix or wherever and paying a distributor for that. Nothing against Netflix. Netflix, no hate. But the idea that now we're creating, as you were talking about, new opportunities, right? And you were talking, well, like not the problem with Web 2, but the opportunity of Web 2. Creating new opportunities, potentially new revenue streams for the people that originally, not only did they have the control of the technology before, but they also had the burden of maintaining the services that everybody consumed. And now we're kind of able to take some of those burdens away and say, hey, listen, if you want to go do something else, we've got a recurring revenue stream for you that will sit here forever and continue to compensate you because we've now tied the rights to this entire network of community members. Okay, I see Brandon's eyebrows are coming up. He's got things to say. But yeah, I mean, the idea is that if we're basically restructuring how the economy works by leveraging a lot of the patterns of Web3. And I think that to me is what's really exciting. Over the last few years, you know, I started at Hedera. I was very technically focused. I was very focused on the technology and how it's going to change the world for, you know, day-to-day supply chain management and you know, premises access rights and, you know, property rights and ownership. And I thought, oh man, we're going to do amazing things with this. And then generative art NFTs came out, and I'm like, nobody's going to use that. That's not going to happen. And I remember I spent a couple years a little bit mad at how NFTs are being used because I'm like, there's so much power here. Why are we using this massive powered auger to like hammer in a nail? Like, why are we using the battery bank of this to hammer in a nail? And so I'm sitting here thinking like, we're not using this to the full potential. But something that developed and that I learned over the last few years was like, that was about community. It was about aligning incentives more than anything. And I'm like, oh, wait a second. Like, sure, we can solve some technical problems, but like I said earlier, we can solve these same technical problems with Web 2 technology with the right amount of money. But what we're really solving is an incentive alignment problem. And that's what got me really excited. And even with meme coins, I was joking this morning about meme coins. I'm like, I don't get meme coins. It took me forever to get NFTs. And I'm like, meme coins. But the reality is like, we're aligning the incentives of communities. Now, whether we agree with how it's being used or not is a different thing. But that's what Web3 is about, is how do we push the technology to the edge, which is where the DePIN stuff comes in. And more importantly, how do we align the incentives of all the stakeholders in that ecosystem? So whether you're the IP owner and you have a potential recurring revenue stream past the commercial life of your product, or you're a consumer and you want to participate in that ecosystem, or you're some type of provider if you're hosting nodes or storing content, all of those people are economically incentivized to keep that technology going. All right, it needs to go to Brandon now.
Completely agree. And I would also
Well, let's reserve the rights for later. I think that'll actually really go in the second session, so I'm going to hold off on that. The other thing that's really interesting about a DePIN play is the speed and rate at which you can evolve. So the other thing that centralized facilities in any way have is it's a massive carrier ship to move. Okay, so let's just use centralized data centers, for example. You have incredible friction, as in you have to find the space, okay, the plot of land. It has to be in the correct area, which has below a 7-cent kilowatt per hour, okay? Then you've got to get permitting for all that. You've got to have the correct hookup on the electrical, which could be years out getting, you know, the hookup in. You're building the facility before you even turn it on. You could be 3-4 years out from the set of planning. Think about how much you could deploy in DePIN and how much you could mobilize. And the point is that DePIN's start of what it's trying to do is mobilize latent assets, things that are already out there. And if we actually look at Airbnb and Uber was brought up, that's actually what they did. They took latent assets in terms of homes and turned them into revenue generating assets. They took latent assets in terms of vehicles and turned them into revenue generating assets. So if you can do the same thing with IoT devices, compute, and things that we already have out there, or even if they're not out there, just say, well, what do you have? You have a home and you have electricity. Can you plug this piece in, which then becomes a small piece of something greater? And how fast can we deploy? So if we look at, you know, ants building or beehives, essentially you're creating the hive effect at a much more rapid pace than what centralized infrastructure can deploy. So what could happen in that model is that you're meeting demands and the evolution of demands, because demand changes. The definition of demand and what it is changes. You're meeting that at a much more rapid pace in a DePIN model, which means you have an efficiency, which means you have lower CapEx, OpEx, and now you have an incentivization model on top of it. That's powerful. Now, you have to have the right infrastructure, the right security, all those things, because there are things that you're letting out of control in a centralized model. Of course, we know that. So there's new dimensions to think about when we build and think that way. But let's just say that the technology side was solved. You have a model and a true business model that is extremely powerful, and the rapid pace of adoption is far and above what they can move actually, regardless of money, because there's things in there that cannot actually be solved by money. There are elements that you can't increase, right? It doesn't matter how much money you throw at it. Like, you could go tell the, you know, power district, I've got an unlimited check, and they're still like, we literally can't do that for a year. You're stuck. DePIN can start to fill that void.
All right, so now I get to throw wrenches at you guys. Tesla is doing this right now. Are they a DePIN play? Because they're looking at leveraging all their vehicles and letting people rent them out while they're not using them. Why do you need this decentralization here? I mean, they are a centralized company who's actually doing the same thing that Uber does and all of the other companies that you already listed.
Again, it's one company, right?
Flux is not one company, right?
Flux is an open source product. You can go on GitHub and start forking it and create your own thing. That's another thing of DePIN is that if it's truly an open source product, you can literally fork it, create your own version of it, and off you go. I love what Musk does. He does a lot of things for humanity in general. But one of the things that I actually read last night on the plane was the Tesla trucks need to come back for a recall. There's issues with it. So all the Tesla trucks are now affected by it. So what that means is that, again, that's the single point of failure again. If the Tesla cars are part of the Uber environment, for instance, which we all see all of the time, that's a different story. Now it's a decentralized offering again, and that's the piece that's important. Tesla does a lot of things. X and basically Musk does a lot of things that help everybody. The Grok AI piece, all of these things are really cool and really useful. Again, Web 2 is not a bad thing. It's the Web 3 addition to it that makes it better, right? It's the thing that makes it better is that you can spread it out and have alternatives that can be in open source alternatives. we're on YouTube right now, but we could be on Rumble, we could be on Owncast, we could be on all these other platforms at the same time. That makes it more universal and more spread out. There's no single point of failure. And I know I said that now at least 4 times at this point, but that's an important piece that a lot of folks, and especially if you're an IT guy like myself, that's the biggest struggle you're always fighting.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, I totally agree. I think you're 100% hitting it on the nail of the head, and I said it before, like, no single point of failure. Yeah, I don't have too much to add to that. Anything, Brandon?
I can throw more problems, don't worry.
I think that is specifically for Tesla, it comes down to the monetization model. And you do have a corporation. And the problems that corporations are going to have, specifically publicly traded ones with this model, is that they cannot legally move value away from their shareholders. So they can't go to this model because they can't distribute value that way. They'd get massive lawsuits. So they're stuck from a business model place. So while the other thing I would say is decentralization is a very broad term, and a lot of people have different, thoughts around what does that mean. I think for us, and I hope I'm speaking for most here that are operating at the lowest level, decentralization to us means everything. That means the actual physical hardware, clearly in DePIN. It means the incentivization model or the value capture model is going out to participants, and it means that there is no corporation or any sense of that on top that controls said network. So open source and multiple other things. It's the full breadth of it. So while Tesla may be, in a sense, decentralizing portions of a business in concept, they're not decentralized, at least not by my definition. And I would assume many others that are working on what we're working on. You need both, or all 3 elements, technically. But the monetization element is really, really big. It's how you incentivize the people to participate, but not only just participate, but continue to do their job, which is the upkeep of whatever it is. And then I said decentralization has a whole spectrum, so does DePIN. We do a great job in Web3 with coming up with these acronyms and nomenclatures, and then the definition gets pretty broad on who's within them. And so I think to answer your question, that's how I would say that's a big difference for me on Tesla or any centralized entity that is maybe dabbling in it or decentralizing a portion of it. There's still components that haven't gone as far as what we would claim to be a benefit on our side.
No, I want to riff off that a little bit as well. Like decentralization, I would say, happens on a bit of a scale. So, your definition would be everything fully decentralized. But we like to joke internally at IoTex, like actually most of the DePINs that are building are actually centralized physical infrastructure, CPINs. I would say, again, thousands of projects that are building in the space, probably 90% of them are CPINs. And that's okay. Maybe that's, if you're trying to build a business, best way to go to market, spin up, your AWS server and go live. And again, go to market. Iterate, build, and then maybe you decentralize along the way. Unless I suppose, your whole value proposition is that you're decentralized to the max. And there's projects like that for sure. I think, again, happens on a scale. And I think what we're trying to offer at IoTex is a path towards further and further decentralization. So we're trying to build off-the-shelf tools that will enable this. And that's kind of what we're trying to work on at IoTex is that modular infrastructure.
I'll add this to it. If you're on Amazon, you're not decentralized. Simple as that. As Dan Keller says on Twitter often enough, if you're running on Amazon, you're not a DePIN. Period. That's as simple as that. But I get why people go to Amazon. Well, sometimes I get it. Sometimes I don't at all. The complexity sometimes to start something up on Amazon is sometimes ludicrous. And don't get me started on the pricing of it. And that's what we're trying to fix. And that's what you guys are trying to fix, is making it more affordable as well. That's the other piece that a lot of folks don't understand what DePIN can bring as well, is it becomes a lot less expensive to run your ideas, your websites, your games. that's what you guys do. We try to do the same thing. With blockchain, it allows us to make sure that everybody gets paid that's hosting stuff, but at the same time, it becomes a lot less expensive. And what a big challenge is for DePIN, and that's something that we're trying to solve, is ease of use. What Apple does, what Tesla does, what a lot of these Web2 companies do, the ones that are more at the forefront of things, is making sure it's easy to use. Why do we go on Amazon and on the shop? You just search it, you find your product, you order it, boom, 5 minutes later it's on its way to you. That's what ease of use is. Their services, that's a different story. For Flux, it's the same thing. We want to make it as easy as possible. Go to a marketplace, find your Minecraft server, click deploy, pay for it, and you're playing 5 minutes later. That's ease of use. That's what's gonna set us apart. And at the same time, you're paying pennies on the dollar to actually play your game. And what the fun part is as well with blockchain is you could literally be mining all week long with just a regular GPU. And at the end of the week, you get rewarded. You can go play your game with that same Flux you mined, for instance, and then off you go. That's the other piece of it, is that it makes it more economical for folks without having to really work your butt off to get to a little bit of money and then having to give it all the way back to the big corporations.
All right, so monetization is a big thing.
How much time do I have? You're like, we got till the end of the day. Let's do
Basically, I mean, it's DePIN day, not, you know.
this. So I'm going to politely disagree with both, actually all three of my fellow panelists here.
Here we go. Here we go.
I mean, all of us are business builders, right? I almost can guarantee that all of us are hosting our websites on some centralized service.
Wrong.
You're using you're using DNS, aren't you? You're using a browser, right? So how do people find Flux.com?
There are services out there.
Somebody is using DNS in that stack.
I'll even name
Make sure you get the mic. So
I'll even name drop the company we're using for DNS. It's called 3DNS. And 3DNS has an actual decentralized DNS infrastructure.
Which is fine, but it still ties into DNS, otherwise it wouldn't work on your browser unless you had an extension. Unless you had an extension which nobody's gonna install. So I'm just gonna make okay. Your users are installing the browser extension. My point being is there's something centralized in all of our stacks. Whether it's websites, okay, you guys aren't doing centralized websites. I host mine on a one-click website launcher because it's easy, is the point. I look forward to the day when DePIN is as easy as that, right?
I'll do it today with you.
Okay, you know what? 100%, let's do it. We'll do that piece of my technology stack will be decentralized. I love it, actually. So, but my point being is like right now we're using centralized technology. Also, all of our customers are using centralized technology today. So I'm not gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater. What I'm looking for is efficiencies. That's what I'm looking for, is how do we save businesses money? How do we align incentives? To your point, how do we take latent assets and make them active revenue-generating assets? Where it makes sense. And you sit in a boat that's kind of on the further end of the decentralized spectrum than I sit. You know, when I'm talking to game developers, they're like, I have a budget every month I have to spend. I have to be able to predict what my budget's gonna be every month. I have to, like, actually meet those budget requirements every month. I can't have volatile coins sitting behind my text. No, I get it. Dual token strategies, stable coins, utility tokens, got it. Like, we're doing the same thing for Tashi. But the point being is, like, most projects aren't doing that. You're on the far end of the spectrum, and I respect the thought leadership, and I hope that our website's hosted on your technology here pretty soon, which I'm excited about. So we're seeing more of that coming out. I think that's where this panel comes from, is like all of us are focused on how do we make this easy and accessible to the Web2 people with minimal to no friction and with the efficiencies. And so for me, I mean, 10 years ago, I was sitting with the Telemanagement Forum, which is all the big telcos in the world get together and talk about standards and interoperability. And I remember talking about pushing a lot of the technology to the edge, and Amdocs, which is one of the biggest software and SI consultants in the world for telecom, like, just their heads blew up and they got all upset and they started arguing with us that nobody's going to push things to the edge, it's inefficient. I was like, what if we could make it more efficient than the centralized model? And for the business people, right? If you can go to a game studio and say, hey, listen, you're spending 40% of your revenue on your network costs alone, what if we could cut that in half by using DePIN, and you don't have to change anything about your integration model or your development pattern? It's like, oh, wow, so you're just gonna add 20% back to my bottom line? Like, those are the types of opportunities I'm looking for. I think, and I'm not throwing shade at anybody on this panel because I don't think anybody here is thinking this way, but I think a lot of projects that we see in the Web3 space are like, we're doing this in the name of decentralization, but we're gonna add friction and we're gonna make it less efficient. And that's the problem I see with the Web3 space, where I still think that some of those centralized techs are still gonna be a better fit until there's adoption, until people start recognizing the value, till we start getting that migration happening. The sooner we can get it, the better. I'm 100% on board with you with that. I'm just also very much like, today, who am I paying money to get a service? And the more I discover about technologies like this, the more I'm gonna start moving that stuff over. But just very pragmatic from a business perspective. I have, especially if I've got shareholders I legally have responsibility and obligations to, I have to be able to say, here's our budget for the next quarter on these types of expenses, and at the end of the quarter, I have to come back and go, yeah, we met our obligation, or we did better than our obligation. And if we can be part of the solution for we did better than our commitment, better than our budget, then I think we're winning. While also increasing revenue and staying out of jail.
So before we go to you, throwing shade means hating on people, okay?
Okay.
Just want to clarify that for.
He can throw all the shade. There's no wrong with that. He's absolutely right. By the way, he's absolutely right. The biggest issue that DePIN has at the moment is, and Flux had that issue too, by the way. Hey, I want to run a website. Okay, what do I need to do? I need to go buy Flux. How do you do that? What do I need to do? Well, you have to go find an exchange. You have to go register on an exchange, or you use a DEX, and then what's a DEX? So, screw this. I'm going to go to a one-click solution. Done. I hear you. We fix that. So what we do is we take the usual payments. We take PayPal. We do Stripe. We still do Flux as well. So you can pay with Flux, and you actually get a discount, just FYI. But we make it as if it's Web 2. Yeah. So the moment you do that is the moment you get adoption. And we see that already. We see that adoption coming, but then people are going to ask, oh, so you take payments and that's it? No, because if you want to run something on the network, we still need that Flux to register it properly on the chain. So what happens is we took care of all the difficult pieces, the exchange pieces. So you pay with fiat, and we basically go take that fiat, go to the exchange, get the Flux, and deploy it. So you don't, as a user, don't get it. You don't see any of it. It's like going to your ATM. Sorry, Dan Keller, I'm using your acronym now. But you put your card in, you get your money, and you're gone. You don't care what happened in the back. It could, for all you know, it could be a guy in the back taking the card, looking at the description.
Pretty sure Dan said that was me at one point.
Yeah, and then gives the money and shoves it back into a little thing. But that's basically it. You don't really care as a user. You just want to make it as easy as possible. So.
Oh, people can't hear you online. I got to make sure I say that. So what Brendan's alluding to is that, yeah, that works really nice and great until what happened yesterday, where actually some of the people here were like, yeah, why is my bank account at $0 for Bank of America when they had an outage? Not the most fun experience as far as these.
That is scary.
Yeah, it is. It is.
That's.
Oh yeah, the loans and credit cards, they were still there. Just your money was gone.
So are people getting payment fees and late fees now because they couldn't pay anything? That's scary. And
First of the month, rents.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Yeah, everything is due at the beginning of the month, which makes it all worse.
That's another thing. We're talking deep in here, but that's what I personally love about blockchain and crypto as well, is that you're on your own bank. Yes, that's scary. And yes, you have to take your own precautions. You're your own bank, literally. But it gives you that freedom again. I still have my bank accounts and all that. Luckily, I'm not with Bank of America, so I didn't get that scare, so I wasn't aware. But that's scary. And coming from Canada, We had our own fun stuff a few years back with people and losing their money and accounts frozen and all that.
Stolen, not losing, stolen.
Stolen sometimes, yep, and still in courts and all that today. That's the power of government sometimes as well, and that's a scary thing. But I'm guessing the Bank of America was a glitch or a software issue or something. I'm not sure.
Well, here's the fun thing with, you know, a centralized bank like that. Who knows? Like, how are you? They can tell you anything they want, and you got to take it at face value. Like, you just got to say, yeah, okay, you're telling me the truth. Because, like you said, when you're hiding behind a centralized wall, who's to say what actually happened? You know. But go ahead, Brandon.
I think I'm assuming we're getting close on this session, but I think the other thing that we haven't really hit on, Dave, you might have said it just kind of in passing, but it's probably really strong to note, is the power and control of, let's say, data in centralized. And so to this point and what you're talking about action is that you don't know how, when, who, or where data is being used. And I will promise you is being used far and above any way that you could possibly conceive. And so it's not necessarily the usage of the data, it's that you should be in control of your data, number one, and you should have the choice of where it goes and gets used, and then you should be paid directly for that. It's yours. It is your sovereign data, and that's the other problem with centralized that decentralized can start to solve, is making sure that, and data is a big, broad word yet again, right? But I'm gonna keep it there. Making sure that that is in your hands and you have the choice on how and when and where to use it. And if you need to rescind that, how do we use technology in a way that you're using a proof to say you can have it for 24 hours, and then that is absolutely coming back. It's not on your servers, you don't own it, you don't have it, but here's access to it. To do a verification, to do a monetization, whatever that might be. And that's something that DePIN brings in a very strong way back to people. So we talk about freedom, sovereignty, and control. It's been said for many years now that data is the new oil, and it's true. But it's yours. You create, whatever you did, you created it. It's not other people's, but that won't change if it's sitting on centralized infrastructure.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. But in the reality, like we said, 90% of these DePINs aren't actually DePINs. So again, you had a great answer about being pragmatic, the business side. But one of the most amazing things about crypto and this space is the community, right? So I think it's going to take the community yelling and screaming and saying, this is what we want. And maybe that's part of our job here, is to talk about CPIN and say, this is actually CPIN, not DePIN. Potentially we need to bring that transparency to everyone, because they don't really know, because they just see DePIN. They're like, oh, this is decentralized. They're not storing my data, but actually this whole thing is centralized. So I think that's where it should start. Let's start talking about CPIN and say, let's move towards DePIN, and the community will follow suit.
Yeah, I'm going to save my comments about what you just said for the next session, but I agree with what you're talking about. And you're talking about identity attributes and ownership of your identity and your own, we'll call it IP, that you generate organically, right? And flipped on its head a little bit, there's actually a petition in the EU right now of gamers who are asking that game developers allow them to continue playing their games past the commercial life of the game. Meaning that if your game studio says, this isn't profitable for us anymore, we're gonna stop supporting this game, we're gonna move on to the next game, there has to be a path for that company to now hand the game off to somebody, the community, the world, whatever, in a way that it can continue playing their game. And you might think like, yeah, that's an unreasonable ask. But think about World of Warcraft. People are paying $13 to $15 a month for 20 years. At what point does the consumer have any rights to the content in that game, whether it's the achievements they've earned, the time they put into it? So it's a consumer rights perspective of it. And that's why we call ourselves the Forever Game Protocol, because we enable that, we allow that to be more trivial of a handoff because of what we're doing. And because of DePIN, it can sustain without having game developers paying centralized server costs anymore. So the handoff just becomes like, well, I guess we're done making money on this. Here you guys go. Here are the keys to the car. Go have fun. It's already on DePIN. It's already running without Amazon or anything, nobody has to pay that bill. It's already done being paid by you guys. So, so that's kind of the approach that we're taking with it. But the fact of the matter is that we're having this conversation, and I don't know that consumers, especially gamers, are thinking that this is a decentralization problem. They're just thinking like, hey, we just want the benefit of being able to play our favorite games that I invested 20 years and $15 a month of my life into. I just want to keep playing that game. That's all they care about. Shouldn't I have some consumer rights with the amount of money I've invested into this game? And we can make a business and legal argument of like, no, you signed a contract every month that you played, you have no rights. You could say that. Or we could flip the script and go, yeah, there's something to this. And by the way, Web3 has come in and we've enabled that functionality to happen in a way that you couldn't do that with Amazon. Because somebody's got to pay the credit card bill for Amazon, and we're picking on Amazon, but Azure, Google, all the companies out there, right? The data centers that you're paying if you're not using those services. Yeah, exactly. Well, and so, yeah, for Azure. You're like, shut up. Don't say anything about Microsoft. They're wonderful.
We are in Seattle. But take it to the next level. Like, as a gamer, right, something that I couldn't do was actually sell assets, even in game. Like, I can't tell you how many eBay accounts got closed because I was not allowed to sell gold from this game or that game.
Oh, you're one of those. No. Oh, so that's where I got my gold. No,
exactly. Meet me at a random spot.
I'm the other side. Yeah. I'm the demand side of that curve. So
thank you for your money.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, but that's absolutely right. I mean, portability of game assets, that there's a lot of hype around that. I think there's a lot of potential there. Ownership and portability of your assets. There's a whole bunch of technical challenges that come with that when you think of rigging and modeling and skinning and texturing your games, your game assets. But I think the fact that we're having that discussion is great. The fact that like I'm investing time and money into this experience, this entertainment experience, shouldn't I have some consumer protection of the things that I've spent time and energy and money getting? Shouldn't there be some way for me to hold on to that? Whether it's the game experience itself or the in-game assets. In the Web3 space, I think that's a lot of times we see play to earn and asset ownership are kind of like the two major Web3 gaming value props. I would argue that most gamers don't care as much about that unless they've put 20 years of their time into getting a certain rank and they're really at the top tier. But most players are just like, I'm done playing the game. If they delete my assets, I'll play it again, right? I feel like that with Elden Ring. I've deleted my account on Elden Ring a few times, and that's like a non-trivial commitment to a game, but I'm okay playing it again and earning my assets back. I don't necessarily need my assets again. So I think most gamers, that's not as motivating as a value prop as a lot of people think. But I think being able to play your favorite game forever is a much more motivating value prop. And if we can do the asset ownership part in conjunction with it, that's just a value add. But I don't think that that's like the leader of the value props for the gaming space. And even play to earn, people are poo-pooing on play to earn. I will tell you, like Indonesia, Malaysia, Brazil, Philippines, India, like there's value to that. In the more developed worlds, we don't recognize how valuable that is to other developing countries. As much as some of us might look at that as like a cash grab or maybe like not a value proposition to our gamer experience, in a lot of countries that play to earn is actually valuable, where they're like, oh, I get to play a game that I enjoy and I can go buy a coffee at the end of the day. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
All right, I want to make sure that we give an opportunity to the people here to actually maybe ask a question or two in regards to this problem with centralization. So anybody in the audience, if you guys have a question, I have a great mic runner here. Thank you, David.
So does anybody have anything to ask before I fire one off?
Hi, my name is Carl Weaver. Maybe some of you know me. I helped co-found Akron Network in Singapore, 2021 to 2023. So I know a little bit about DePINs. I interviewed Sami Kasabi at Masari in 2022 on this whole DePIN. The question that I have is really about, you mentioned the centralization, and I'm telling you that you can't have data protection and protection of your metadata on any device unless it's centralized, because the semiconductor and smart card companies own the protection of data on any device, whether it's a server, a smartphone, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that there still has to be a little bit of centralization. Otherwise, how do you protect the data on all of these edge and even cloud server type devices. I think it's a very, very tough pain point to solve without a little bit of centralization in the security side. What do you think?
That's all for Brandon. Go ahead. If you got something to say, go for it.
I hate to burst your bubble, but none of the companies today can solve that problem. None of them. Not Amazon, not Google, nobody can. It's a trust thing. So you have to trust those entities that they're doing the right thing with your data at the very moment. That said, DePIN brings in a huge community. We're talking millions of people creating things. And part of that journey as well is that it comes with ideas. So there's a lot of folks out there, and you can look at Filecoin, you can look at StoreJ, to name a few. They're coming with ideas to find ways to do encryption, to find ways to make it harder and more challenging to get to that data that might be stored in a decentralized way. We're working with the folks from StoreJ to find solutions like that for our own infrastructure. IPFS and all that, sharding and splitting pieces up. But at the end of the day, the ultimate solution is not there yet. Nobody in the world has that yet. There's always a point of failure, unfortunately, that still needs to be solved. So a lot of us trust that everybody who has our data is a good guardian. And unfortunately, that's not always working. Not too long ago, I believe, every US citizen just lost their social security numbers to the world. That's scary. So, and coming back from a medical field, so I've been in medical IT for 20 years. I'm pretty well aware with HIPAA rule sets and all that. It's also on the end user itself to protect his data as much as he can. If you store your data somewhere and you store it as is, without any encryption yourself, you're part of the problem yourself at the same time. So it's also on us sometimes. And we come into a society these days where we like to punt off responsibilities to other people, but we have our own responsibility as well. So we're the first line of defense. If we protect our own data as much as we can, you're already a step ahead of most people out there. But yes, we are fixing that issue, and I'm pretty sure that within a few years we'll have better solutions. Will it be 100%? No. I don't think there will always be somebody finding ways around it. And we've seen that even hardware-wise, where your Intel processors are still be able to be hacked in certain ways. So there's always going to be a pitfall somewhere. But the way forward is by being iterative in your technology and finding solutions as we go, building the plane in the sky as we're trying to fly it.
So I'll piggyback on a little bit of what Davey said, which is, first of all, everything's a spectrum and solving for that spectrum. But I think you brought up 2 points here that are interesting. You have the security and how you actually build the device and the architecture of the network. But the second component, which you hit on, was there's a supply chain threat. Those are two different things that you need to solve for. And we've been working on both of these. So fundamentally, we have one of the most secure devices in the world in which secures and starts our network. But the other thing that I'll say in that is that security has an entire spectrum. So you could lock things down like Fort Knox. The reality is you're going to create a bunch of friction. That doesn't work for business. So what you have to figure out is, what am I willing, what is the value in which I'm protecting, what's the security that I'm going to put around that based off of what I'm protecting. And every business makes this decision today in terms of data or whatever they're doing in terms of transmission. Again, a whole spectrum. There is no one silver bullet here for what you're referring to. I think what we've done is built in an entire layered architecture that has different trust levels, first of all. And that starts when we talk about trust, it starts at the hardware level. That is where security starts. It does not start at a software level. It's hardware first. And then solving it through a supply chain, what you're going to have to do is create standards and have multiple parties that are willing to sign up for that supply chain that are ability to go through a highly auditable process that can verify that what is meant to be built is being built. Decentralization in that factor could be you go from 1 to 2. You've at least mitigated one element of an attack vector. What you'd like to have is 10
parties that are all adhering to this process, to building this form factor and moving forward, but you want that entire supply chain from the entire process forward being fully auditable, immutable, and provable, which isn't happened today. If you can do that, essentially what you've now done is open source the build process, which you may not be open sourcing the technology, but you're open sourcing a transparency in the build process in which everyone can verify. Does that mean that you've cut out every attack vector? No. This is why security is an ongoing issue. Like, you're constantly evolving for new attack vectors. But what you're trying to do in this whole thing is not solve at 100%. No one should be saying, like, we have it solved. That's run. It's not true. What you're trying to do is advance and go, how do we make the current process better? How do we build more trust into the process? And this is not just technological. This is also supply chain and business. And how do we bring more transparency to this so that everyone that's operating knows, like, okay, this is the level that I can trust it because I have this amount of verifiability and visibility. That's probably, without going even deeper into the architecture of what we built, which I'm happy to later, and probably will in the third session, that's probably how I would bring it up. It's a great question because decentralization is not just a technological issue, it's a supply chain and participant issue on who's putting into the technology that is being built. And again, when you talk about true DePIN, which is physical infrastructure, you're getting down into hardware. So no longer is this a GitHub conversation. That's a start. But you have other elements that need to operate the same way, that need to bring the same amount of transparency to it. And there's some parties that are not going to want to do that, as you can imagine why. And that just means that it's an opportunity for others. New parties that are saying, absolutely, I see this as a new evolving supply chain, and I'm absolutely willing to operate with that amount of transparency and audit, and I will happily participate in that supply chain. It's a brand new opportunity for them to step in and grow their business.
Great question. Fantastic responses. Is anybody else?
Oh, you're gonna hold it? Okay. Thanks, guys, for coming and talking about this. As we're talking about security, cybersecurity, things like that, one thing that the government has to deal with, government, state, and local agencies, is compliance and regulations. And at the same time, there's kind of a natural battle between this world of Web 3.0 and Web 2.0, and government always kind of getting in the way of advancing that. So how do you incentivize the government to start adopting Web 3 and decentralization?
Wow, you just queued it up for me, because I was going to talk about a supply chain problem, but I'll use something very concrete. Like, I've sat in California legislature testifying about the ESG compliance and regulatory stuff, and if you know anything about how ESG reporting, you notice I like reposition myself. I'm like, okay, energy's going up. If you know anything about like ESG reporting, there's what's called Scope 1 reporting, which is the stuff that you generate, right? So the carbon that you generate as a result of your business is Scope 1. Scope 2 is those that you're directly responsible for by partners. So if you're using electricity, the electric company is generating carbon, and you have to report on their electricity, their carbon generation as a result of your business. Scope 3 is your up and down line in the supply chain. How the heck are we tracking up and down line Scope 3? Guess what? I think it's in January, everybody has to comply with Scope 3 reporting in California. So it's like, okay, you want me to do something that's literally impossible if there isn't a place to track what my up and down line are producing in carbon, right? And who's building that database? Who's building that API? There's a few centralized companies trying to solve that problem, but how do we trust it? How do we verify it? How do I cross-reference across state borders, country borders, geographical regions? How do I verify across all of these borders that your Scope 1 is in fact my Scope 3, or your Scope 1 is in fact my Scope 2? Like, how do we do all of that? Right now, quite literally, it's Excel spreadsheets. That's what they're doing right now, is everybody's going to their partners and saying, hey, give me a spreadsheet of the carbon you've generated, and I'm going to include that in my report. And that's how it's being done right now. There are some companies out there that have databases where you can kind of track this stuff and build reports. But again, that works if we're all part of the same system. As soon as you step outside those geographical and technological boundaries, it's like, okay, how are we going to do this? So scope 3 reporting to me is like a major problem that regulators are coming to the table saying, hey guys, here's a real world Web 2 problem I want you guys to solve that you literally can't solve without a Web 3 solution that incorporates the validation of all of that reporting at different levels. You know, tokens are a perfect fit for that. NFTs, FTs, however you want to structure it. I've architected it both ways. But there needs to be some type of public ledger or a set of interoperable public ledgers where people are reporting their scope 1s and well, really just scope 1 emissions. And then you have to identify the relationship so you can calculate scope 2 and scope 3 reporting. So, but that's an example of like where regulators, that's not even like a challenge to Web3. I think what you were talking about is like in this space, we want to keep regulators and government kind of out of our business. We want to be very free to operate and mobile to operate. But then they come in and kind of say, well, crypto, we got to protect the consumer. So we've had 700 reports in all of California of crypto scams. I'm like, only 700? Like we're doing amazing. So compared to every other industry, like toilet paper has more of a scam industry out there. People that are ripping the plies apart and reselling it. So it's like, but the soundbite sounds scary when they're like, oh, 700 people have been affected by crypto scams in California. I'm like, oh, well, good job, guys. Good job, crypto guys, for watching yourself. But that's what they want, those sound bites and talking about it. And that's what's kind of driving a lot of that friction is those sound bites and those horror stories of the 700 people. And my heart goes out to the 700 people, by the way. Like, we need to help with that and tools for discovering. By the way, how do you discover those scammers? Well, it'd be great if we had transparency in a public ledger to do that with, right? And that's where you get forensics teams like TRM Labs and Chainalysis and those guys that are doing blockchain forensics and discovering and finding those people and helping law enforcement build cases. I'm like, there's not better tools for capturing scammers than the public network and the TRM Labs folks of the world. So it's like, instead of trying to put blockers as a regulator on blockchain and crypto, how about we figure out how to use the same technology to discover, to basically minimize the entire vector of attack for scammers, period. And then at the same time, we can enable use cases like the ESG scope reporting that is literally impossible right now. So, what was that? Well, ESG and scammers. Oh no, yeah, okay. That's a different discussion. Maybe that's like World Economic Forum level scam. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, that's for 4:30. Yeah, when the cameras are off. Let's go.
The problem with governments as well is that they're always reactive, right? They're always trying, like you said, those 700 people, that's unfortunate. I hate to see it. But they're jumping on that, right? They'll jump on that and they'll come with these big rule sets to kind of blanket an industry to see if they can fix it. It's quite upsetting to hear that they're going that far, that you as a company now have to prove that your end users are creating carbon because of your product that they then might be reselling or whatever. Yeah, that's bureaucracy. That kills a lot of industries regardless, wherever you are in the world. Now, I might be a little controversial. Certification is important. It is a badge of honor for certain people out there. And it, again, going back to the data piece, it creates a form of trust. If a third party audits your business or your project and they say, okay, they're compatible and they're conforming to these rule sets, that basically creates trust. Does that mean that it's always done correctly? That's a different story. Then we come back into the scammer type of thing. But it builds that trust. It's a badge of honor that a lot of people kind of look for when they want to work with somebody. It's tough in the DePIN space. It's tough in Web3 to get those certifications, but it is not impossible. We're working on them ourselves. We're working on SOC 2 and HIPAA compliancy, and we're partnering with folks who can help provide that type of software so that we can actually get to that point, that we can have that trust built for folks who are in Web 2 and want to venture into Web 3 and utilize our software. So it is coming. And there's already projects out there who have those certifications, but yeah, excellent question.
Yeah, I love the question as well. And government definitely latches on to things like, you know, the 700s, crypto scams, Bitcoin is an energy suck, terrible for the environment. But this is why I love DePIN so much, because it's so tangible. So Mike at GeoNet just yesterday was out at Congress speaking about some of the use cases that it's solving. And this really bridges the world of Web3 to Web2 because it's so tangible. You can talk about real use cases that a company like GeoNet's solving, or MEXC with fly-to-earn drones, where you're being able to create effectively Google Map at 5x the clarity of Google. These are the kind of things that people can understand, and that you can talk about the real revenue coming in. And I think this is the first bridge that we can start taking and start pushing back on the narratives that are out there, is these real tangible use cases that people understand. That's why I love DePIN so, so much.
I don't think we've done ourselves any justice by attempting to move around government. The gap and the problem is that we haven't taken the forefront to go educate them. And they're trying to regulate something that they don't understand. And fear sets in. And they do see things and examples of scams, which are very real. But I would also like to remind them that, you know, if a real true scammer is operating, he should be in cash. Because that's the best untraceable, right? I mean, there's a reason why HSBC banked Pablo Escobar. But anyways, I think we need to take, and it's happening, by the way. It's like it's happening today, but that took way too long. Like we're 10 years in from, or 12 years in from Bitcoin. And the problem is that they don't understand something. It is their job to regulate it. Like, we shouldn't be surprised that they're doing this stuff. They're having to do it because that's their responsibility, and they don't know what they're regulating. And we could have had a better job in saying, like, here's how we actually help you do your job. Your job to regulate and your job to hold people compliant, all that. Let's show you how the technology is actually going to exponentially do those things. It's not bad. Let's walk you through that. Let's walk you through how we show and enhance inefficiencies in your job. Right? Which there's also the counter argument that inefficiencies and bureaucracy people love because it's a job. Anyways, I think we need to do that in a broader way and in a much more proactive way of inviting in and saying, like, let's sit down and let's talk about how we change what you're doing today. For us specifically, I'll speak on the hardware. I think that we have tried to not necessarily, as many things of this space is disrupting, which is beautiful, that's great. There's also some bridges to be built. There's bridges to be built back into Web 2, bridges to be built into current regulation and standards to say, like, okay, we agree, in fact, here's our starting point. How do we take that to the next step? So like an example, our hardware is NIST and FIPS 140-2 Type 3, right? It's the highest hardware rating or security rating in the world. That's not our standard. That isn't a Web 3 standard. That's Web 2, right? And so let's fit into that. And then let's work with the NIST organization to say, you know what, also what we've built is, here's the rest of it to, like, let's create a new category. That's an enhancement of what, but we're accepting this and creating this label, or SOC 2 or any of those. Like, there's some things that we shouldn't throw out. We should just say, let's fit into it and then evolve it. Let's work alongside of them. And the conversation is going to be drastically different if we can sit alongside of them and go, hey, we're not casting shade at you. We're saying that's great, but we might have an opportunity here. How do we help you get better? If things were done correctly, like, there's an opportunity for governments to create massive amount of more tax revenue here. And I know that's like everyone wants to cover their ears, but that's the reality, is that if these economies get to the size that they are, and they likely could, there's an opportunity there. Well, look, if that's real and it gets to that magnitude, that is not a war that we are going to win. Let's be very clear. That's not a war that anybody actually wants to get into. So let's get out ahead of it and say, like, how about we invite them into the room? And let's actually help craft the narrative, get them on board. Our job is going to be a heck of a lot easier if we're not fighting that fight.
No, I'm not going to go into the taxes thing. But I do want to pick up on something. We actually, literally this week, we announced a partnership with Akash, where we're literally doing an advocacy to walk and talk with politicians. Me, myself, I even talk with my local MPs in Canada to educate them as well on blockchain and all that. It starts at the schools as well, from the ground up. You teach kids, and that'll evolve. That's a long-term project. But Flux itself, we're literally spending time, money to go to events hosted by senators, by governors, just to teach them what we're doing. We got good responses from the folks from Florida, from DeSantis and his folks. We were able to work with folks who created the anti-CDBC bill, for instance. So we're doing our part, and I hope a lot of folks are, and I know for sure that a lot of folks are, but it starts also with us. We need to educate, and you're absolutely right. We're a little late on that, but it's iterative technology. Things change, things evolve. We went to NFTs at one point, the silly monkey thingies. I'm still not seeing the value sometimes on the NFT, sorry. But that's the thing, is that myself, I'm still learning about blockchain. I don't think I'll ever fully grasp every single aspect of it. Now think about how it must be as a senator, and you're getting confronted with with folks out of your constituency, and they're like, hey, I got scammed in this crypto thing, help. And they're like, what is it? Well, what do you want me to do? Like, that's the piece that a lot of us need to learn is take the time to educate. And these are the leaders. These are the guys who create the rules, the laws, and try to govern us. And again, as much as we like to punt off our responsibilities, it always starts with us. What blockchain has taught me, and what I'm teaching my kids, is that it starts with yourself. You're your own bank. You make sure you keep your own security, your own safety, your own freedom, and your own education. If you don't do these pieces, how do we then can educate others on kind of the same philosophy and the same law creationship?
First of all, I got to say, I love that perspective, kind of like the self-reliance, start with the self, do what you can type of thing, because that's where all the influence starts, right? We can't always go out and try to regulate others to do the things for us. As a matter of fact, that doesn't work. But if we start with ourselves and with our families and our communities, which is now talking about communities, what better way to mobilize the NFT communities, the Bored Apes, than to get some thought leadership out there and kind of get that voice mobilized. This type of stuff's been going on for years, by the way. I mean, at Hedera, we were constantly engaging with regulators, SEC. We were in DC quite frequently. And then in California, I'm part of a group that we go and we do a lot of this stuff. It'd be great to mobilize the Web3 community for something useful like that. Let's get some thought leadership. I know that when I was sitting in California legislature, one of my testimonies to the senators or to the legislators there was like, listen, if you guys are going to regulate this particular pattern of crypto, guaranteed by the time you even announce that you're going to regulate that, they've changed the smart contracts. And it now no longer complies with whatever you're trying to regulate. I'm like, you're not going to move as fast as algorithms. Like, your political process is not going to move as fast as algorithms. And so my response to that was, what you guys need to be doing is working with the TRM labs of the world and going, how can we build algorithmic checks and validations and stuff like that? Certification, I think, is, like, to me, that's an amazing value proposition, which is why, like, when generative art was like one of the first NFT hype phases, I'm like, no, with certifications, we can solve a lot of what the regulators are trying to do using this technology. By the way, I'm glad the communities are there, though, because that's where the voice comes from. But that being said, a lot of the problems that the regulators are seeing can be solved with the same technology they're trying to regulate. And that's kind of the message that we've been trying to push in California, and I know other groups have been pushing around the world, and that I think as a Web3 community, if we can figure out how to educate our Bored Ape Yacht Club members and our Mother Coin holders on like what that looks like, how we engage regulators. I know there are some, I have somebody on Twitter in the Hedera ecosystem that is just like, screw regulators, screw governments, we're just gonna do our own thing. And I'm like, well, good luck with that when you gotta go buy some gas and bread and pay your electric bill. But I think we need to get ahead of it. We're already doing a lot of it, but there's a whole lot more we can do. And I think we can be better at thought leadership, and then additionally mobilizing the existing community that's there with education and like actions. We now become like action groups, right? Like thought leadership and action groups. So Anyway, that's way above and beyond DePIN. Action group. This is the guy right here who gets the action going. So yeah, that's way above and beyond DePIN. I think we've stepped outside of it, but I think we've hit on some like really important problems we're seeing when it comes to regulators. So thank you for that question.
So that concludes our first session. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
This is where you guys clap. There you go. We got it. But it's not over yet. I do want to welcome somebody else to the stage. Jonathan. Where are you at, Jonathan? Not the Vossler, Jonathan. The other Jonathan. There you are, from Nifty Mint. He's going to talk to us a little bit about what they're doing over there and how things are moving forward. So if you guys can help me welcome Jonathan.
How is everybody doing? First off, what a fantastic venue. This is amazing. I'm really enjoying it. The production is incredible. I really want to watch a football game here. I don't know if you guys do that, but that would be amazing. If anybody wants to play me chess up here, we'll play on this. But yeah, my name is Jonathan G. Blanco, and also shout out to everybody that put this together in a week and a half time. It's very impressive what's been put together here. So my name is Jonathan G. Blanco. I'm known here in Seattle as kind of like the guy doing a lot of Web3 community work. We've been doing events and content in the Seattle community since 2017 under TF Labs. But I'm also the founder of a company called NIFMint, which I'd love to talk to you all about and the things that we're doing. I really enjoyed that conversation. I agree with some, I disagree with other things that were being said there. So but the main thing I want to show or talk to you all about is that while we're talking about Web3, we live in a Web 2 world, okay? So we're not gonna just shove Web 3 down people's throats, is my opinion. And I think that's one of the biggest problems that's happening with a lot of people in the space, is assuming that all this adoption is gonna take place. Things just take time. If you think about every change in the internet, like imagine if I was to sit here on stage and say, I really believe in decentralization, and that's why I don't use Chrome or Safari or Internet Explorer or any of these web browsers. I only use command line because I want to be in control of my experience and my data. Ultimately, to actually get mass adoption, you do need someone to build those rails or that technology that you're going to interact with. So I'm going to tell you what we're doing at NIFMint. I think you'll kind of hear some of the correlations along these sort of things as well. And then I'd love to open up to any questions if you all have it. But so if anybody here has ever bought a high expensive good, imagine if you bought a Louis Vuitton bag, or you bought a Rolex watch, or you got, and you found out it was fake, or you got tickets to a Taylor Swift concert or a Drake concert and you can't even get in the door, right? Counterfeit goods is actually a $3 trillion industry. So it's a really, really big deal. And that not only hurts and damages the brand, but also damages your experience with that brand. So yeah, that sucks that you lost a couple $100, but then do you really want to purchase that product in the future? So what we do at NIFMint, we're essentially a combination of RWAs and DePIN for the commerce vertical in particular. And we abstract all the crypto from the brand and from the end consumer. Because for us, we don't even think of ourselves as a crypto company, even though we generate our own smart contracts, we create our own tokens, we manage our own wallets, we manage our own crypto, we have a treasury of crypto. We do all that, but we don't consider ourselves a crypto company. We're using crypto as infrastructure. Just like if you go to Uber or you go to any app on your phone, you're not like, oh, I wonder what cloud infrastructure they're using today, and that's going to affect if I use this product or not because of the cloud infra. So when you think about how this works and what we do is we essentially incentivize users to use or wear products that have been authenticated in some way, shape, or form. And the reason why that's important is, again, that counterfeit goods aspect, but also you as a consumer understanding and knowing what has been true, what is that clear and product. And essentially the way we do that is every product has to have some sort of pairing to it. There's, how do you essentially pair that physical to the digital? So one of the gentlemen on stage was talking about this notion of that you need to have a hardware element. Essentially what we do is we turn every single product into a digital product on the token side, but then we also turn it into a hardware product because there's some sort of low frequency radio in there. You pair those two together and now you have this sync or this combination between the two. Why that becomes very interesting is, one, you can prove what is actually there as being the actual product, but because you put it on chain, now you have a sense of provenance. You know where it started from. And that part is really key because we have people that come to us all the time. So it's like, well, what if I bring my own purse or my own watch or my own jacket and I mint it? Like, great. Now the provenance of what you minted is associated to you, not to that brand or that point of origin. And as you can start to imagine, this actually starts to unlock a lot of other opportunities, because if you have an authenticated product that is digital, that actually has a hardware component, now you can start incentivizing people for wearing things. Hey, go ahead and wear this product in this place, and now you can earn. And that earning mechanism can be anything that the brand desires. It can be loyalty points, it can be cash back, it can be discounts, it can be crypto, it can really be anything. So for us, what's really important is making sure that it becomes a brand and a marketing decision. We don't really think that people wake up in the morning. I'm speaking of end consumers. Most consumers don't wake up in the morning like, oh man, my life is just so centralized. If only it was more decentralized, I would be able to achieve and do all these things. But we do think that people are getting frustrated about how their data is handled. They do want to participate in that data, the value creation that comes along with data, and they want to have some level of ownership across how they interact with themselves, with their products across the web. And that's one of the nice things I think that blockchain and cryptocurrency offers. So I think it's really less important about if something is decentralized or centralized. I commend anybody that believes in the decentralized world, and I think that there's always going to be a push towards that, and there's going to be elements towards that. I just do not see a world where every single one of us is living in a completely decentralized manner for lots of reasons, but primarily because most people are creatures of convenience. And so when you add the convenience, that means that you have layers in between there. And I think that's fine. But by the way, anybody who does operate in a fully decentralized manner and owns their own wallets and own their own keys, I think you'll always have an advantage. So I'm not trying to knock it. I'm saying it's just that the reality is how people interact with that on a mass consumer level. Again, I always speak from the mass consumer context. I think is going to be very, very unlikely. And I think that is totally fine, because like every iteration and every version of the internet is, we don't completely obliterate or blow up the existing infrastructure and then start from scratch, right? It just continuously builds on and builds on and builds on and builds on. Now, mind you, let's just say that hypothetically I am wrong, and I welcome being wrong, and everybody does have their own wallets and everybody does handle their own crypto and does all these things. From us, the way we think about software, that's just something that we then turn on. So now we just say, hey, we'll stop managing your crypto, we'll stop managing your wallets, connect your wallets and do that. This is a philosophy perspective. This isn't a there's not a technology, there's not something preventing us from a technological stance from creating this. It's a philosophy stance from doing that overall. So the reason why we think that it's so important to incentivize people for their data is the same reason across a lot of other industries that you see it. But now the brand actually gets to have an intimate relationship with their end consumer, because brands are very intimately aware of how you engage with their website, how you visit their mobile apps, how you purchase from them, and they have zero insight into how you consume the product. You know, when you think about daily active users, those are things for mobile apps and phones and smart devices, how you watch Netflix. Rolex doesn't know what their daily active users are. Nike doesn't know who their daily active users are. Levi's Jeans doesn't know what their daily active users are. So in doing this, adding this DePIN element to physical goods, that starts to create that. And now you have a brand getting a new data site that they're able to take some decisions on. How do we make products? How do we build products? How do we create these products? So For a tiny shill, you are able to actually start creating an account on nifmint.com. So if you go to nifmint.com/rewards, that's the best place to go, and you can start earning products. We actually have 2 launches that are coming that are around earning NIFMint rewards simply from just purchasing from the products that you like. And soon we're going to be turning on this motion of being able to earn based off of these tokenized products. So we really care about putting this in the hands of mass consumers, as I said. So you'll actually find me more often at conferences for brands and retailers than you will even at crypto conferences. I do attend crypto conferences, but for example, I'm going to the Shop Talk conference that's going to be in Chicago here in a couple weeks. That's a really big brand and retail conference. I'm going to the NRF conference. It's going to be in New York City, really big brand and retail conference. And our whole position is, how do we talk to brands? Because the way we want to welcome people into Web3 is just building better product in the spaces that they already inhabit, as opposed to saying like, hey, let me teach you how to create a wallet. There's nothing wrong with learning how to use a wallet, but we want to make sure that this lives within the experiences that they already are living in. So anyways, go to NIFMint rewards, nifmint.com/rewards. You can create an account for free and you can start earning some rewards there. But I'd love to open up for any questions or debate if anybody disagrees with what I'm saying there. But again, thank you for having me here at this event. It's been a good time so far.
All right. Thank you so much. Now, I have not had a chance to talk to so many of you. So what we're going to do right now is actually take a little break. Not online. If you guys are watching us online, please stick around. I'm actually going to go back in the studio, do some giveaways, make sure you guys are getting some good stuff. And if somebody here wins something, don't worry, I'll let you know. I'm not going to hold out on you guys. You're still part of that Luma list. So thank you all so much for hanging out. And I'll see everybody online in just a minute. And you guys can have that little break and make sure you guys get to know each other. Appreciate it. All right, so this is the fun part where I actually get to get on here and give you all stuff, talk to you, and check out what's happening over on chat. Because, oh, Dabs, great to see you. Haven't seen you guys in a bit. Wow, there's a lot of conversation that I missed out on. Well, I want to make sure that I do give you guys the giveaway stuff that we talked about. I can't believe that this is all happening within just a few days. I mean, we're not even talking about 14 days. It was a week and a half to put everything together, so it's been phenomenal. I appreciate everybody that's coming out, that's hanging out with us in any and all streams, because there are a lot of them out there. The name tag keeps falling off, which is okay. The cool thing, I am in the background, so this is where the switching is happening. This is where everything's actually taking place. So people might be coming through. It'll just add to the excitement. I'll bring them on camera and make sure things are happening. But big shout out to Hash AI, guys. If you have not checked out Hash AI, please do so. They're gold sponsors for this event, and they are trying to be that project that not only builds but provides ease of access for people to be able to earn almost passively from a DePIN project. They're doing more than just setting up miners. They have an entire infrastructure of GPUs, and I'm saying not just regular your 3090s. Forget that. We're talking about Tensor Core units, H100s, and the works. And they're just, how else can I say this? They're just really good people. So thank you guys for the sponsorship of this event. We don't take it lightly. We know that you guys are working hard at Hash, and if I can do anything in my power to make sure you guys are heard from and people know more about you, I'm gonna do that. All right. Oh yeah, there we got Hash AI people's in here. This is phenomenal. Now, I did get a message from Hash AI, so I want to make sure that I do look that one up, because they said not only are they sponsoring this event, they are actually going to do a little bit more for us. They're going to be doing some giveaways, and I want to make sure we don't miss out on that. All right, hash. There we are. Oh, wow. All right, they're actually giving away $650 times 3. We're gonna do 3 token giveaways for that. I'm opening up Luma right now, making sure I'm getting all these names. I don't wanna miss anybody. So let me grab all of those names off of Luma, because y'all signed up, y'all did the work, so you might as well get compensated for doing all the right things. All right. Now, while I open this up, let me tell you guys, like, this thing is, I thought it was gonna be great, and it's incredible. Like, it is way beyond what I thought it was gonna be. I don't think I could have not only planned it, but I couldn't have understood how big this was gonna be. And I am logging into Luma, making sure I can get these names out here. Great, gotta get that message on the phone. All right, back in Luma, DePIN Day. Wow, 172 people that are willing to actually get free stuff. This is great. All right, let me manage this thing. And I'm trying to keep an eye on chat. Thanks, Smiley. I appreciate it. It's actually awesome just being here and knowing that you guys are out there. It's very awkward. How should I say this? It's very awkward to talk to a camera and not have anybody on the other side. I mean, it's definitely a skill which I sometimes don't possess. So you guys being out here makes a huge, huge difference. Picking my guest list. And grabbing that CSV with everybody in it. What's going on, Jonathan? I am live. You want to come in here and say hello?
I do, just for 1 second.
All right, here we go.
Just grabbing this little microphone. That's all I'm doing here.
So this is Jonathan. He's the one actually making all the magic work in the background. So if you guys see him back there, he's switching. He's doing all the fun stuff. Yeah, he's making my life a lot easier because I basically just show up and say, "Hey guys, glad to have you here." I got the easiest job in the world, so thank you.
It's good to have you here.
All right. Man, so many people. This is phenomenal. What's going on, Dennis? You live? I am live. Welcome. Yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. We got to make sure we're keeping people on their toes online as well, because otherwise, that's why we can't have nice things, guys. That's why we can't have nice things. Oh yeah, thanks, Dabs. If y'all haven't liked this video or wherever you're watching, leaving comments, that actually goes a long way in getting this stuff found, because otherwise nobody's gonna find what's happening here. I am getting shadow banned partially, just realized it on YouTube, so the more y'all can help, the better. How do you sign up? All right, actually there should be a pinned comment. Let me put it up here. There we go. That's the ticker. So DePINDay.io. And I'll be the nice guy and tell you that I'm running, kind of a picker right now, but I will refresh this list later on to make sure that everybody that does it, even later on, they get included in all of this. And it's one of those things like, we're doing it live. We're doing it live. All right. Here is my list of people. All right. Back into it. All right, so we're gonna have another panel. Here's my question to you guys. What is it that y'all wanna know? Thanks, Brian. That is exactly it. The Luma link is pinned up at the top. But what do y'all want to know? Is there anything, maybe controversial or not, whatever y'all want, that you might be interested in actually hearing from these guys? Because nothing's off limits. I told people about how to throw shade. I got to correct Brandon. It's not actually casting shade. It's throwing shade. I'll kick it off with that. They don't know about it, but we're gonna have a little bit of fun. All right, Wheel of Names. Make sure this thing's good to go. Wow, I am getting some wild comments in the background. This is great. here we go. I'm gonna actually do a little screen share, which I did not plan on doing, but hey, why not? Yo, Dabs, you wanna get on stream with me? You can do it from the comfort of your own home. Send you that invite link, that'd be actually pretty fun. All right, present. Screen sharing. Boom. Back here. All right, everybody that has been approved in the Luma, I'm gonna run this picker, and this is gonna be for the Hash AI $650 worth of tokens. So here we go. Let's see how this lands. And name. All right, I need to write this down so I don't forget. All right, Mary, congrats. You are our lovely winner for $600, $650 worth of Hash AI. Don't sell it if you know when you get it. Don't sell it. And saying that because I may or may not know things about it. But again, as I mentioned in the very, very beginning, not financial advice whatsoever. But should we do more giveaways, Dennis? Another one? All right, we're gonna spin the wheel now. We're gonna do a play find node. Ready? Boom. It's rolling. It's rolling. All right. YVR Trader. YVR Trader. So just a heads up on that node. It's worth $400, and that's how much you got to pay for it. But then they're gonna give you $400 worth of their token right off the bat. So you're basically getting $800 for free. So congrats, YVR Trader. And pasting that. Now people are walking in, they're like, oh, he's doing a live stream, he's actually online right now. I am, guys, but if you want to come over, feel free, it's okay. It's quite all right. This is how we like to do things here. Play-fi nodes. I am just writing this stuff down because I will forget who won what. But that is a great question. Florida, what's going on, Justin? Wow, we got Virginia in the house. Oh, yeah, Debatola. Here, I'm gonna DM you. Boom, get in there. All right. All right, we got Virginia, we got Florida. Where else y'all from? I know Dabs is over in Texas, so we definitely got some Texas present over there as well. Let me see what's going on this side of things. Where is Mr. Dabatola? Scott, UK. I'm so sorry. Oh, actually, the weather here is basically what we got going on over there as well. It's Seattle, so I don't feel too bad. I'm experiencing UK in the US right now. 2 seconds. All right, we're rolling here. We're gonna get this thing going. Boom. East side of Washington. Well, the biggest question is why you're not here, Remrod. Like that's the biggest thing. Like, what's going on? Why aren't you hanging out? I'm gonna put headphones on so I can hear from some lovely people. I'm gonna click. Let me do side by side. I'll get in the middle. And what's up, Mr. Dabatola? Yeah, loud and clear. Can you hear me? Okay?
Yeah, man. Dude, you are doing a killer job.
Oh, thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
Have to support. I have it on. What's it called? I have have you on as I'm working and whatnot, and love what I'm hearing. Saw Davey up there, had to make sure I got the Flux hat on.
Well, you got the small Flux hat on right now. That's a small one, isn't it?
To our session
Probably.
here in 5 minutes.
Yeah, but it looks good. It looks
5
good. The blue,
minutes.
you got it going
You
on.
can make your way back to your chairs.
I do
We'll be
love.
starting
Oh, you got
again
the
in
shirt.
5
All I got is
minutes.
this right here. This is all I got going on.
Mine's somewhere in the what's it called in the background. So
Oh, that's awesome.
I have the
dude.
watch
Yeah.
over there because I still haven't unpacked pretty much from Singapore, and then
Wow.
headed out to Salt Lake City in a couple days. So I'll have my watch on there.
That's awesome. Yeah, this I wasn't expecting this thing here to be what it is. I'm glad I wore my Flux watch because like as soon as Davey got on stage, he was like his watch was sitting out there. I was like, I know that watch. I have one. Look. But yeah, these are vibes, man. This is like really exciting. And the fun thing is that it's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be exciting. It's not supposed to be a drag, right? A lot of times we end up going to these like events and it's like, okay, great, I gotta sit there and listen to these people talk about X, Y, and Z. I love having the ability of just bringing this to people's homes and like not having them to travel. It's a big deal for me just because I know how hard it is to get out there, especially being away from family too. Like it's never fun, but if we can do a little bit of what these conferences are in person online, man, that's what it's all about for me.
No, this is great. I mean, like obviously I wish I could be there hanging out with you and everyone, but that studio, the setup is just amazing. And seeing it streamed, it's super professional. Everything is clear. I mean, it looks like just an overall awesome experience to be there. But as well, just watching it, I feel like we're getting just as much of the action and being immersed in it as well.
Pun intended. Yeah.
But-
so Davey's like a kid in a candy store in here, man. Like talk about like really cool tech. This is where it's at. Like this stuff is amazing. Like I did not expect, the Vosslers to open up their studio and allow us to do this, and it's just been amazing. Like I love what's going on in here.
No, that's awesome. And you didn't have to fly out with like 5 huge, what are those, Pelican cases, just full of stuff to save the day or nothing. I'm sure they have
man.
everything.
Backpack. That's all I need. I brought a backpack filled with stuff, and I used one cable. That's it, just to power my Mac. Everything else is already like here, ready to go. It's amazing.
It's nice to go. It's nice when you walk in and everything's just ready and fine tuned, and all you have to do is just show up and do your thing.
Bingo.
So,
Yeah, it doesn't get
awesome.
better than this. Doesn't get better than this. So, all right, you got the Flux gear on. Is your vote gonna go towards Davey as like the star highlight? I'm gonna give him prizes at the end. I'm literally making this up as I go along. You think Davey is the winner?
Davey's always the winner. It's either Davey or Dan. I mean, look at. I know the guys. I'm a little biased, obviously. I work with them. They're both awesome. The team's awesome. They're great at at speaking, at communicating with everyone, answering questions. So yeah, I'm a huge Flux fan, and
in session.
as well as how close I am with them. I'm a fanboy as well. So.
All right, Go ahead.
You got to go back and work, so you can kind of kick me off.
Oh yeah, I'm live. I love it. They're like, are you live right now? Yes, I'm absolutely live. All right, Dabs, you're live. You're the main guy on stage. You want to say something to me? I don't know what it is.
Well, all right. Well, I guess it's the Dab Show for a minute. What's up, everyone? My name is Scott. Actually, as you can see with the Flux here, I am a little biased in the space towards Flux. I work part-time with them as a BD, but also helped with some of their events, like Cypherpunk, and love Dan and Davey and the whole team. They're amazing people, and they're always there if you need to have questions answered. But overall, in the space, in DePIN, in AI, that this is a huge narrative coming up for this cycle. And just over the last, say, like 2 years, with some of the work that I've done with Flux, I know how hard it is and how dedicated you have to be to be able to deliver a product or products or even services, and to do that in a decentralized way, and to provide that for others to be able to use easily is hard work. And that is really going to be a driving factor coming up as we move forward. We see AI, the AI boom, and look, like there's nothing that we could do right now to stop it. That's where it's all going. So the best thing to do is work hard and do everything you can to support that narrative. And like I personally think the Flux team is one of the best. Now I know there's a lot of other projects in there and they're doing amazing work. I don't follow all of them because there's just so much to keep my eyes on. But as you can see from the hat and the shirt, and you've probably maybe even seen me out at some of the events with them, you know, that's where my heart lies, and I have full confidence in them and the team. But looking at the chat here, I see a bunch of people saying hello, several that I know, a whole bunch that I don't know. I see Shannon saying nice hat and shirt. I appreciate it. Yes, go Flux. And oh, look, there's the man himself back.
Were you just giving the work hard, play hard speech? Was that what that was?
A little bit, but it's also with the narrative. Come on, you know, the teams are working hard, not just Flux, a lot of them. Everyone's been grinding in the bear market, and they're hoping that it's going to pay dividends. It's going to pay the bills, and investors are going to do well as we get into the cycle. And I really believe that all that hard work does pay off, and we're seeing it all come to light. And look where you're at right now in the amazing studio, amazing people that are speaking. I mean,
Yeah,
how could you
like yourself?
I'm just here to fill some time so you could get a bathroom break, I guess, on the fly.
No. That probably won't happen until lunchtime. So that probably won't happen until lunchtime. But I did put out an APB to some other people. I might get some other people here on stream, which I wasn't even expecting. So this is going to be fun.
I love this. You just on the fly. You're like, let me toss out a link. Come on, say what's going on, and holding it down on stage. I mean, look at you.
Why not? Why not? I mean, to me, that's what the space is all about, right? Like we talked about community up there, and I think that we kind of underestimate how powerful communities really are. And community doesn't have to be just around a project. It can be around we believe in the same things, and you're really cool people, and I'm a really cool people, I guess. So we're gonna hang out. We're gonna have a good time. So, like to me, that's like so crucial. I just really miss times, you know, when I'm home, it's almost like, man, I wish so-and-so lived closer. I wish you could go grab lunch, you know.
And
so
we are going to begin.
Oh, all right. I got
That's you, huh?
here. Yeah. Maybe.
All right, everyone.
Going back
Listen to this man and everyone's speaking.
Begin session.
That's
I appreciate you, brother.
Of course.
If you guys could find your seats. Getting ready. Action's doing some action online right now. And he'll be joining the stage here shortly. Oh, look, there you are.
I was summoned. One second, actually. Let's make sure there's something here. We are actually back, like back. Super happy how smooth this is actually going. So Vosslers, hats off to you guys. You guys are killing it. We got another panel, so we're actually going to do the progression of what the problem was, now talking about fixes and things that are actually working in the space. And for that, we're going to keep Brandon up here. Right, Brandon? Can we keep you up here? All right, we're going to keep Brandon up here. Let's go. Yeah, there you go. Appreciate it. All right, next up, let's have, where's David from GeoNet? He's still coming back. He'll be back in here in a minute. Thank you, Scott. All right, so we're going to do this back and forth thing. Who do you want next to the stage, Brandon?
We live? Oh, we got it.
You are.
Ken, come on up.
All right.
And then, do we have Uprock here?
Is Uprock here?
Not yet. Okay. Davey, do you want to come join us again? Thumbs up.
Yeah, Davey's always willing to speak.
Cool.
Yeah, I sometimes watch him online playing video games on Discord just for fun. He builds terrible pathways for his water. Just gonna put that out there. All right. I like the change in seating arrangement here.
Let's do it every time.
Yeah. Nice watch.
Yeah, I love your watch. All right, David.
It's a Baltimore Sal. Yeah. They're not Flux watch. Yeah, it is. It is a Flux watch. With an NFT, yes. NFTs, right there for watches, Ken. There you go. It's a certification that it's a wear watch. So there's your use case right there. All right. I love it. David, welcome. I think you're the only one that hasn't been on stage yet. Would you mind just giving a little intro and letting people know how you're the amazing co-founder over at GeoNet?
Yeah, great. I really appreciate Action and also Studio give us a chance. So my name is David Chen. I'm the co-founder of the GeoNet project. We are based in Silicon Valley. It's nice to come here to Seattle because it's really, it's really 100 degrees in Silicon Valley for the last couple of days. It's nice to be here, have a little bit, breeze of the showers. GeoNet is a RTK network. So it's a typical DePIN project that can create a network of base stations that can help the GPS accuracy to 100 times. So we have been working on this for a couple of years, and we have reached base station of almost 10,000 base stations, which is twice as big as the biggest Web2 competitors. So we are very proud of it, and we also appreciate, community members help us. We have global coverage. We have pretty good coverage in Europe and in North America, and also all over the world. Yeah, I'm really glad to be here.
It's great having you. All right, the next question for this panel is, where are we with this whole thing today? Like, where does DePIN stand as a whole? Are we where we want to be? Are we where we need to be? And what's actually working, Davey?
Are we where we want to be? Yeah, I'm in Seattle. It's nice and warm for me. Unlike for David, it's nice and cool for him, but for me it's warm actually. I'm coming out of Canada, in the center. We're already dealing with freezing temperatures over there. So yeah, I'm happy where we are. When it comes to
what about DePINs though?
But the DePIN piece, right? Are we there yet? No. We're still very, very early. Just having a conversation with somebody outside as well, and people still don't realize how early we still are. This is still very infant technology. That's going against what I should be saying, I guess. But it's a realistic view on things, right? So we're still working on the back-end technology, making sure everything works properly. And slowly but surely now, and I'll go on that soapbox again, we're working on ease of use, making it available for everybody as if it's technology that they're used to using every single day. That's starting. You see that with Flux. You see that with other projects out there who are building things out, that they're realizing that it has to be a lot easier to get into it without having a special hat on to basically be able to say, okay, I want to be a part of a crypto dude. I want to be having all these crypto coins. A lot of folks out there don't realize that's needed. And you don't need it anymore for a lot of projects out there. And that's going to be propelling us forward. And that's going to be the big jump forward for everybody in this space. A good sign, for instance, was I saw an article. Yes, I read a lot of articles, it seems. But it was an article on McDonald's and how they're now thinking of accepting Bitcoin so that they have less fees on transactions. That's the steps you want to start seeing, right? So you might not realize it when you're paying something than at McDonald's, and even though that's expensive these days, there's cheaper Michelin star restaurants now, I think. But that's the piece forward, right? So getting that type of integration with crypto and DePIN, having a decentralized infrastructure that's easy to utilize, that's going to be the way forward. It's coming. For a lot of projects, it's here. But the next step is going to be marketing that, getting that into the hands of the everyday users, working with large companies out there who use regular Web2 infrastructure and teaching them as well on the next technology that's available. The folks in the gaming from Tashi, for instance, they also understand that. Giving them opportunities, like game builders, that they have opportunities of extending life span of games, providing multiplayer servers for pennies on the dollar. Those are the things that you want to start seeing, and that's going to create opportunities for other businesses and people coming into the Web3 space. And what's going to be fun at one point is people will be in the Web3 space without them knowing they're in the Web3 space. And that's coming very soon.
As it should be, right? As it should be.
Yep.
Brandon, going over to you. I know that we're not where we need to be, especially because you're going to tell us that your hardware isn't out yet. There's a lot of people building. I mean, Tashi, yourself included. You guys are getting things ready. So where is DePIN today is a very interesting question to ask you, just because I know it's not where you want it to be. So do you think that it's varying project by project, or do you think overall as an ecosystem where we need to be as far as the pathway that we're building for things to come?
I think, excuse me, from technology and business model, we're very nascent, and because it bridges both of those in two different ways. So the interesting thing for me about DePIN is that I think it's one of the strongest bridges from Web 2 to Web 3. It has the opportunity to be that. It has real customers, real utility, real revenue, all these things that many people rightfully so, have been questioning in Web 2 around Web 3. Like, I see a lot of speculation. Okay, great, I can play the game, but I can't get my head around the fact that there doesn't seem to be a real business model here, which is, it's fair, but I think DePIN can start to prove that and bring a different element in. So where are we today? We are at the cusp of education. That's the first thing. Is you're also talking about infrastructure in which most people don't actually understand, and that's not that I'm not saying that out of a bad thing. I'm just saying that, like, we don't understand roads, we just know we drive on them. As an example, there's a lot of inherent infrastructure that we just accept in our daily lives that we don't understand how it works. We don't really need to, but now we're talking about taking something that is fundamentally important to how we operate and putting it in the hands of individuals and monetizing. There's a lot of education that goes around that. And then the next question is, what are the things that we can actually, democratize and move into a distributed state of infrastructure? There's a whole nother question. How do people run and participate on that? The business models of just because we have a token doesn't mean that it looks like crypto. There's new elements in which DePIN brings in. All of that leads to one thing, which is there's a massive education gap of where we are currently today and where we need to get to. I just think it's an opportunity. I'm not saying that but I think where are we today? We're on the cusp of people figuring out and going, what are the things that we could actually technologically move into a DePIN? How do we put a monetization model around it that works, that's likely different than what we see today? And then how do we educate people on why this is important? Why do they want to participate? All of that means it's really exciting. I think that there's been plenty of players like IoTex, Flux, many that have been around for a while before DePIN became a thing, totally get it. But I still think there's a very, very big hurdle. And I just mean that that's an opportunity. It's super exciting to see as more people move into the space and figure out different ways to bring DePIN into effect and disrupt existing very entrenched markets, quite honestly.
I love that David is on the stage, because where DePIN is today is exactly what I want you to talk about, David, because you're there.
Yeah, sure. So we probably fear that DePIN to GeoNet is changing very rapidly recently. So we've been working on GeoNet for more than actually almost 3 years. So. And we noticed that DePIN become really be a shining part of crypto. So I think that from multiple aspects. One is, it's very clear to customers or to miners, we want to say, the concept is similar, right? You hold a piece of hardware, and then you put your spare time on it, and then you harvest with tokens, and over time, your token appreciate and you get your return back. So it's a very clear model to them. And from the regulation point of view, the government, they always asking question, what is blockchain doing, like help to real economy or real people besides, DeFi features, right? DePIN seems like to be, getting more traction to answer this. We building decentralized physical, infrastructure to help real use cases. And actually, our other co-founder, Mike, he was in DC yesterday, actually the day before yesterday, tried to answer some of their questions to Congress people. Try to help them to understand, DePIN is actually helping, farmers in the Central Valley of California. They can do high precision farming using our network to do unmanned tractor, which was much less cost. So they actually can help them. And we are also, well, maybe I can give some quick background of what we do. We are working on building a decentralized RTK network. Basically help to, increase the GPS accuracy by 100 times from typical 1 to 3 meters to 2 centimeters. 2 centimeters, like that. So what we do is like we need a base station near you within 20 kilometers. So with your mobile device or your rover, whatever you call it, maybe a tractor, maybe an unmanned drone, or maybe a robot. So you will receive traditional GPS signal from your sky. And if you can receive reference data from a nearby base station at the same time, real time, and then run a algorithm we call RTK. You don't need to worry about that, but you run some differentiation algorithm, and you can get rid of the local atmosphere interference. So that's why you get a 2 centimeter GPS accuracy.
And that's important for things like the drone shows that you guys see, that we don't see enough in the U.S., but there's a ton of it overseas, a lot of them in China. They do it in San Diego for Comic-Con, for example. So if you see all those really cool displays, you can't do that without that clean RTK data, right?
Exactly. So you need a really accurate one to do those air drone shows or some real applications. Like one application with drone is, you fly your drone over your road, and you detect the surface of the road, and to see if there's any pothole on the road, right? If you detect like a pothole more than 10 centimeters deep, you report to local agents, try to send a crew to repair it. So that requires your drone have its own relative position be accurate enough. If your drone's in itself position is not accurate enough, you cannot get an accurate report. So that's why you need this kind of technology. All we need to do is we build this reference network that can provide service to all these devices or rovers with much less cost. So we've been trying to solve, actually our team has been solved this problem using Web2 way like several years ago. But it's very difficult. That's why we went into Web3 way. And actually that put us in a unique position because we are trying to solve a problem which has already existing customers. They're helping us. As a DePIN project, we build this infrastructure. At the same time, we can get existing customers. And these customers will want to pay us because they already used to pay traditional Web2 companies, which was like 10 times more expensive than we can offer. And actually, we can also open a new way because we can sell this data service so cheap. We open a much bigger market. Like the latest application we are working with is unmanned lawnmower. Like around your house, you have a mower, right? It's a robot basically. You want a robot to cut your grass every day, basically. Previously, either you can use a vision-based, which is much expensive and also not that accurate. So the very cheap way to do this. If your robot has centimeter accuracy around your home, they can cut your grass every day, you know, around your border. You don't go out to your neighbor's fence. And, you know, that's what we need, right? So we are working with lawnmower manufacturer. We provide, you know, building service to them in a prescription mode. Like one lawnmower, they pay maybe $10, $20 a year. Imagine, you know, they may be 500,000 units sold in the United States or Europe, and they pay us, you know, 50 million, 5 million to 10 million revenue to us. So, you know, it's proving to be working. You know, we have already, you know, more than dozens of customers. Yeah. And I think, you know, this is like we think DePIN is like, at least from our point of view, DePIN is in a turning point. You know, help, you know, more people already understand the business model, and actually there's people want to pay in a, you know, in a Web3 way.
Now, a big thing for me, I mean, I reached out to Mike right away when we talked about DePIN Day, because you guys are a Web 2 company that turned Web 3 because you saw the potential of getting devices into the hands of the people. It's the easiest way to expand. And I'll go to you, Ken, as far as this goes here, because it seems like it's a lot easier for a Web 2 company to convert into Web 3 right now, as opposed to trying to build something from the ground up just in Web 3. As far as success goes, don't get me wrong, VC money and all that stuff can flow like crazy if you're starting out in Web 3, but real use case, real application seems like it's a lot easier if you're already doing it in Web 2 and you just convert pieces of it over to Web 3, right?
Yeah, first of all, my gardener is going to hate GeoNet. So, and when can I buy that lawnmower? And I will buy a base station and a rover for my house.
You don't need a base station.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm just being silly with that. But I think the point you're getting at is like, you know, if you've done any fundraising in the last 10 years in the Web 2 space, the number one thing that investors and VCs are looking for is traction. They're saying, is there a product market fit? How have you validated it? And do your customers love your product? Because then they see the potential for long-term revenue growth and an opportunity. But they need to see those pieces. They need to know that there's product market fit, so there's a customer who's willing to pay you money, and that they're happy to pay you money, so the attrition rate has to be very low. And that's the traction part. And so what a lot of projects in the Web 2 space are doing right now is they're saying, how can we engage our customers more to capture feedback, to improve the product so that our customers are just raving about our Web 2 product? Well, what is Web 3 really good at is engaging communities, right? So it almost seems crazy to me that the Web 3 guys aren't starting with the premise of, is there a product market fit and can I demonstrate traction? Because they've already got the community that could potentially demonstrate traction. Now, people talking about your product in Twitter and on Telegram is not the same as people being willing to pay you for your product. That's a different thing. And this is where I think what you're getting at and what GeoNet has done and what Tashi's doing is we're starting with the customers who are going to be benefiting from our products, demonstrating that there's a business model here. In their case, I love what you're talking about as far as like the affordability of it and being able to now create new use cases, because if you removed one of the barriers of adoption, because you're a Web3 technology company, you're able to get it into the community hands. But the idea that we're starting with and I'm just saying Web 2, but like this is all businesses everywhere should start with the premise of, is there product market fit and are people happy to pay money to use my product? And how is it benefiting them? Like, cause that's all that products are, is like, I've got something of value to you and you're willing to exchange something of value as consideration in that transaction, right? We're willing to exchange it because we see the value. And that should be the premise. So where is DePIN today? I think we've got some thought leaders in the space, the Conduits of the world, the GeoNets of the world, the Flexes of the world, the Tashis of the world. That's why we're here, is we've demonstrated that there is a product market fit for our technologies. I think there's a lot of people who like to call themselves DePIN because they can go and do a node sale or a token sale and raise a bunch of money and then figure out what they're going to do with the money afterward. And maybe that's a valid fundraising strategy if you like legitimately have a problem that there might be a product market fit for.
And hit me up if anybody has a node sale. I'll take care of you.
So Tashi will be having a node sale pretty soon for our testnet nodes. But that's, I mean, that's fundamentally, I think, where we're getting at here is like from a Web 2 perspective, but really from a business perspective, we got to demonstrate product market fit, demonstrate traction. And then the Web 3 part is how we either implement the technology. Like we're doing a similar thing with gaming machines. So if you're playing a video game and for the 20 hours you're not playing your video game, if you're an avid 4-hour-a-day player or 8-hour-a-day player or 12-hour-a-day player like some people are, but for the time that you're not playing your video game and you're not using your computer for other things, it very much could be a resource on a network to help other people play their video games using our decentralized technology as like failover nodes and as proxy relays for people who are trying to play their games from Starbucks where they're behind a firewall. So we've got like legitimate use cases we're looking at. And you know, we started in the Web 2 space. We said, how can we take this Web 3 technology, optimize it, generate real value for the Web 2 space? We went and talked to the biggest game companies in the world, and they all said, we love your technology. We're not going to touch it for 6 years because that's our development cycle. And by then, I need you to de-risk it for us. They're like, we love the promise, the benefit. So we had product market fit, but we didn't have traction. And we said, where can we go get traction? Because that's what's going to de-risk it for them. And obviously, we're like, well, let's return to our roots. Let's go back to the Web3 space where people are like, they're begging for technology like this in the Web3 space, and they're not going to wait 6 years to work it in the development cycle. They're like, oh, I can give value today. Done. We're changing our stack to use your technology. So we went into the Web2 space, spent a year doing product market fit, and now we're spending this year doing traction. And at the end of this year, we're doing node sale and token generation event because we wanted to demonstrate those two things first. Like we didn't want to go raise funds from the Web3 space until we had demonstrated product market fit and traction. And so I will say this, not all projects are demonstrating product market fit and definitely not traction before they go and raise funds. And maybe I should just leave it at that.
Well, I'll take it to the next level. I mean, my job is to make it fun, right? So what you're saying is that the whole premise of if you build it, they will come is just a blunt lie.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, so here's the problem is I've seen this with multiple businesses where they say, I've got this great idea. I think people will buy it. Let's build it and then go find out if they'll buy it. And I'm sitting here thinking like, so how big is your market? Like, what's your total addressable market? What's your total serviceable market? Like, who can you actually get to use your technology? Do you even understand how big your market is? If it's going to take you $10 million to get the market or $50 million to get the market, but your total market size is $5 million a year, like that doesn't make sense from a business perspective. Now, if your market size is $1 billion ARR, like, okay, now we've got a business discussion we can have that justifies spending $50 million and getting $50 million in funding because you can see that upside, that multiplier upside. So, like, people aren't even doing that simple piece of math of like, I've got this problem I'm going to solve, and I want to raise $10 million for it. And it's like, but your whole market is $5 million a year. I'm not interested. And you're only going to get, you know, maybe 10% saturation. Like, where's the business? Yeah, and I think Brandon mentioned something about this earlier of like, you know, show me the business first. Like, we got to make the business make sense. And also the definition of DePIN is expanding under our noses right now. I actually was pitched the other day a DePIN project for RWAs. And I'm thinking, okay, so it's the token that somehow is becoming, you're calling physical infrastructure because the token represents something physical, but it's not necessarily infrastructure that it represents. And I was like, okay, how are we justifying DePIN now? So you got a token play. And then one person, and I'm trying not to cast shade on any specific projects, I'm not gonna call them out, but one was like, oh, these digital in-game assets, we're gonna call an RWA now. And I'm like, well, wait a second, how is a digital asset a real world asset? So we're seeing a lot of these definitions change. RWAs, DePINs, a lot of the AI plays that are coming into both RWAs and DePINs. So, and then my question is always like, you know, how hard do we push on the taxonomy of these things? Like, do I push back and go, no, you're not DePIN? Or do I go, okay, that's an interesting definition of DePIN way on the far end of some spectrum. But fundamentally, I really don't care what people call themselves as long as there's a business model there. if there's value actually being there and there's product market fit and traction, like I don't care what you call yourself. But I would say right now, just like with ICOs, just like with NFTs, just like with meme coins might be a different use case, but there are projects that are legitimate, demonstrable, DePIN projects that have legs. Maybe I'll identify one of the properties of what I kind of see as a valid DePIN project. You know, if you are rewarding people for completing jobs as part of a DePIN service request, so you have your orchestration layer of DePIN, which is responsible for routing job requests to resources, and then you have a validation component of that orchestration layer that validates that the job got done successfully. If you don't have a way to validate that that job got done successfully, like what are you rewarding at the reward layer? So GeoNet, I'm gonna assume that we've got triangulation going all over the place, right? That's how the product works, right? We're triangulating position on the earth. You've got an organic validation. If you've got multiple sensors sensing the same thing from different perspectives, you can do a little bit of math and go, yep, that was a valid input. That's valid data from those sensors. Let's reward the sensors. Easy, organic triangulation. For us, we say, if the players are playing a multiplayer game and we have to reach into our DePIN layer to grab resources to support the game session, if the game is continuing, the game players are the witnesses of that, and they can sign the state of the game and hand that off to the validation layer and go, yep, the game continued, so they did their job. If the game ever stops continuing, or if there are failures in the consensus layer because of the DePIN resources, we can pass off a state to the validation layer going, nope, they didn't do their job. And guess what? They don't get a reward. So there's like organic triangulation of successful job completion is like a key component of DePIN. And you know, I'd love for somebody to convince me otherwise, but I look at a lot of the AI stuff, and just because AI is not going to give you the same output every time you pass the same data and model into different machines, like there's a fuzzy matching requirement to figure out if people did the job right, and then there's an inefficiency component of like, do I just have to run the AI job 3 times? Now we're 3 times less efficient than the centralized approach to AI. ZK is going to be more expensive than just running the AI model itself. You might as well just rerun the AI model for inference. So it's like, I'm having a hard time seeing AI DePIN being a real validatable use case. Maybe it's just about allocating resources and that's it. And it's not about the jobs. It's just about allocating resources. But now we got a question of which resources are you allocating? Are they trustable resources? You'd probably say nothing's trustable. So, but the question is, are we allocating trustable resources to those jobs to complete? So if they're data centers that have legal contracts and you're okay with that, maybe DePIN makes sense for AI if you're allocating data center resources. If you're allocating consumer machines, now the question is, how do we validate that those consumer machines are doing the jobs correctly and that they're successfully completing those jobs? That's the hard part for me in just the AI part. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. If anybody knows how that can be done in a mathematically provable way.
You take the AI and you embed it into the cellular IoT module. You collect the data at the source of creation. Once you're collecting the data at the source of creation, AI is used to filter out unusable data. Once it's crunched, okay, then only usable data is brought with the AIT module onto a smart meter device. That smart meter device is used to validate, authenticate onto the blockchain that your data and your consensus is real. That's how it's done.
Yeah, so you're talking about sanitizing data. Perfectly valid use of AI is to filter out the noise, right? But that's a sensor level use of AI, as opposed to like an inference.
Module, not a sensor. An IoT module uses the sensors, but it's an
Sure.
IoT module. And AI is crunching and validating raw data to make sure that only the valuable data is brought on chain.
So I would say so again, DePIN, what is DePIN, right? That's a perfectly valid use of AI to sanitize data for consumption into some type of inference model or into some network where it's usable. And I could see absolutely Conduit's technology being used specifically for removing the noise from sensor data in an IoT use case. It's probably one of the applications you guys already have built. So that's a sensor thing, and that's really a Web 2 solution. The Web 3 part is just where the data goes. That's the target of the data, is if you want to do validation and certification of that data, stamp it with an NFT and go, yep, this data came from this IoT network and source. And it's been sanitized using this AI model. Like all of that's great data to capture and certify on the blockchain, but we're not necessarily coordinating decentralized physical infrastructure at that point. We're just sanitizing data, which is a perfectly valid use case. I love it. But the question is, okay, you've got training and inference are kind of the two sides of AI, the two big sides. Training is the CapEx side, right? You spend a lot of money to build your models, throw a bunch of data at it, train and test and validate over and over again. And then the inference side is more of an OpEx problem, which is, okay, I've got my models and I've got a bunch of data, or even just a little bit of data. Tell me what the answer should be. Generate a response, generate an image, generate something else out of it. And that's not always predictable what's happening in between. So if the outcome is going to be different between different machines running the same model with the same input data, how do we validate that the job got done successfully to some degree? And that's the question I'm really asking on the inference side. One project, they're slipping my mind right now. I'm going to think of it, and as soon as I hand the mic off, I'm going to think of it. Who's the AI training blockchain? Anybody? What's that? Who's? But there's the one that has the 12 subchains and or the 30-something. Tau. Yes. Tau. Yes. That one I love. They're like gamifying AI training, which is like that's a cool way to use blockchain of like, let's create a game where we want this subchannel is whatever they call it, subnet is focused on this particular problem. There's a reward attached to it. Everybody go and compete for the reward, and we're going to come up with a new model coming out of that. I love that because now what we're basically saying is like anybody can participate. It's fully decentralized. There's a reward attached to it. And if you participate in the successful training of some data model, you get rewarded out of it. Super cool concept. I love it. But the other side of that is like, okay, now that we've got the model, we need to use that for inference. And this is actually, I've got a lot of buddies in Silicon Valley who have all these AI projects, and their biggest challenge is like when they spike in utilization, they can't get enough GPUs from their providers. They're with RunPod, for example, and they're calling RunPod and going, hey, I need like 10 more GPUs. And RunPod's like, well, you're only spending $10,000 a month with us. I can't prioritize you. I'm like, well, $10,000 a month for a mobile app is a lot of money. But that's how much in demand those GPUs are for. So when it comes to DePIN, that's where I saw the hope of like, well, now we can take all these M2 and M3 MacBooks and turn them into GPU resources. And now it's more of a coordination strategy, but the validation is the part that's still kind of fuzzy for me. I was like, how do we validate that these M2s aren't just passing up, predefined data and calling it a day and getting their rewards?
So that's where Elon Musk with Tesla and his storage and battery storage technologies, they're capturing the data at the point of creation, and they need to validate so that there's no greenwashing. They need to validate that that data is actually real because their stockholders and also the community want to know and see that. So I agree with everything that you said. I'm just saying, you want to see a use case? Look for Elon to authenticate this in Tesla vehicles, in his satellite network that he's built. Maybe one day he builds his own satellite phone down the road. Look for Elon to utilize, because he's the one creating the energy and the technology and the data, and he's the one that has to validate it to his stockholders and to the community.
And again, that's a sanitization problem and also a certification problem, which I'm totally on board with. That all makes sense to me. It's the how do we allocate underutilized or inactive resources? How do we activate those resources and then validate that they're doing the correct job? If I've got one GPU and you're sending me jobs and I'm like, well, I can handle 1,000 of those jobs, and then I just like pass back the same responses or random responses that never actually ran through my inference model, but they kind of look close enough. Am I getting rewarded for like 1,000x what my GPU can actually do based off of that DePIN strategy? And then you've got Sybil attacks. It's like, well, your GPU only has one license. Okay, I'm going to buy a bunch of licenses and virtualize a bunch of GPUs and Sybil attack your network with bots with like predefined random data that looks like it might fit the model. Like, how are we validating that part? So maybe somebody has the answer. I've seen a few use cases where people are using ZK to try to solve it. Another people are trying to do fuzzy matching across multiple runs. But if anytime you're running the inference model multiple times, you're creating already massive inefficiencies. So if you're doing it twice or 3 times, you're trying to triangulate the answer for validation, which is the right desire. I think that's the right approach, is we want to triangulate the data, but running it 3 or 4 times is not cost effective and it's not more efficient than what exists currently in Web 2 if you can just go buy your own GPU or go trust a data center to do it, who have legal obligations, which I know we want to get away from that as well. We shouldn't have the legal obligations itself. But how do we solve that part of the problem? So, and I'm just bringing this up as a use case in the DePIN space where I'm like seeing some fuzziness in the business logic. Now, other projects are using it for coordination, and that's fine. You look at what Aether's doing. Aether's got data center and mining center contracts where they're allocating these pre-existing AI GPUs for solving AI problems, but they're also doing game virtualization using those same GPUs. So there's like some cool coordination that they're doing. Their orchestration layer is really about job assignment or routing, and not necessarily about the validation of the inference processing of the inference jobs. So a perfectly valid business case. I'm just, in my mind, when people go, yeah, we're an AI DePIN, the first question I ask is like, are you validating the models are getting processed correctly? And how are you doing that? And if they can't answer that question, I'm just like, okay, what are we building here, guys? Like, maybe you have a product market fit, and if you actually had a product, you might get some traction, but there's a big piece missing, and that's the product. And that's the part that sometimes when people throw out the word DePIN, I'm like, okay, what are we doing here, guys? Like, are you actually a DePIN project? And so, anyway, that's my 2 cents. By the way, when you can have triangulation with physical devices, like that becomes an organic solution. When you have triangulation by participants who organically are going to be playing multiplayer games anyway, and they can like attest to the success of the DePIN resources, that's organic triangulation. Now we're talking about something that makes sense.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I want to add a little bit more here. So in GeoNet, because we can provide a centimeter accuracy with reference of real-time data, we can actually prove the location is valid. I don't know if you played like Pokemon Go before. Like when I was playing, early version of Pokemon, I can fake my GPS location to be in San Francisco, Pier 39 to capture all those, Pokemons. But now, GPS spoofing is very easy actually. But with our GeoNet, because you have a base station reference data, we can actually prove you are in that right spot with crypto chip, with crypto chip signature, which is built inside the device. So, and also what I want to really say is, for us, we provide a location of proof of location service. But actually, I think multiple DePIN projects can work together to cross-validation a lot of things. Like for us, we could be a location layer, which can provide service to other crypto projects.
Shout out Helium.
Yeah, like we are already doing, like for some other mining project like Demo, HiveMapper, Natix. Basically the idea is like you drive around, you capture your, the road surface, the road images or videos, and extract features. But then if your GPS location is not accurate enough, your reward will be reduced. So if we can use our accuracy position, you will improve your rewards in a much better way. At the same time, if you have multiple DePIN projects work together, you get proof location from GeoNet, you got from approximation from other like witness chain, and you got other real-time weather data from WeatherXM, and then you can you build a much stronger, valid, confidential, much better accuracy about where you are, where data is, and your data is become more valuable. So I think over the time, it tends to be DePIN projects can really help each other rather than compete with each other. And actually, there are multiple dimensions of data. You can put them together and become more valuable.
Yeah, the biggest downside is that there's not going to be a bunch of little hexes making pictures on a map anymore if the data is real. If you guys have never seen this, just take a look at the helium map of how things are deployed and like all the crazy shapes and pictures that people literally drew with fake GPS data. It happens way too often, and yeah, we definitely need to solve for that. But Davey, he's destroying your project. Both you too, Brandon. Like he's basically saying, like, what's the point of having all this AI stuff? Is it that piece still needs to be fixed, or
No.
it's not? Doesn't?
I disagree with it at all.
Oh, this is fun. Let's go.
As you were saying, when you're playing games, if your server is online, you validate that the server is working. With AI, you can actually go the same route. If you're asking AI to help you out, like for instance, if you're asking it, hey, create me a picture of a sunflower, and it comes back with a rose. The validation at that point is, me as the human, yeah, I know that's not a sunflower, that's a rose. So you basically validate yourself. That said, there's so many models out there, and even if you would use a model, you're still hoping and trusting that that model was trained correctly. Enough time went by, not enough, because we all know how expensive models are. $6 an hour for one H100 at Amazon, times 10,000 for an hour. Yeah, it starts adding up. So at one point, shareholders and all the other guys say, we kind of need to lock it off, stop. The other piece to it is that the longer you train it, the less accurate it actually becomes, which is kind of a paradox for a lot of people. It starts hallucinating. Literally, that's the term. So there's validation that you can do with blockchain and math, and even hardware, as the gentleman in the crowd said. But at one point, it's a human as well who says, okay, this is good. This is good enough. 100% AI is a phantom. It'll never be 100%. And the reason is, we're not even 100%. Our thinking is different. Like us four here, we all have a little bit of a different version, and for each one of us, it's the correct one. That's the funny part. And that's the right thing, and that's, in my book, it's again, decentralized thinking. We actually have a product with GPUs that we can offer for folks to run. Games, AI, inference, or training. We have larger data centers that cooperate with us. We have individuals providing their compute. But we do the orchestration of it. We feel that, just like David says, we could take everything on, but then we would be still building for the next few years, trying to figure it out. And by that time, there's other projects out there who surpass us. So what we did is we said, look, let's focus on what we're good at, infrastructure. Let's make sure the infrastructure is there. And then let's make sure that we make it as easy as possible for folks to get online. Even if you don't know really what AI is and how to utilize it, let's make it as easy as possible to get going. Get your own ChatGPT running via Olama and the other open source products, and you do your own validation. If you don't like it, download another model, train it again, or use it again and try it out. The problem that we have at this point is there's so many models now out there. And the scary part is that you don't really know if they're, like I said at the start, you don't know if they're really properly trained. Yeah, if the AI thinks this is a sunflower, but it's actually a rose, now what? Coming out of the medical field, and I spent numerous hours with doctors, is this a cancer cell, or is this just a growth on your kidney? Just a normal thing that can happen, because the body, a human body, is just random. It has a building block of how it should look, but unfortunately for some people, things don't always sit in the right position. And is that a bad thing? No. Does it have consequences? Sometimes. But that makes AI strong and feeble at the same time. And it's, again, the human at the end of the road who will say, that's okay, that was not okay. AI is an indicator. AI is there to assist, not to take over, in my book. And we, with Flux, we provide you the compute power to make it easier for yourself, and then at the end of the day, you decide if it was right or wrong. we're also working with folks out there, and the part of AI, as scary as it is, especially with the image generations you can do and the video generations now, it's even harder for humans now to actually validate it at this point. So we're going to have to use AI to counter AI. And we even have a project for it that we're building out, just to try and figure out ways to counter AI-generated content, images, text, anything. And there's a lot of things out there already, but again, it comes to the human at the end of the day, if the AI that said that's AI was right or wrong. And it's hard. Ask my kids and their educators in schools, like, even my daughter brought it up last week. Because I said, hey, you can use Flux AI, the prompt for your education pieces. And I even tweeted, I think, about it as well. And she's like, yeah, I can't use it. And that's scary to me, because now we're blocking the future by not utilizing AI because it's scary, because we don't always know if it's right or wrong. But we need to learn to utilize it correctly, and we'll be the validators in the end.
So I just made some money, guys. I made a little side bet with people that we end up talking about AI before lunch, and here we are. No, we started before lunch, so we're already there. No, I'm cashing that in. I want to make sure that we get people, because this is one of those topics, like this is where we are right now. So I want to make sure that I hand this off to David, and if anybody has a question in regards to where DePIN is today, please. And Brendan, anything you want to add before we go there? All right, I'm gonna give my mic away. That way I don't interrupt you.
I think if we bring this up a level, what we're really talking about is trust. And we're trying to figure out what we can and can't trust, and how do we disseminate a model of trust, which is all like, and the fact is that trust is built, which means that what we're trying to do is build and use technology to build a formula or an attestation or a proof that says that this is trustable to some extent. And the degree in which we trust it is based off of the history of the data that we can obtain, which is why it's interesting talking about why DePIN should be working together, because we all have different data sets. And what we should be doing is figuring out how to bring all that data together to bring a trust. I don't want to say a number, but like an element of like, how can I trust this data, and where was it? How was it used? Where did it come from? The fact is that AI is only data. Without it, you don't have anything. You have to feed it something. So what you really need to get to is, where was the data set originally from, and how do I trust that that's the original data set? Where did it come from originally? And can I trust that person if it's back to a human element? All the emerging technology in Web3 is going to help us to do that. We don't have that in centralized form at all today. You are simply trusting them of what they've put there and what you're downloading, even that, whatever data set you're taking, that it hasn't been changed, manipulated for some other factor or for some other purpose. With DePIN, in conjunction with everything else in the Web3 space, what we can do is to start to build a unified trust system. Much bigger than, I mean, actually I can't stand the whole concept of trustless states. Like, actually, no, society needs to operate on trust. In fact, society currently today is at the lowest level of trust than it's ever been. We don't trust one another. We don't trust the technology. We don't trust the government. We don't trust our neighbor. We shouldn't be going to a trustless state. We should go into a trusted state. And the way that we trust it is by being open, transparent, and forthright on where and when and how this is being used and where it came from. So that's the systems that we should be building. And if we can do that, then we can start trusting what we're building and how we're using it. And we can also, if something is off, we can go back to the verified state and go, where was this originally created? Where did it come from? If I'm going to download a new, LLM and work with that, who put into it? What was the data? Where did it come from? I want to be able to verify that. The other thing that I think that where AI is going eventually, and by no means am I an AI expert, just generally being around, you can't be in technology without at least being like, somewhere around here, as you were betting, is that I think ultimately we go to like an insane web of agent state. Like, AI agents are you're going to have very specific LLMs that are running very calculated models. And then what you'll do is have the agents talking to one another to accomplish a broader job, right? And they will, but you'll have, think of humans. You have SMEs. You have domains experts in their field, right? And then they collaborate on different aspects. The same thing's likely to happen in AI, which means the importance of data and training them are going to be really, really incredible. The importance of individuals owning their own data, I'm going to go bring it back to this. Like the thing that scares me the absolute most is that you're going to have centralized entities that will know more about you and your family than they've ever known in the history of their existence. And if you think that they're going to do that for the best interest of you and your family, you've lost your mind. They have one interest, and that is corporate interest. Technology isn't good or evil. It's whose hand it resides in. And I believe that it should be in your hands, in your family's hands, and specifically over AI, you should be in control of that data set. So when we talk about like these incredible AI assistants, yes, absolutely use them to help you in your family and how you walk through life. But you should be in control of that. Another company shouldn't be in control of what they know about you. And DePIN, as an example, can start to bring that as a reality to life and bring AI at the edge, inference at the edge. Deep learning is a little bit different, but inference can absolutely goes hand in glove with edge to your home, where you own that, or you control what data comes in so you know exactly what's in there and what's being learned. Or as it learns on you, you can control where that data is going out and whether anybody has access to it or not. That's where we need to get to. And I think if we can do that, ultimately what we're trying to do is grow this web of trust where we can increase, again, I said globally, and specifically here in the United States, we're at the lowest trust level we've ever been. We just don't trust anything. We have to use technology to start to move back to one goal, which is how do we trust one another? How do we, like that is how, the breakdown of society and specifically economies are trust. Like over the history of mankind, when a society begins to lose trust, it breaks down. And we're there, but we have an opportunity to like not just turn the curve around, but actually exponentially change it by an element of trust and verifiable proofs that we've never had before. Like this could be a rapid hockey stick turnaround, but it's going to take individuals, teams up here going like, this is not a problem that one of any of these teams are solving. It takes every single one to go like, actually, the trust level that's built here and the web that needs to be built is across everyone's domain.
I just want to respond. So maybe my critique of AI is the fact that there are so many models, because my critique stems from business use cases. I've got people who are using inference, they're using RunPod because they trust RunPod because they've got a contract with RunPod, right? And they're using that and they're getting the results that meet their business requirements. As soon as we switch to a DePIN model, specifically when we're going to consumer devices and not data center devices that have contracts that are roughly aligning expectations and requirements, you got your quality of service and your SLAs and all that stuff. But you don't have that with consumer hardware. And I think my challenge right now with people who are saying they are AI DePIN is they're making this promise that we're going to replace the data center level of trust by using consumer devices with no SLA and no way to validate the SLAs, but we're still going to reward them somehow. Now, what you're talking about is like, if I'm generating images, there have been so many times I've asked for a daisy and it gave me a rose in Leonardo AI. There have been so many times where I'm like, give me an elven warrior carrying a bow. And I'll tell you what, bows and fingers are like the hardest things for AI to generate, and I don't know why, but you got like bows sticking out of their head, and I'm just like, okay, what are you giving me? And so even that, like I could see using consumer hardware, because you're just like, I'm getting crappy results anyway because the models suck. Or maybe that's just a really hard thing to do with models and we're just not there yet. So I should be careful of how I qualify it. Maybe it doesn't suck. Maybe it's just, it's a process, right? But our level of demand is much lower than somebody who's using it to analyze legal documents in preparation for court cases, where they've written their own models and they need to know that the devices they're running those models on are doing what they're supposed to do in preparation for court cases. And so I think that's the difference is like, I'm trying to like hold it at this bar that we can do with IoT, right? We can do it with game validation. We can do this automatically with the machines without really human input. Even the way that we're doing it, it's the machines that are reaching consensus about the state of the game, and they can observe the DePIN participants and go, yeah, from a machine level, we can mathematically prove that those things didn't do their job, or they mathematically did their job because we all agree with what the result was. Like, so we can do that mathematically without human interaction at all. And maybe that's the level that I'm holding it to, and I shouldn't be holding it to that for most AI use cases. So that may be, and this comes to your trust thing, right? Stay there. Okay, we're gonna stay there. Yeah, we're gonna stay there. By the way, I love AI, and I love it for orchestration. I love it for orchestration. Even those lower risk AI jobs, like I would love to be able to tap into everybody's M2, M3 MacBook Pros that are sitting doing nothing all day on their desk, because those are the equivalent of $10,000 GPUs now, because Apple thought ahead of like, we can do unified memory in the architecture, so now my memory that used to not be accessible by the GPU is now accessible, so if you got a 64 gig MacBook Pro sitting on your desk, you got a $10,000 GPU sitting there that you paid $3,500 for. To me, the orchestration part's exciting. And so, you know, maybe I'll give it a little bit more leeway with the AI side of the world, but I think my concern is that when you have projects out there saying we're AI DePIN projects and we're gonna replace data centers, we're gonna replace RunPod, I'm like, no, okay guys. Like you're already selling a vision that is impossible to meet. But if the answer is like, hey, run your AI inference on our DePIN infrastructure, it's gonna decrease your cost and give you relatively the same output, and it's up to you to validate if it's good or not, which you're gonna do anyway on data center, like, okay, it's more about orchestration and less about like automated validation and triangulation. And I'm okay with that use case, as long as we understand that there's a spectrum, right? So.
All right, another fantastic panel. We're open for a question.
I'm not sure it's a question exactly. I come from a non-tech background. So when David said about you can tell me where a pothole is to 2 centimeters, that's brilliant. But if no one fills the hole, it's pointless.
Do you live in Canada?
I live in England, and you should see the potholes. So that's where I think partnerships come in. You need another drone to come behind your first drone to fill the hole. So I'm just saying that partnership is so important.
Well, actually, that's the use case of our clients. So they are actually doing the area survey. Well, road surface is one application, and actually you can do multiple things, like, you know, around your building, you know, monitor a lot of other stuff, like the movement of your building and your infrastructure, you know, traditional infrastructure. Buildings, bridges, if they are moving in a bigger, more than expected way, you can identify them earlier with the accuracy of what we can provide. Yeah.
What you're talking about is actually genius, and it's what I know some people are actually trying to do. Actually, New Brunswick over in Canada, it's about $700 for them to fix a pothole over there. So what they're looking to do, well, they don't do it. Yes, that's the first problem. But he's trying to actually incentivize the people to do it. So if you find a pothole and you take a picture of it, or like it's been, you know, geolocated, well, you fill it in. You take a picture of it, next time that drone goes over, it validates that it's been filled, you're the one that claimed it first, you get that reward. You don't have to pay anybody. So you're gonna have these beautiful roads because people get rewarded for doing the job that the government isn't doing. So.
I love it.
Yeah. I claim it from Manitoba from now on. No, it's a valid point, right? Like even where I live, it's. Oh, by the way, for those who are not familiar, 2 centimeters is about an inch for the American under us, and a meter is a yard, roughly. But I love that the technology is here now, right? Instead of having a surveyor drive around, hitting every pothole as he goes and probably breaking down somewhere, especially where we live. The technology is there. Now it's up for the opportunity to come, and like you said, if that's a great use case. Look, we even can tokenize it if you want it. So for those who are watching, have at her. I love it. That's a great example. That's a great idea. Simple as that. And that's what community does, right? So this is literally it. This is a community idea that just brainstormed right here, right now. That's lovely. I love it.
Yeah, I'll just add on to another use case similar to what you just mentioned. We've talked to individuals that have been a part of laying really large foundation and infrastructure in Africa. And part of the struggle has been that they'll put in, and we're talking billions of dollars of deployment of infrastructure, and the locals are tearing it down. The reason they're tearing it down is because they'll parse and piece it all out at the local market in order to survive. Well, as we talk to them, we're like, flip the problem on its head. Instead of building that for them, why don't you invite them in to build it? They're not going to tear it down. They're going to protect it because now that's a completely new revenue stream that they're participating in. That's ultimate, like these two use cases, if we could summarize what DePIN could do, is that right there. Is that you're providing ownership to individuals to participate in infrastructure, and they no longer either don't care about it because it's just supposed to be there, or better yet, they use it in a nefarious way because they're trying to survive. Invite them into the revenue side and allow them to care about it, participate in it, and you've just flipped the model on its head. So thanks, Action, for bringing that up, but it just reminded me of a whole nother thing that happened there that I think that model is replicable around many places around the globe.
Before they break it so they can get paid to fix it again.
Yeah, well, you gotta put, that's a whole nother measure.
Yeah, I want to add another thing. So when we start up this project, we've been thinking a little bit other stuff. So for GeoNet, the surface of the Earth is important. So we are basically, try to monetize the surface land of the Earth. That actually create a equally profitable for developed country and developed country. If you own a land, right, you own a surface of the land, you can become a owner of the land, and you can, whatever DePIN project can deploy, that become something you can monetize. May not be enough for, like developed country like United States or Europe, but it's meaningful for some developed countries like Africa and other places. And we think that become a, provide a value from developed country to developing country using a whole new dimension. So that's some of the, when we initially started this project, we think, the surface is equally important, and we can actually put more value to some other places which they never can achieve.
I appreciate this panel so much, and I'm excited that the next panel we'll have after lunch is going to be around what's next, what's coming. But from what I understand, to sum it all up, I think DePINs are allowing individuals to take responsibility for the place they live in, the things that they do, and just everyday life, and that makes me really excited. So I appreciate you guys' insight. Y'all are phenomenal. Thank you so much. All right, one little thing before we go to lunch. How about I bring up Zach from Genzio. Zach, come on up.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, here's a question. You want me to stick around here with you, or you want to do this thing solo?
No, I think we should stick together.
All right, sit. Let's do this real quick then.
Yeah. Well, just first to introduce myself and wanted to say thank you so much for everyone coming out and spending their Friday with us. This really shows that the passion for DePIN and Web3 is a global thing. I mean, we have people flying out from all over the world, really cool, and it's been a really great event so far. So, and I think we should all give Action a round of applause for being the best host anybody could find. But yeah, we're super happy to be supporting this as Genzio Media, helping out, putting this online. And for me, I think to come down to sort of a more basic level, because we've been getting into a lot of detail, and there's sometimes, I think, for founders in the DePIN space, they are building really important things, but sometimes it's challenging to describe it to normal people or people outside of the space. And that's sort of a reoccurring issue across all Web3. So I guess a question for you is, why should people pay attention to this space in general if they're not in this room here today?
You just flipped this upside down. I was going to ask you questions.
Okay, you can ask me a question
No,
too.
but it's okay. Why should people pay attention to DePIN if they're not in this room today? Well, first, because they are missing out on the best live event of the year. But more than that, because this is literally the future. We're talking about what's actually not going to happen, but what's taking place right now. And I'll take a moment to actually highlight Genzio in this, because there are tons of companies out there that are building really cool stuff, and they don't know how to get it out. People are just, I don't want to say blind, but blinded by all the shiny things that are happening, and they don't realize a lot of the good people that are building really cool infrastructure, allowing others to actually have an environment to where they can thrive, regardless if they are in a third world country or whatever. Like, it's just, there are plenty of opportunities out there that don't get talked about. And stages like these allow for conversations to happen, for ideas to take place, for people to say, wow, maybe I can build that. I know all about, you know, buying a bag of asphalt over at Home Depot and dumping it in the road and just blowtorching it. I may have put, you know, asphalt down at some point. But there are real use cases and things that people can actually take advantage of, and they miss the mark a lot of times just because they don't know. And that's where Genzio comes in, right? It's the example of the people you work with between Koi, PlayFi, like those, you know, DePIN infrastructures, and even the larger ones from Hedera, the XRPs of the world. Like, you guys are literally giving a voice to the people that would otherwise have really cool tech, but nobody would know about it unless somebody was able to highlight them. So throwing it right back to you, why in the world did you come into this Web3 world to do that? Because it's hard.
Definitely. Well, I mean, you know, I'm lucky enough to be in crypto since 2011, so I've sort of seen the adoption and the different phases that we've been through. And what's really interesting is that these have been reoccurring themes for 10 years. I mean, ever since blockchain started to get more widespread adoption with Bitcoin, people were talking about supply chain, people were talking about real-world assets and how we can bring things on chain. And now, 10 years later, we're really seeing that adoption with things like Conduit, where they're building physical devices that people will actually be able to buy and use to make their lives better. And so I think that if we can have technology that actually benefits people adopted faster, that actually makes the world better. I mean, imagine people who don't have the internet right now. Like, I'm sure it's really hard to imagine what that's like. And people who do have the internet, their lives, we can all probably say, are a lot better. So if we can increase that curve of adoption with things like the internet and now Web3, that's actually going to improve a lot of people's lives. And so the faster that that adoption curve can happen, which shout out to all the amazing founders here, because what they're really doing is increasing the speed at which that adoption happens. If people aren't pushing this technology forward and helping it spread, it's going to be slower. The centralized companies are going to make money for longer. Things will continue to be less practical and more inefficient. So kind of bringing down that time for adoption is, I think, what we are really focused on across industries, because ultimately, if you can get people to adopt something that's better for them at a faster rate and help them understand it, their lives will genuinely be better.
How does Genzio do that for its clients?
Great, yeah, great question. So I mean, thank you everyone for coming here today and for watching online. I saw that we had thousands of people tuned in across various channels. And I think it's really about starting with building in public and education first. And at Genzio, we're really community members. Like, we care about this industry. We want to see it go a really long way. And I think that doing things like this, where you're meeting people and getting to directly interact with them on a one-on-one basis and building that content is really important, because while there's a bunch of people in this room, there's thousands and thousands of people, potentially even more, who are going to see this online and are going to learn more about DePIN than they maybe ever have. And shout out to Vossler Studios, because a big part of that is legitimizing this industry. For the past, I don't know, couple of years, it's been seen and hit with a lot of different fraud scandals. We can think of FTX. I'm sure everyone here has their own story or experience where something in crypto or Web3 happened that wasn't quite right. But that being said, there's a lot of positives, and the more that we can highlight those positives, the more mature the industry will get. And that kind of brings us back to today, where we are highlighting really good positive projects and putting them on a stage where their work can be recognized.
Now, I gotta say, I am not a Gen Z, but I'm really proud to work with you guys at Gen Z, honestly. And it's one of those things that you just mentioned, like we get, I don't even, like we kind of get in this mode of like, no, that's not somebody else's company. Like I want that to succeed as if it were my company. And we do crazy things. We fly out at a drop of a hat. We do things to really support different ecosystems that we come in as, they're supposed to be clients, but all of a sudden it's like, no, we're now part of you. We want to make sure that you are succeeding, you are doing well, you are moving forward. Why? Like, I kind of know my why, but why for you? Because Zach gets upset sometimes, and it's really fun when people aren't doing the right thing. And it normally has to do with the clients not being taken care of and nothing to do with money, which is weird to me, but it's just how he operates. So why are you like that?
I mean, like I said, I've been in this space a really long time. And when I first got into crypto in 2011, and even because we're in Seattle here, I went to the University of Washington. So go Huskies. In 2017, I actually founded the University of Washington Blockchain Society. So I was the guy, one of the first people raising my hands like, hey, we need a place for people who care about Web3, care about crypto to come together. And what was really interesting is that was controversial. Now we're all sitting here and it's just thought of as somewhat normal, even with the controversies of the past. But at the time, when I went up to the school administration and I was like, all right, we're gonna start talking about crypto and blockchain, like they had no idea. The first question they asked me is like, are you gonna be mining Bitcoin on the school computers?
Did you say, can I?
I said, maybe. But I mean, that's not what this is necessarily all about. So it's really interesting to see, 7 years later, how the discussions have changed and even how the industry has matured. And I think that takes people caring, showing up on Fridays, doing events like this to really push the needle forward.
That was appropriate needle, I get it. Now, all right, if you can finish off with this, where do you see Genzio going in this bull market that we're in the cusp of?
Yeah, I like to hear that we're on the cusp of the bull market. I didn't know that, so that's great to hear.
It's coming.
It's coming. I think, the future of Genzio is just to continue to highlight great projects and to work with amazing founders and builders. And I think the thing is that everyone here can be a founder and a builder. Web3 is really built by the people who care about the projects in the industry. There's no barrier between you and the projects that you care about. If you want to build on it, they're mostly all open source, the teams are easy to access, and there's incentives in place for work to be done. So that being said, I think that as the industry continues to grow, the company will continue to grow, and we'll continue to meet really great founders. And kind of my advice or thoughts to the crowd is, this industry is not you're not too late in the game. If you're here now and you're like, wow, like this is already kind of over and I'm too late to start building new stuff, like that's not the case. There's so much innovation that's gonna happen over the next 10 years that if you're looking back on today and these companies that you see here, wait to see where they are in the future. They're gonna be huge companies, and being a part of that journey is gonna be probably one of the most exciting things. And for me personally, has been one of the most impactful and exciting things over my life. So
yeah, I can definitely say that the word that comes to mind for me as far as working at Genzio with the people that we work with is fulfillment. I am absolutely being fulfilled by working with the people that we work with. So,
I mean, Action, you're the best. I mean, I'm just saying he's done such a great job. He got in here last night at midnight, here at like 6 or 7 a.m. today. He looks amazing. He has the energy on point. So lucky to share a stage with you.
Just for you, Zach. Just for you, Zach.
Well, thank you.
All right, guys. We want to send them off to lunch. I think they're hungry.
All right, let's get some lunch, everybody. Thank you so much.
Good job, bro.
Yes. People are having lunch right now, and I just want to make sure I came on here and said hello to you guys. Make sure everything's going well. I appreciate everybody that's tuning in, listening to the stream. I gotta fix this laptop so I can actually look at the camera while I'm clicking around and looking at you guys' messages. But man, I did not expect what's happening here today. It is way beyond what I was looking for, so I am super appreciative. I know I say this every time I go online or talk to you guys, but y'all are the reason why we're in here, we're doing this thing. It makes a huge difference, not only numbers-wise, but in the fact that you all care enough to be here, to actually have this conversation, to be here learning and talking about DePINs and winning some free stuff, if I can say that. Don't listen to Zach too much. He pumped me up way too much at the end there, so I'm trying to tone it down just a little bit. But it's been phenomenal. And I'm feeling bad a little bit just because I want to be back there. People are like, can we talk? I don't think I'm going to stop talking probably until past 1 in the morning today, just because of the amount of people here that just wants to have conversations, the messages that I'm getting. My phone is blowing up from some of you guys, so it's been a really, really great time. And I don't hold back from anything from you guys. I always tell you exactly what's happening, why it's happening. I really think that we're going to have content out of this thing for the next whole year. From the insights that everybody's dropping in, you're going to see clips of this everywhere, I promise you. From multiple companies actually, letting people know what they're doing, not only from sponsorship side of things, but from what they're building and saying, hey, look at what XYZ person said, and this is how we're solving that problem. So here's how we're meeting these needs. And man, it is, I'm just super pumped. Yeah, I do have to drink. So the goal, if you guys don't know about this, anytime you go on stage, you don't want to drink on stage, like maybe a sip or so. You want to drink water before the event, so you're hydrated throughout it. But you're right. I do need to get some water in me and get things going. So if y'all are okay with it, I am going to get some water, but I'll be back shortly, and I'm going to actually get on here before we go back to the stage, because y'all are the reason why I'm putting this thing together. So thanks, everybody. Really appreciate y'all. might as well be ready to all right, now I got the volume set up so I'm not hearing myself over and over again. Like I said, we got a bunch of people that are supporting today, and we're streaming in multiple platforms. Genzio's putting this out on Twitter, so if you guys are watching on Twitter on the Genzio account, good to have you guys out there. It makes a big difference for reach. When y'all like and share and comment and subscribe, you know how that goes. Hopefully YouTube picks it up and tells you to click something. You know how to do that thing. I'm quiet, sorry. I will speak up just for you. Hopefully this makes it a little bit better. Now, we gotta do more giveaways. I mean, Hash AI, like I said, is being super, super generous, and I wanna make sure that I shout them out again and again and again and again. Just because those guys, not only do they care about what's happening with their own token, they make sure that, you know, the space is moving forward and they support, you know, things like this. So if y'all have not checked out Hash AI, I'm pulling up their website just to tell you what that whole thing is all about. Where is that button? So many buttons to click. All right, we got you. So Davey, thank you. I love you too, Davey. Thank you for the super chat. Let me click present. Share my screen. Hash AI. Boom. All right, so if y'all have not heard, this is Hash AI, and here's some of the cool things that I want to make sure I highlight about them. I'm really curious if it's going to connect my wallet. Hopefully it doesn't. Oh no, this is my laptop, so it's okay. It's not going to have my wallet on this one. So this is the cool thing I like about Hash AI. So I got a bunch of tokens. Let's just be serious, like a bunch of tokens. And I'm not just like losing money on my tokens because I get the share pool reward. So for you guys that are actually getting those Hash AI tokens, one of the reasons I said it's, you know, you want to hold on to it, you want to actually put them in here, connect your wallet, and stake those tokens, and you get rewarded. Right now, the pool value is at $15,000, which it just started not long ago. Let me see here. Yeah, it just started on the 29th. So it's still got ways to go until the 27th. And this pool number here just keeps going up, and then they pay out rewards to people that are staking their Hash AI tokens, which is really cool. So you get the long-term value. People call me crazy, but when they're like, I don't really care about the Hash AI token price. I care about my rewards. So I get rewards every single time that this countdown here finishes, and I'm okay regardless of what the price of Hash is. I'm still earning. So shout out to you guys for how you put that together. Something new for them is the node leasing and rental. So the rental's coming soon, the leasing's coming soon, but you should register if you want to actually take advantage of their compute power. So they have a lot of stuff on their back pockets, and I think that this doesn't do it justice. So if you see, they do have 145 S19 XPs that are mining away over and over and over again. But more than that, I want to make sure you guys know this big, where's that number? What am I sharing? Am I sharing the, oh, you know what? I just realized I wasn't sharing the right screen because I went to the wrong one and it opened a new window. Let me cancel this and do the right screen because I actually want to show you guys this thing. It's pretty darn cool. Click, right there. All right, now we're in here. So this is the ecosystem. This is what I was talking about as far as the Hash AI. This shows you market cap and everything that's going on. We're up right now 5.11%. But what I'm talking about is the node rentals. That's a cool part of it for me. That's coming. The share pool is how I get rewarded regardless of what's going on with the token price. And the ecosystem is what I wanted to show you. These guys have, this is grayed out for nodes right now, but it is coming. They have 145 S19 XP ASICs. They're mining Bitcoin. They've given Bitcoin away to their share pool, which is really awesome. And then here's where I don't think they do themselves any justice. They have 8 3090s online. This is not 8 graphics cards, these are 8 rigs. So these are actually 8 rigs packed with 3090s. They have 3080s, then they have your 6800s, your 6700s, 84,000s, 85,000s. So they have a lot of different cards, and the cool thing is that it's going to be even better once the node leasing and rental kind of come into play. It's a really good project that I am happy to be a part of. So thank you all over at Hash, all the real people over there, because that's a whole other thing. Like, it's not only a good project, and I say this time and time again, it's really good people. Like, to me, that's a big thing in the space. Like, knowing who you're working with and knowing who you can actually count on in the space makes a huge difference. And that's those guys. I can definitely count on them time and time again. They are the real deal. I am picking up more of the names off of Luma, making sure I have everybody here. All right, we're gonna do this again. We're gonna spin. Since I just explained to you guys about Hash AI, we're doing that $650 worth of hash. So it's a million tokens, and we're gonna click. What's up, Crypto Jar? Good to have you here, brother. I'm gonna click this spinny button here. Well, let me share the screen. That way you guys can see who's actually winning. Present and share screen. Wheel of names. Here we go. And we click. Brian Nelson. Solid Brian. Congrats, man. Let me. Oh, somebody's saying that the CMARs, need more exchanges? There are more exchanges coming. I'm not allowed to tell you that we're working on a tier 1 exchange because that would just not be right for me to share that with you. But hopefully y'all can read between the lines. But there will be many others before that one comes through, so don't worry. We got like 5 on the hopper right now. You're gonna get those announcements coming to you really shortly. And that's the thing, like, anytime you get exchanges, you're going to get more volume. There's a lot more that kind of goes on. So again, like my tokens, it's one of those few that I don't sell for anything. All right, here we go. Brian, you're in here. Let's look at this. Dude, so glad you showed up. Like, that's awesome. That is awesome. I'm gonna be emailing all you guys, make sure that you know exactly how to redeem all that stuff, but super excited that you're actually in stream too, so perfect. This is peeling off. What's up, Davey? How are you? Good? The man, the legend himself here from Flux is hanging out and dropping things, may I add. Right now, most people are still out there having lunch, and I just want to make sure I came back here and took care of you guys, make sure that it's some giveaways. I am seeing all your messages regardless of where you guys are actually streaming it from. So 1,000 people, 1,124, and some platform that's showing me right now. I'm not in the other streams for the other accounts that are connected, but for the 1,000 plus of you guys, thanks for tuning in, thanks for sticking around, which is kind of amazing because we are technically on a break from the show. Here's what the lay of the land is going to look like after this lunch break. We are going to come back. We're going to have one more panel. We're going to have one of the companies actually share on stage, and then Bob is your uncle kind of deal. That's going to be the day. But man, I'm super excited because I get to hang out with these people, after this thing is over. So it's always a blast when I get to talk to the people not on stage, right? Because I put them on the spot on the stage, but after we kind of walk off stage, I get even more personal. Let me just put it that way. Which reminds me, I would love to see some of you guys actually in person. Like, it's one of my favorite things to do is to meet people, right? Get to know the people that I interact with day in, day out. Talking about Hash, like over at Singapore, Token 2049, that was my highlight of Singapore, was actually getting to see those guys, give them a hug and say, dude, so glad I finally got a real face, not just a PFP to a name. That's, to me, is what it's all about, making sure that you are making those real connections. Crypto Jar, like, I think he found my stuff, now he's just going to town on it and liking everything on every platform. I appreciate it, brother. Really appreciate it.
I love it.
I love it too, Brandon. I am live, sir.
What's up?
You want to say hello? All right, we got Brandon from Conduit here.
What's going on?
You got to look over there and talk to the people. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just short.
You are short. Wow. How is everybody?
So this is my account with 1,100 people, plus the other ones that are connected. Hey, Brandon. So there's a delay between us being on screen and them actually seeing it. So
there's a big delay.
Yeah. Can Conduit fix that, please?
We can work. Well, I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. Thank you guys all for joining in. I hope it's been really beneficial so far.
Yeah, it's been super positive. I just gave away another $650 worth of Hash AI tokens. So we're gonna keep that going. More and more things to give away. Y'all want a PlayFi node too? All right, let's do a PlayFi token while we're at. I mean node, not token. Because I already got Brian something. So let's do it again. Let's roll it. I gotta do the screen sharing. All right, let me hit present. I'm gonna get this screen share, wheel of names. Brian copies your name over to another sheet. Boom. Daniel Victor. All right, hopefully Daniel Victor is actually in the chat and says hello, because that would be awesome. If not, you know him. All right, well, Daniel is...
Why he's not here.
Oh, Daniel, if you're watching online, Brendan wants to know why you're not here. So I'm only allowed to give this note to you in person, apparently. No, this is awesome. It's super exciting to have people that we know show up on these giveaways. There we go, Daniel Victor. This is Hash. Phenomenal. Exactly, Brian. Like, you got to be front of class. You got to be one of those eight plus students that are sitting up front from Conduit. I love this because I get to talk to you guys uncensored. I know I've mentioned Conduit in the past, and that those guys are the real deal. Like a lot of the people, not a lot of people, some of the people that are here are actually people from the community that have purchased the nodes from Conduit. They are going to launch at the beginning of next year. That's the plan right now. Their node sales going pretty okay. I wouldn't say that it's going to go haywire soon, which is what I think is going to happen, just because they haven't had the exposure that they deserve. Oh, Down Home Crypto, you're here, brother. Man, so many awesome people. Yeah, but about Conduit, they're not only good people, their technology is literally next level. We had somebody, I'm not sure if it came through the stream, ask a question and talk about how you got to make sure that things are happening at the hardware level first, and that's how you enable security. That's to ensure that things are being built securely. And right now, nobody cares about security until something breaks, until there's a breach, until you lose your shirt, essentially, right? And between the Bank of America, shutdowns and everything else that kind of goes on in this space, it gets a little crazy, but they're literally putting hardware together to make this space a whole lot safer. And what I love about them is that they're not competition to literally anyone. Like, they're sitting right next to Flux, who's able to do, actually, they're both right there. I see Davey and Brandon talking to each other. They're not competitors. Like, what Conduit wants to do is to enable all of these other chains to actually be a safer platform to operate and to provide a financial incentive as well, which is definitely something that I love. So yeah, shout out to you guys at Conduit. You guys are the real deal. I wish more people had that mentality in crypto. It's not about just them, it's about more people. I mean, so much so that they got a partnership with Hash, right? So Hash is actually going to be running some Conduit hardware at their site. So I mean, all of this is interconnected, as it should be. We talked about that earlier today. The way that we move DePINs forward is not by fighting against each other, it's by figuring out where there are areas for collaboration and getting people to work with one another. That's what we need for. That's what we're here for. That's what we need to do is find ways to actually make everyday life a little bit easier through decentralization, and hopefully like the people that we're working with along the way. And that's a big thing for me. To be honest, I'm selective, I guess you can say. I am at that point in my life where I just don't care enough to work with people that I don't like. So if I'm working with somebody, you better believe it that I actually like them. That's the uttermost importance for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have done any of the things that I'm doing. I just got a cue. We're gonna get back on stage in less than 10 minutes. I wanna make sure y'all know exactly what's going on. Down home crypto, dude, you're the OG. I gotta say, it's so good to see you every time. I'm so excited when you show up. Yeah, so 10 minutes or less, we're actually gonna get back on stage. I'm gonna click back to the stream for a second. It's gonna say live stream will be back soon, but I promise you it's gonna be a short little while. This is your time to have a break, so gonna send the music up, get you guys on a break, and next time I see you, I'm gonna be on stage. And don't worry, like, don't leave right after it's done. A lot of people do that. I'm gonna do giveaways at the end as well, because you just gotta get more stuff in your hands, guys.
could make your way back to the sound stage, please. For those of you online, we'll be reconvening in our session number 3 here in a few moments. We will be starting in 1 minute. 1 minute. If you can make your way back to your seat, we would appreciate it.
to stop the awesome conversations that are going on, but we got some panelists that have some really cool things to say. So we're gonna start making our way back to our seats. All right, for you guys watching online, just wanted to let you know, lunch was delicious, and people end up really liking talking to each other. So that's why it's taking a little bit longer than expected for us to get back up here. But that just means y'all should show up in person next time. That's just all it is. David reminded me that I never introduced myself. Guys, I'm Action. I was also asked what my kids call me. They call me Dad. So you can either call me Dad or Action. I go by either one. I'm okay with that too. That's good. All right. We should make some. We should make some merch. All right, merch companies listening in, reach out. All right, let's get this panel going. I see Brandon walking through the door, and he's the first one that I'm obviously going to welcome up. Come on up, Brandon. People are cheering like crazy here, guys. You didn't know I was going to do stand-up comedy while I came up here? Come on now. All right. Davey does not look comfortable in that chair. Come on up, Davey. All right, Ken promised me I can tap him on the leg or say something and he'll stop talking this time around and let other people get a word in. So come on, Ken, get up here. I see you. Nobody else got a cool chain like yours, Jonathan. Come on up. Got questions?
No, I just asked Ken that he promised not to behave himself in this session. So I was confirming that that was still the case.
Good. Yeah. That's good. We want to make sure we keep it PG. That's questionable. I mean, we've been pretty good.
PG in what era, right? Because if you like PG movies in the 80s were definitely not PG movies. like Twins, if anybody remembers that movie, that's a PG movie, by the way. Is that PG? Yeah, there. So.
Wow, that was vicious.
Wow. All right. That's where we're headed, guys. I've asked two questions. Where we started as far as DePIN's centralization, where we were, why this thing is necessary. Also talked about where we are today. But where is DePIN going in the future? And I think this is one of the more exciting ones because we kind of get to dream a little bit. And if they're Jesus, here we go. Ken is already asking for the microphone, guys. If you guys know founders, they are sometimes called dreamers. So this is going to be a fun one. Ken, I'm not even asking ask the question. Just what do you got to say? You got a mic.
All right, here we go. You guys ready? You got 44 minutes and 17 seconds, so I'm good.
Turn the clock down. He needs 2 minutes.
I'm kidding. Actually, I'm going to cue this up with a question.
Let's do it.
This is my dream, okay? So I got Home Assistant at home. I've got a private network that controls all of my in-home IoT, my air conditioning, my CCTV, my servers, my media servers, all that stuff happens in my home. I do not subscribe to Nest or any Orbit or any of those like services that do like simple installation of some of these IoT services, but then also capture all of your personal data. My frustrating point is when I travel, my VPN doesn't always work because I don't have a static IP address at home. And if I don't have my DNS set up appropriately, at what point can I just install a conduit device at home? And now when I'm traveling, I can create kind of like a private VPN tunnel from my phone to my Home Assistant server so that I can access all of my IoT stuff and how that would all work. I mean, that's, for me, it's all about pushing everything to the edge and preserving privacy. And then to you, how do I take, or maybe even you, how do I take those resources I have at home that are sitting idle, my gaming computer, my MacBook Pros, my servers, and make those available outside of my home in a way that's privacy preserving for everything that's happening inside my home. So maybe that'll queue up. That's my vision of where DePIN could go to make my life so much better.
So you asked when, and I would say that just after launch, we're going to be able to do that. It's not just our devices. There's a whole stack that's going to make what you just said come to fruition, but we'll be able to do it very, very quickly. Among other things, that's a great use case and obviously something that you said was very important to you, but I think what's more important than what you outlined there is what you're actually doing, which you nailed at the end, which is preservation of privacy in any controlled setting. The point is you get to dictate how you want to set that up and how your data is used across a network. So you may choose that there's certain things that I don't care about. Versus the example that you gave, which is your CCTV to your home. You probably very much care about who's looking at that, who has access to that feed. And of course, when you're not there, you want to have access to it or control, or I think you also mentioned, you know, your pool, or if your doors or anything else was, excuse me, on any system, you're going to want control over that. So that is our thought process in terms of privacy, P2P, encryption is making sure that all those things, among a whole plethora of other things, can come to fruition.
And so what can we do to make those resources useful again, right? You're on the right track, right? You have your own LAN, you got your VPN in front of it, probably a nice firewall, all the fun stuff. What you could do with the products that we have, like Flux has, is basically you could make those resources available. So if you have a gaming rig and you're not using it, you could literally right now download our software and make it available. Of course, you would, again, split the VLAN up that it's secure in that regard, because you still want to, even if you go behind a firewall, once you're in, you're in. So there's always that risk that you take. But you can split that up again and then decentralize literally your own network internally. But that's kind of what you want to do, is you want to be able to use those resources going forward. And we can do that already right now. So that's not even future for us. For us, that's reality at this point. So your resources can literally be utilized by somebody who wants to do inference and use a prompt and just literally use your compute power as you are traveling, which is amazing if you think about it. You're not, and even if your machine would go down, if you would be using Flux, you would still have the opportunity to use other people's machines and still have access to some of your data, because the beauty of what we have right now, and you're using a lot of open source technology, and that's a piece that a lot of folks not always embrace just yet, right? We're so easy to go to our little services that our people are providing that everybody utilizes. Google, Gmail, Facebook, all of these things are really built for people to make it very easy to use. Yet there's a lot of open source out there that does exactly the same thing. You want to have your own storage cloud? Use OwnCloud. It's an open source product. It's Dockerized. You can deploy it wherever you want. You can deploy it on Flux. You can deploy it on DigitalOcean. You can deploy it wherever you want, but it's still yours, and only you control that data at that point. You want to use Google for easy use with spreadsheets? Well, why not use only Office? Again, something that's Dockerized, containerized, so you can deploy it wherever you want. You're, again, in charge of your own data. Put on top of that a decentralized storage platform. You can use ours, you can use Storage or Filecoin or any other storage provider. Now you have your own data, again, decentralized, so it's safe in that way that it's, if something goes wrong, you still have it in the cloud, your own private cloud. That's the future. That's DePIN right there. And the beauty of all of this is that it's available right now. Okay, we see that still as where we're going into the future, but it's available to us right now. The only thing you could say is that the masses don't know it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the piece where we have to go into as DePIN advocates, is that we have to push that narrative. Hey, there is other solutions out there that basically guarantees that's your data. You're in control of everything.
And that's actually a great point, because, sorry to break it to you, Ken, you are not the average user.
The average user, absolutely.
You're not. Yeah, does it hurt? That's a good question. It's okay. I'm not the average user. I have about the same stuff that you have, but I do have some centralized cameras by Amazon that bought that Ring company out, but I only use it for my chickens. It's the only monitoring that I do with those, not inside my house. No way I'm going to do that. But I think what we need is those plug-and-play solutions, right? I mean, that's where we really get mass adoption, is when people aren't thinking about the technology behind all these things. It's when somebody decides to go, we got an IP camera, great. So, log into this website, click 2 buttons, and now you're literally on a decentralized cloud that is sharding all your data, and you don't have to worry about it. Not one single person is going to have what you have at home, and you can access it remotely. Like, that's what I'm missing. If anybody wants to launch that, we're just giving out ideas for founders here. That's where we need. That's what we need to see for people to actually adopt it. How far away from that are we?
Yeah, and I think that's where I was trying to lead with that initial question, was like, we've got the building blocks here for building the solution that you're talking about that I want to have. And I've even talked to Brandon a bit about, with Tashi, and we're going to have some discussions, probably pretty exciting discussions coming up as well, because in the gaming space, anytime that I'm saying take your gaming computer and make it available to the outside world, people get scared because they're like, oh, I'm opening up my NAT. Like, now people have access to my network, and it's like, okay, how do we secure that? Well, you throw a conduit device in there. You guys have a one-click capability that says, this device is a Tashi node, make it available to the Tashi network. Like, that's going to be what I'm looking forward to, is that we've got the building blocks here. And then persistence and storage. Right? In gaming, you have game state that has to be synchronized or stored long-term. Where does that go? Like, right now, people are shoving it on the IPFS and directly, and sometimes that doesn't support the long-term storage or some of the security requirements, or maybe some of the availability requirements that people have. So that's where I'm going to be having some conversations with you about, like, what does that strategy look like in the gaming space? And so for me, I'm a very narrow use case that we're looking at. We're using it as a forcing function. But I think what it can be is it can be a forcing function for integrating a lot of these DePIN technologies to solve very specific problems for the gaming industry that can then be replicated as a pattern for other industries. So if you want to ask where is DePIN going, I think we have a lot of the building blocks here. The next phase of DePIN is how are we building standards and collaborating and providing one-click solutions to consumers that add value and reduce the friction. I was talking to somebody earlier, and I said, the 3 business drivers. You want to spend less money, make more money, and stay out of jail. So I think, yeah, those Yeah, the stay out of jail sometimes isn't as big of a priority in the crypto space. I don't know why not, but okay, I'm gonna.
So I'm really looking forward to when your companies start thinking about, and you're probably already thinking about this, but integrating with incumbent solutions, right? If we think about Amazon and shipping, there's Amazon delivery drivers everywhere. They didn't start with Amazon delivery drivers, right? You would use UPS or FedEx, and they still actually work with UPS and FedEx in a lot of capacity as well. But now they've evolved to the sense where they have their own trucks, they have their own shipping, they have their own airplanes, they have all these things, and it's in the incumbent. The reason why I think that's important, of course, is because it's just frankly difficult to get people to adopt new technology or new forms of operating. And so, the more that we can kind of think about how do we embed into how people already operate, create partnerships, create integrations, APIs, et cetera, to make this happen, I think that's really where it starts to take off and get into that next level.
Continue?
I'm here to facilitate, man. Like, I want to hear from you guys.
So I completely agree. I would say in any sales setting, you've got to have, we just talked about this the other day, you've got to have two things that happen. Number one is that you have to address or expose a problem. And then you have to say that we have the solution, right? But a lot of times people don't know that there's a rock in their shoe until they figure it out. And so to your point with market adoption, the market has to say we have a problem here. And then they have to agree or accept that you have a solution that you're bringing forward. I think what's interesting, if we focus on just this concept of centralized versus decentralized, Barclays' CIO report just came out a couple months ago and said that 83% of all enterprise CTOs and CISOs are looking and putting in strategic plans to move back on-prem right now, off of public cloud. If that isn't a show of the market saying we have a problem, over the last 20 years going to the cloud, we realize what we gave up, the exposure that we took on, and the inefficiencies that were created, I think that's a huge statement. 83 are putting in strategic plans, which means that the future of DePIN, if they can fill that void and bring up a solution like everyone has talked about here, where it has to be a true replacement that cannot, excuse me, cannot cause massive friction. Because the death of adoption is friction. People are just like, well, I can't do it. I'm not going to do it. It's going to cost too much. There's too much risk, whatever it is. If DePIN can come together and there's not one solution, it's a full stack that is decentralized, then I think there's a huge opportunity ahead of us. And it is exponentially, I'm talking 100 times bigger than the current crypto market today. Easy. It's that big. Not because I'm saying, correct.
That's a good starting point.
It's huge. And I think you already have a market that is raising their hand and has signals, market signals for saying we have a problem and we're not sure what to do. And so for like specifically on, to speak to Conduit for a second, we think we have a huge opportunity in the notion of like, okay, you already have a problem. Let's bring a solution to your problem, but you better yet, let's not just solve that problem. Let's bring the next evolution, which is if you're already going to go on-prem, how do we take a cost center and turn it into a profit center? You already have to invest. You're going to invest to bring that back on because of all the reasons that you've already addressed. Great. We don't have to argue with that. But let's exponentially leapfrog that. Let's say that now no longer is this a defensive mechanism because you're concerned about what it meant to go to the cloud, but it's offensive. Let's add another revenue stream to your business. Let's change your business as you sit today. And let's think about, if DePIN thinks about the future, what they should think about is every single asset on the planet is some revenue-bearing asset, not latent. I would say this, almost every single building that you see out there is a data center. Everyone. Just the question is how big. You have power going into it, you have connectivity at this point, and you have physical space that's latent. Every single one should be some form of a data center. That, I think, is the future of, what I'm trying to get to is the thought. That's the thought, and what the future looks like for DePIN is that you're not looking at major centralized facility, you're looking at what do you already have, and how do we maximize its use and value.
Something I've actually never thought about until this conversation right now is, when Amazon came out with AWS, essentially, for those that aren't familiar with the story, is essentially, hey, they're using all this compute power during a certain part of the year around the holidays, right? And like, hey, we have all the systems in place to support this compute power that we need during this time of the year, and then it's just we're not using it the rest of the time, right? And kind of what you're saying is like when you go on-prem on reverse, you're actually saying the same thing but back. It's like, hey, like you have all this unused bandwidth on your on-prem, and now you can make it available to other people as well, but just in the opposite way. So I think that becomes pretty interesting overall when you think about it. And it's just a market behavior. Like, does anyone remember? What was AT&T before? Was it Singular? Yeah, Singular, right? You had like the rollover minutes, right? And it's kind of like when you're talking to people that might not understand this, it's like, hey, like you have these rollover minutes that you didn't use, and you're making them available to yourself or essentially, to other people. So. Yeah, I'm just a really big proponent of that type of conversation and just making sure that people know. Now, I want to ask a question to all of you, and I don't think this matters, but I feel like some of you do think this matters, so I'm curious because the moment that we start to make this simpler for other people and the moment that we do, abstract a lot of these things, we are talking about levels of centralization that come into play, right? And I don't think that matters. I think that's okay personally, but I think some of the people, it sounds like you very much care about the full decentralized aspects of it. So I'm just wondering is, if we're really focused on getting the adoption side and we have to do some account extraction and make it really simple, one click, these sort of things, we're going to give up the decentralization, and does that even matter?
I'm happy. Yeah. I'll let you go first.
I'll go first?
And then I'll go next.
All right, I'll go first. So back to this morning. No, there is always that danger to centralize again. And as I said this morning, it's not per se a bad thing. The problem with centralization is becomes that point of failure, right? So that's the piece you want to avoid. And going to the beginning of this conversation, one of the things that I wanted to bring forward was open source. So open source allows you to, one, participate, and secondly, you can basically fork it. So you can create your own versions of things. At that point, the moment you create a second version of a software that, let's say, Flux created, at that point, you're your own thing. Why is there so many altcoins in this space? Yeah, I'm gonna talk blockchain for a second. It's because people had different ideas on how it should work. Some people were like, geez, this Bitcoin thing is slow. I want to make it faster. Or I want to have an alternative that's not as expensive as Bitcoin, so they created Litecoin, or they created Ethereum and smart contracts. And that also generates iterative technology. So in my book, it's not a bad thing if we make it easier, as long as it doesn't become the only solution. And I think that's not happening. It might happen, but I don't think that's happening. I think what you're seeing, and you see that with a lot of us here, we all have different ideas on how it should work. And we see that being created as we go in the blockchain space with all these different altcoins. Not everyone becomes a success. There's different loopholes and different challenges that we stumble on, but others succeed. Kind of what evolution was, if you think about it. I'm not going to go into all that, but you have to fall to go forward. And that's what we're doing here. That's decentralization in my book. We're finding ways to make it available for everybody in an easy way. And some will stumble and some will fall and others will succeed, but you'll see multiple people succeed in their own ways. That's why there's all these different versions of open source software for anything you want to do. You want to be your own YouTube? Well, you can be your own YouTube. There's Owncast, there's Streamcast, there's all these softwares, even blockchain projects out there that do all of this, so you have options. My thing is that for the future, we have to advocate better that all of these are available. And that's, think about it, if you, and most of us here in this room have had those dreaded conversations at Christmas dinners and Thanksgiving dinners where people are like, so how's your blockchain thing going, right? Those conversations, that's the time, and they're changing, because I've been there this summer myself. People are starting to notice. It took a while, but they're starting to notice, and we have to be also learn to be a little bit more patient. One of the things that we do in blockchain really well is move fast. And we sometimes go too fast, and that creates the friction you're talking about, because now we see what we want to get to, but it's not always just there yet for everybody to reach. And that's the piece that we need to slow down sometimes a little bit and take the time to educate.
Yeah, and I think if people value decentralization as much as we'd like them to, the adoption would be faster. But there's a reason Facebook exists, is that it's network effects, it's convenient. As people are still on Facebook, even though they're selling all of their identity, all their information, and there are alternatives that are better alternatives, but people like where other people are. And so I think sometimes we have to think about how do we take our technology to where they are. Like, it has to be, to your point, as convenient and as valuable. With social media, it's all about network effects, right? If you don't have adoption by people, you're not going to get new adoption. So that's a really hard one to crack. But for other technologies, when it comes to your in-home media streaming, your CCTV, your gaming experience, like, as long as we're giving them the same level of service and convenience, and even in our case, giving them more benefit, there's almost no reason why they wouldn't adopt it. And I think sometimes what happens is we get so caught up on the decentralized part, we forget to create value for our consumers. Like, sometimes we get like fanatical about the decentralized stuff, which I love the passion, because that's how we're going to get the innovation. But we have to remember that the reason a lot of these projects are failing is because there's nobody to use it. It goes back to product market fit that we talked about earlier today, and getting traction. You have to have a product market fit. And that should be the first question we're all asking ourselves when we're building this technology is there a product for this? Mm-hmm. And is the market big enough to make this business viable to generate the revenue? Now, that being said, you brought up turning your latent resources into profit centers. This is an interesting one where we start going back to the future of where DePIN's going to go. One thing that I don't know that we've solved yet, and maybe you have, you think a lot about the economic side of this stuff, which is good. But the thing that I don't know that we've all solved is, I'm going to launch a token that's going to be used as a utility token to compensate resources in my DePIN, and to also buy resources or jobs in my DePIN architecture. You've got your own token, you've got your own token. And now the question is, when people are using conduit technology to expose Tashi nodes to the world and integrate with Flux servers or Flux storage, like, how's the settlement part happening here? And I think you have a lot to say about what economies could look like in the future of DePIN, right? That's one of the challenges, and I think all of us look at that and we're like, okay, yeah, we can do settlement. Like, maybe we haven't solved the problem, but it's a very solvable problem. But I'd like to get a little bit of your vision of the economy side potential, the economic potential of DePIN, because I know we've talked about it, and I haven't put as much thought into it as you have, but I think that's one point in particular that I think is going to not just make it a profit center, but also make marketplaces that are more tax efficient, we'll say.
Okay, all right. Oh, thank you, Ken. I really appreciate this. There's a lot to this. I think one of the problems that we have, and Davey talked about this, which is creating your own blockchain, and I think plenty of them started with an innovation difference. I would say that there's plenty others that did it for a monetary reason, which is they created a marketing difference in order for an excuse to create value in their own token. And that I have a problem with, because that doesn't do anybody any good. Okay, so let's just talk about those two paradigms. What you don't want, and what would be very detrimental to the future of DePIN and even blockchain is, which we still experience today, is a tribalism inside of these networks. That's not actually good for the network, and it's not good for overall adoption. So you got to figure out a way in which chains or projects can capture value, but also move value without necessarily a loss. That's a hard thing to do. But I think one of the ways there's an economic basis for this. The first thing that I would say from a technology perspective is that you want to do things like tokenization on demand, which is a completely new thought. It would be like tokenization 2.0, where you are not going out to any intermediaries. You're not going into an exchange to move from one token to the other. You are tokenizing the value, capturing it, and moving it onto another chain automatically, which means you need a common ledger to account for that. But that would be something that we're rolling out. So I'm going to leave that one because it's a whole nother concept that we actually haven't gone into, but that's the technical reason or explanation. The other side is that, and Ken and I got into a really cool conversation just recently on this, which is the most undervalued and probably overlooked economies in the world are reward systems. I don't know if anyone had ever thought about that, but they're massive. They bolster corporate balance sheets like you wouldn't believe. There are billions and billions of dollars in reward systems. To give you an explanation, which I say all the time, American Airlines is worth $10.5 billion. That's their entire airlines, all of their fleet, their revenue, everything. Their reward system's worth $35 billion. It's 3.5 times the entire airline. They took out a $4 billion loan for their airline against the reward system. The other thing that I don't know if this is probably what you really wanted me to get to is the question of when you obtain rewards for your credit cards or your airline miles, do you pay taxes on it? Correct. Or the vendor. Correct. So the bank does or the vendor. That is recognized income, but you don't. So we have an opportunity here to create a very interesting reward system in which we can move value inside and throughout projects where I have accumulated points in a reward system, and now I have an OpEx that I'm spending at Flux, right? Does Flux really care? I mean, really actually care? I'm kind of setting him up here. If I'm using the Flux token or not, or does he care about obtaining value into his network? He's using the token as a measure to capture value. That's what actually tokens are doing. They're attempting to capture value inside of a network. So my point is, what really matters? Is it the actual token or is it the value? I would argue it's always the value. I don't really care what the name of the token is. Where's the value and how am I obtaining it? So we have some interesting ways to look inside of a reward system across multiple DePIN projects, and we're just looking at moving value or keeping value in. There's two ways to grow GDP. Sorry, we're getting way off DePIN, but here we go. There's two ways to grow GDP. There's only two ways. Number one is net new economic activity or economic turns. So the same dollar, if it only goes 3 times, right, and I want to grow GDP, then it goes a 4th time or a 5th time. Okay, so the biggest deterrent to GDP growth, which is absolutely a measure of economic health, would be economic leakage. This is one of the things that blockchains have an issue with, and why they're so tribal is because they don't want economic leakage outside of their network. Mm-hmm. You want it to stay in. My concept and what am I proposing is that what if we stopped looking at this as individual projects and we looked at it as the whole space? So what we're trying to do is get value into the space that's circulated with inside. And now it was a much broader, bigger way, and now we're just figuring out how to move value internally to projects, but not letting it get back out. Meaning that you're looking at the entire Web3 space as a whole, and token economy as a whole versus individually. It's a really big concept, but I'm telling you that the economic drivers and the power behind it is exponential. It's one of the biggest reasons that Singapore went from a slum of the world to one of the financial capitals in the world in 50 years, was because of this right here. They figured out how to reduce economic leakage out of their economy, and they were able to exponentially increase. So it works. This is not anything new, and nor is it technological. You would achieve it through technological advancements, right? That'll help us. But this is macroeconomics and attempting to use the technology, and how do you do it that allows you to do it in a borderless setting. So now we don't have geographies that confine us to nation states. This could be a completely global economy operating much differently. Is that what you wanted me to say? All right.
So I actually agree with a lot of what you said there. So interestingly enough, my background is in retail technology. I've been working with brands my entire career. And when I first got into blockchain, I rationalized it thinking about a blockchain being an organization or a company and the token being the loyalty point. Like that's how I understood it. And my previous company, we were doing loyalty points as crypto, and what we're doing now is very much around, tokenizing digital products, or sorry, physical products and RWAing that, but then creating like this DePIN-like element where you're being rewarded and incentivized, on the products. And exactly to your point is, if you purchase something in Singapore or in Japan, right, you run your credit card is doing the facilitation of paying for it in Singaporean dollars or yen or whatever the currency is, right? And so there's lots of opportunities to do the same in a blockchain type context. Obviously, the easiest way to do it is if they were all, call it sub tokens or sub chains on a particular network. What you're proposing is a little bit more complicated, right, when you're doing a cross chain, but it's of course possible to do, and definitely it's technically possible, obviously. The way we think about this, and I think with what NIFMIN's doing, offers the ability to be a really interesting entry point to what you're proposing is everything that you just said, but just simply across brands. So, I envision a world where every single brand has their own stablecoin. And some of you might be thinking, well, why the heck would they want a stablecoin? And they don't want a stablecoin. What they do want, though, is a more efficient way to run their loyalty and rewards programs. So if you're familiar with JP Morgan Chase, they have JPM Coin. One of the main reasons they do that is to reconcile cross-border payments internationally, et cetera. Walmart filed a patent for a Walmart stablecoin. I think it's back in 2017, 2018. Same sort of thing. So we essentially see a world in which that happens across every single product or brand. You earn your McDonald's tokens or loyalty points in this context, and then you purchase a Starbucks Frappuccino, and then all that really needs to happen is you're just talking about affiliate or relationship, right? So that cost gets split up. And now, like to your point, like do you care if you're playing with Flex tokens or not? No, you don't, because you're earning, you're building into your economy essentially overall. So the main point I think through all of this really comes to is like what makes sense within the networks that are being built. One of the reasons I've gravitated towards commerce is because that's the one thing that I think everybody does. Everybody transacts regardless of your economic status. You have to purchase to consume. And so I think that'll really become the entry point to talk about and learn about a lot of these sort of things. And when we think about how we're focused on that DePIN element, one of the interesting, and I said this in my talk earlier, brands, they really, really want to know how people use their products. If you're a legacy product, right? Like they have no idea, anything that we're wearing, no brand has any idea that we're even wearing it right now, right? And so turning that into like, not only just like a data point, but then also like into just overall the consumption usage. Now you start to introduce these new abilities for brands to make decisions on what they're producing, what they're creating, how they're marketing to you, and now introducing that ability for all of us to participate in the value creation that comes out of that, I think becomes incredibly interesting.
The last thing that I'll say about rewards, and then we'll get off of it, but it's important, is that when companies, brands, commerce goes to participate in those reward systems, do you know what their customer cost of acquisition is? 0. Where else do you get that? So it's very powerful, and the point is because the value that is captured in that reward system, those people need to spend it, which means if you raise your hand and say, I have a good and service and I want to participate in this network, they need to spend. So every customer that you get there, you don't have to spend $1. So imagine when we're talking about adoption of DePIN, adoption of something new, these are large economic drivers that could absolutely force really big adoption. And what's interesting is that we're not talking about crypto. We're talking about mental models that they already understand, that they're using today, that they use in why. I mean, again, we're talking about things that bolstered some of the largest corporate balance sheets in the entire world. People can get onto that, right? So that's another way to talk and explain. At Conduit, we joke because we never talk about the token. We just don't, because it's a byproduct. In fact, the simplest thing I'll say is like the token's job is only to mutualize value inside of the network. It doesn't like That's it. It's not some other big crazy cryptocurrency, that's it. And there's a second portion here, another asset, which is the internal reward system. I'm telling you, you want to watch that one. Not that the token isn't, but that's the one that really is going to be powerful. And it will be powerful, and people will understand it. People that have it, they're like, what's cryptocurrency? What is this thing? It's like, well, do you know how, you spend your credit card points today, right? You took your family on that vacation. Okay. How about we do that in a global and cross-chain setting? There are technical, I'm speaking to as if it's here today. There's some things that's like, we got to do, obviously, but it's absolutely achievable, and I think it's really powerful. And then what it also does is it starts to align. It aligns all of our projects in this wild, unified value capture, and no longer you in tribalism. You are in a very powerful state in which DePIN projects today could start operating like some of the largest global companies in the world. That changes the game.
You fell right into my trap. That was the plan. Boy, what both of you said is music to my ears, because I see all the DePIN projects. If you want to have a DePIN project that's going to get Web 2 adoption, you got to have some type of stablecoin, because businesses have to be able to budget their operations. And so what you're talking about, what you're both talking about is one of the concerns that I often have is like, okay, great, I got a new stablecoin. And he's got a new stablecoin, and he's got a new stablecoin, and you've got 50 new stablecoins. Like, which stablecoins are people going to be buying and settling in? And so I think the next part of what's in the future is a lot of these kind of thought leader discussions that now this is a forcing function. I think DePIN forces us to have stablecoins if we want to succeed in a commercial business world. And having stablecoins requires us to have a discussion about how do we settle between each other and our stablecoins, and maybe a better, more efficient economy that comes out of that, creating 3.5x value on our tokens in our project. If we think of our tokens as the public's confidence in our project based off of all public information, which is what people tend to think. Okay, I'm not going to say that word because that'll get us in trouble. But if that's what people look at our token as, and then we can take that confidence and increase it by 3.5x because we're all operating on this stablecoin economy that really looks a lot like a rewards or loyalty program. I mean, I got to tell you, like, I've taken whole vacations flying business class and staying in the nicest hotels on frequent flyer miles because my company flew me around the world going to conferences, and I just stuck my loyalty ID on every one of those tickets as they're expensing my flights, and I'm not being taxed on any of that. I get to go fly with my family in business class and stay in nice hotels. Now, granted, you run out of points eventually, but it's one of those things where, like, I've had the opportunity to have some of those experiences because of a reward loyalty program as a consumer. And I think that when we start thinking of it that way, and especially when we start thinking of the way that you had talked about, which is you now turned your house into a profit center when you got a conduit device running, when you got a Tashi node running, when you got a Flex node running, you're generating these points. And now when I want to go play a Tashi game and I need to go borrow somebody else's DePIN resource to satisfy my game's game session, and I have a balance from any one of these profit centers, like, now those people are getting compensated. So when we talk about turns, imagine M2M turns. Yep. Like when machines are turning on machines on machines on machines. So if you're talking like 3-4 times turn is 3 or 4 turns on the dollar, here we're talking thousands of turns potentially per hour in a few gaming sessions, right? So that's the interesting thing is like what the phenomenon or the mental model that he just painted for us. Like, imagine that on steroids and then times 1,000, and that's kind of what we're enabling because we're automating a lot of stuff. I think of like how all the swapping algorithms, the automated market making algorithms, like just they are so much more efficient and so much faster than a lot of the order book style exchanges, because all you're doing is keeping track of 2 variables, which is the balances of the pair and the ratio between the two to do the price discovery. It's just an algorithmic trading mechanism. It's more complicated than that, but fundamentally, you've got a lot less data you're tracking. You're not tracking a bunch of orders in an order book. You're tracking a few variables, and so it's an incredibly efficient way to do it. So when we're talking about swapping using AMM algorithms, automated market making. Okay, I want to make sure that A didn't stand for algorithmic, because then I'd be redundant. but it's automated market making algorithms. It's significantly more efficient, and that means that the turn happens a lot faster. You get a lot more value that builds up with a lot fewer electric currents running through the wires and the chips. So, and that's what I kind of see, like where DePIN goes, if we get this right, we kind of come together as a council and figure out what is the global DePIN macro economy, and we become thought leaders in this space. Like the potential is exciting, and even though we're going to be doing a node sale and a token sale coming pretty soon, so stay tuned. Make sure you follow Tashi GG Official on Twitter and come to our Telegram. Even though we're going to be doing that.
Like and subscribe, come on now.
And like and subscribe, thank you. Keep in mind that like this is the type of stuff we're talking about, right? So when you want to get behind a project, you know, look for Tashi. Okay, and Conduit and Flux. And are you saying NIF Mint? I was thinking NFT Mint the whole time I'm looking at it, and I'm like, NIF Mint, okay, I got it. I love it. All right.
Oh, you want me to say something? Okay. Economics. Oh, God. I agree to most of what you guys said. Like, it's interesting the way reward systems work, right? And that's the example I use when I talk to folks who are not familiar with crypto in as much, and that's how I learned crypto first pass as well. It's like, okay, so it's like a reward system, it's points, it's miles. Even in Canada, like we can go to a liquor store. Yes, we have to go to a liquor store to buy booze and whatever. The first thing they ask, do you save points? Do you have miles? That's a normal thing. Nobody thinks twice about that these days. So having an opportunity to do that's awesome. With Flux, we basically already kind of went ahead with that. We didn't do a stable coin, but we basically said, okay, we have our own main chain, which we use for everything to settle on. That's what we need. But we also ventured out and said, okay, let's make sure we have the same Flux on Ethereum. We have the same Flux on Solana. We have the same Flux on 8 different, 10 in total now. We'll even have Flux on Bitcoin when the guys from Taproot figure it all out properly. But with the intent of, okay, you're more comfortable with Ethereum? All right, here's your Flux on Ethereum. You can do your thing. Well, you're more comfortable with Binance? All right, let's use it on Binance. So we kind of already ventured into that, and we do a lot of these things where we go and test the waters out to see if that's an approach we want to take. So we kind of went that route already to get that interoperability with other chains so that those who are using Ledger as their hardware wallet, that they can still keep Flux without us having to go create and fork all the code base to put us on Ledger. We can, and we're probably looking at it, I would have to look, but it gives opportunities in that way as well. Interoperability is what is going to change DePIN in the future. The more we can interrupt with other projects, like you said, having your game servers run on Flux, having your game servers run on other projects, that's how you propel your own project, but also that makes it available for a lot of folks who are more familiar with that project or who are more comfortable with that company. And ultimately, for myself, when it comes to Web3 and the space in the future, what's going to drive a lot of this, and I talked about it earlier as well, is your mainstream companies that everybody is very familiar with. The moment they really start interrupting with us, that's the time. Then the future is there. Then it's done. Now we always look at what's the value of token X or coin Y, and we compare it to $1, a euro, a yen. I think the moment we stop thinking in that way is the moment we have full adoption, because now I'm spending conduit coins, or tokens, sorry, on Flux. I'm spending it on renting a game server or renting a machine somewhere. That's basically interoperability. And funnily enough, that's literally, for instance, what airlines do. Oh, you have a great standing with Delta? That's awesome, but
why don't you come to us with American, and we'll give you the same status, same points, and just use those, make sure you fly a lot so that you can get our token as well. That's the piece that creates revenue, not revenue, that creates more value in the space. I don't know if I'm fully willing to go that route. I don't mind having my own token and my own space, but I do think and one of the things that I've been very propagating and advocating for is walking away from tribalism. In every AMA I've done, in every conversation I've been in, every podcast and every X space, and if they work, every time I've been there and there's other projects there, I'm always reaching out. I will never go and say, okay, this one I would not like to work with. Even those who I have questions about, I will still talk with them and see where we can find interoperability and see where we can help them and they can help us. Because that's, in my book, is how you decentralize, is having all those different views, all of those different ideas, somehow working together, because now you're spreading it out. That's, for me, the future.
I mean, it's a little love story over there with Akash now, huh? I think that's the perfect example. There you go on that one. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Greg, how you doing? Akash and Flux, that was like water and fire before I joined. That was like non-stop flame wars from both communities. And look where we are now. Look at it. Like we're doing similar things. We have different ideas. We have different technologies in the back end. Yet now we're literally partnering up to advocate together to go to Congress, to go to senators and educate those folks on what we do, what we're trying to build out. That's the way forward. Like if we keep fighting internally within the space, every big company out there loves to see it. But the moment they realize is that, oh shoot, these guys are starting to work together now, that's dangerous. And we see that with Flux as well. Like we have partnerships with Lumen, one of the bigger internet providers in the States. Why? Because they saw what we're bringing to the table. They see the value proposition that we're bringing. So we're integrating with them. OVH, the same thing. All of these are players that have been in the Web2 space for decades at this point. But why are they adopting us now? Is because they see that that's the next level. That's where the world is going to. They see where, and they want to share in that vision. They want to not fall behind. Who remembers MySpace? Right? They had their own vision. They stuck to that vision so clingly. And
Tom's doing okay right now. You're right.
Before all the regulations came down, he just checked out.
Yeah, traveled, got his money, and said bye.
But that's the thing, right? If you don't adopt, if you don't evolve, you're gonna fall behind, and that's gonna go for a couple big companies. And that's to stay in the game, to stay in the business, is to be willing to change. And change is hard, but change is needed.
I completely agree. And something that's really important that you said there is that we're going to see this entire space change once organizations and corporations kind of adopt this model. My hope, and I'll make it a call to action, is small businesses, individuals, families, get ahead of it. I mean, I see Robert in the audience right here. I mean, this is somebody that is getting ahead of it, that's got a small business and then just loaded it up with miners, is supporting Conduit Network. He's doing whatever he can to be ahead of those corporations because you don't want to lag behind them. That's how you lose. You allow the big guys to come in and, essentially take all the value out before you can get in. So if you're listening right now, like my one request is get in it now. Like it's still early. It's weird to say. We've been here for a few years now, over a decade, but it's still early if you're trying to do something and grow in the space. And I think a lot of us here is that, we're proof of that. But I want to know if anybody's got questions, because this was a great, great panel.
Real quick while we find a question, if you think about every iteration of the internet, there's always been the skeptics, right? And the skeptics are the ones that got left behind. You know, there's people that didn't think commerce would even be a thing on the internet. It was labeled in the same class as munitions, right? Like when we think about payments, payments really took off because of the porn industry, right? So like a lot of things that we operate daily with had a hard time to go through. You might not realize this, for those of you who remember the store Sears, Sears was essentially Amazon before Amazon even existed. You could buy a house, I'm not exaggerating, you could buy a house inside of the Sears catalog. And so, you know, the brands or organizations or companies that are resistant to change are going to be the ones that are likely not going to make it forward.
Very well said.
Great. All right. I think we've got a question over here.
You talked about education earlier. In England, when I talk to my friends, as soon as I say crypto, there's two words, scam and Bitcoin. So how do we get away from that?
You don't say crypto.
Yeah, that's true.
I really don't, like you very rarely, if you go back and listen to anything that I rarely say it. And usually it's because I'm speaking about it in probably not the best light in terms of agreement, because it has a missed connotation. I don't actually, in many ways, this is personally, I don't actually agree with it. I don't think we have the right mental model of what it could or should be. So I don't use that terminology. I will very rarely, if I'm kind of forced into it, talk about a token, but I'm really talking about the network effect. I'm talking about, first of all, DePIN, why this makes sense and why you would have physical infrastructure somewhere. I'm talking about the business model that goes behind it, which is not a pure speculative play that you see in tokens, which is all great as long as everyone's doing the same speculation until they're not. Someone's left holding something, right? And so I talk about the business model and how you have real customers, real, revenue, real use case. And then I simply say again this one word, which is the token's job is to do one thing, and that's to mutualize value across the network. As soon as I paint it that way, then we don't get into the crypto thing. I'm like, there's no different. If there was another better, faster, more efficient way to do this, then you could use something else. But the reality is to keep it somewhat democratized, to not get into a topco where you have a control point and you're using equity. This is the way to do it. But in that model, you know who else does the exact same thing? Is private equity groups. Their job is to roll up like revenue streams, and the value of those companies are off of a discount on future cash flows. That's all they're doing. And if they can lower the risk profile, right, and they have a mom and pop store that's a franchise that's worth, let's say, 3x EBITDA, if they roll up 50 of them, they lower the risk profile, get a larger discount on future cash flows, and now every one of those is worth 5 to 7x. Same business, same revenue, everything, but they lowered risk. Well, that's what a network can do. Is mutualize risk, mutualize value, and lower all of those things, and realize that in a fair way through a token. If we can have that as the conversation versus the speculative crypto, we're getting to things that are actually like, guys, this is the same thing that's happening in the real world over here. We've just figured out a different way to do the same thing in a more democratized setting.
I'll take it. You can have your 20 minutes later. I put myself forward in very awkward positions a lot when I go to conferences. The last year, I've done more non-blockchain crypto conferences than regular conferences. We had Flux at CES, of all places. That's the consumer event of the year in Vegas. Do I talk blockchain at that point? No. Will I answer questions regarding it? Absolutely. But I basically, just like the guys here, I basically show what we do, what value do we bring, how do we change things up, and we basically show the technology, we show what we can do. Part of my tough selling point was I had to teach them how to use Flux, how to get to that piece. So we took that away. We said, hey, let's make it as easy as possible to use our services as anybody else out there. But people ask questions, right? Like, why is it so inexpensive to run that website? Like, I pay 5x X with those people. Why are you so and I hate to use it, cheap, right? Because we have a different technology in the background. We don't have as much overhead. Everybody is paid from the blockchain, and then I might go into it if they actually ask me. But I basically advocate the use case, what we bring to the table, and we are at conferences, and I've literally had it where I have Intel to the left of me, and got AMD on the other side, I have NVIDIA in front of me, I've got OVH, all these cloud providers, and you have a little booth with Flux. And everybody comes around us and, ooh, what's this? What do you guys do? Ooh, decentralized cloud, what is that? It is automatically an interesting topic, and the missus is in the room here. She can advocate that before we know it, we have a crowd in front of us compared to the other booths, which is amazing because people are actually genuinely concerned, going back to the other thing, if people are going back on-prem, but people are also wondering, is there nothing else we could do? And that's what we are trying to advocate. That's why I'm going to these conferences, knowing very well that we're not there fully yet at times. We are now, but at that point we weren't. But I was willing to stick my neck out and advocate for everybody in the space, basically. Every storage provider that is decentralized, any other compute provider out there, we were willing to take that risk. And I will keep doing that because I think that's how we also get adoption. Trying to go into the stream, fight against whatever else is doing, not with an intent of combating them, but teaching them that there's other options as well.
All right, 20 minutes begins and start. Now, I was really pushing against even the term blockchain for so many years because I think this is more about distributed ledger technology, and there's variations of it that some use blockchain and some don't. Our consensus protocol doesn't use blockchain at all, and it uses a virtual voting algorithm. But it's also part of the same family of DLT, distributed ledger tech. And so I tend to try to say, if people want to dig that deep on the technology, then I start saying DLT. If people go, what's DLT? And I go, well, blockchain is a type of DLT. And people go, oh, blockchain, crypto. And I'm like, well, crypto is probably the least exciting use case on DLT. There are other use cases that are more exciting. And I agree with the I'm just lighting the fires everywhere. And he talked about the value of tokens being the mutualized value of the network itself. I think that's kind of the mental model we have to think of. I recently posted a tweet that talked about token design and all the various permutations of token formulas that can be used in all kinds of use cases. But ultimately, we're mutualizing the value of certain types of resources and assets and values on the network. And I think I also agree that, when I start talking to people right now, our tagline is the forever game protocol. And when I'm talking to game developers, I'm saying, listen, you can save a bunch of money on your operational expenses, and you create a path to be able to hand the game off to players in the future and a potential additional revenue stream even after you commercially end of life it. And they're going, well, wait a second. You're going to save me money now. You're going to make me more money later. And in Europe, you're going to keep me out of jail with the new regulations that might come through. They're like, why wouldn't I use your technology? And they don't really care that it's blockchain, or in our case, DLT. But they don't care that we're using any of those words. And I think that's the exciting part is I think we're finally getting to the point where crypto isn't the most exciting part about what we're building. I think crypto is a component. And there's lots of fun stuff that happens in crypto. If you love casinos, it's a great place to be. And it's exciting. It's about community building. That's exciting as well. All kinds of value. I'm joking. There's lots of value to crypto. I love crypto. Certain projects, we'll put it that way. But it has its place. And to me, what's more exciting is the stuff that's going on here. When I first, as a matter of fact, Action introduced me to Brandon 2 weeks ago on a space. And then last week, 4 days ago, we had our first space together because I was just like, yeah, tell me about what you're doing. And we hopped on the space with me. I'm like, okay, he's doing the similar type of problem that I'm solving on the software level for gaming. He's doing a similar thing at the infrastructure, like literally the network level. And I'm like, you know what? That could actually benefit what I'm doing. And so if we think about this from a technology perspective, we're doing a lot of the same patterns. We're layering it for different use cases. I think that's where this conversations get exciting. So yeah, when family members go, what do you do? Because that's one of the jokes in my family, in my extended family, is like they never know what I do. Because part of my past life was helping other people solve their use case architecture problems. So I'd be walking into Boeing and telling them why their 3 use cases weren't viable or feasible. And then that we need to do a little bit of education before we discovered an actual usable use case. Or with Magalu, Magazine Luiza in Brazil, which is like, I jokingly say it's the Amazon of Brazil. Amazon.com of Brazil. But Magazine Luiza was using, we did like a hackathon at their offices, beautiful offices, by the way, I love that company. And they built like a consent management platform using DLT. So they were like, whoa, we could offer our customers the opportunity to control their own identity and revoke consent to use identity attributes in advertising and research and stuff like that. And I thought, wow, this is such a cool idea. And then they built their own internal token to mutualize the value as a rewards program using DLT on their platform. So like, that's the exciting stuff I like to talk about. When people go, what do you do? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm figuring out how to push technology to the edge to create value and reduce risk and create efficiencies. And so it's like, and then people go, okay, that doesn't mean a whole lot to me, but more specifically, what do you do or what are you working on right now? But at least they kind of have like the framework of how to, or the outline of how to frame what I'm saying to them as far as the technology goes.
And then you say, I take out the garbage. What do you, like, after all of that, you're like, I take out the garbage. Yeah. Aaron and David, by the way, if there's anything you guys want to add to the conversation, feel free to grab the mic too, and please do.
Yeah, right over here.
So just one last thing. I would honestly actually recommend validating what that person is saying. A lot of crypto is a scam. A good portion of crypto is a complete and total scam. A good portion of NFTs are a complete and total scam. But that doesn't mean that it's all a scam, right? That doesn't mean that there's not good things that are being worked on and so forth. And so, you know, the important things is just really recognizing and understanding what the difference is between a company or an organization or project that's clearly just trying to create some sort of token value and that's it, versus someone that's actually building, you know, core technology or infrastructure or games or some sort of utility behind that. So. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of projects are going to get Wells notices, you know, hit by the SEC. That's all coming. We saw, remember, it took about 3 years to get the ICO companies hit, right? And so, like, OpenSea just recently got hit with a Wells notice. I actually think that they're okay. I actually wrote a whole blog piece on this. If you guys want to read that on our NIFMIT blog, nifmit.com/news, I think is what it is. But I wrote a blog piece a couple months ago, or a month ago, whenever that happened, that I think OpenSea is okay, but I actually think a lot of NFT projects are going to get hit really hard because they were saying a lot of things that sound security-like, right? So remember, just because I don't believe in NFT as a security, for example. However, just because I don't believe it's a security doesn't mean it can't be treated like a security. You can treat anything like a security, right? You can treat, you know, shoes, anything you want as a security if you start talking about how it's going to go up in value and you're going to disperse, you know, the value across, you know, your constituents and all these things, sort of things. Now you start to treat it like a security. So bottom line is, though, is like to what these gentlemen said, is there's a lot of really good technology being there. For us, for example, with what we do, we always say we think that if crypto did not exist, Bitcoin was never created, crypto wasn't created, we think that consumers would want more digital products, and we think that brands would want to deliver more digital products. So it just so happens that crypto as a technology is the best way to authenticate and deliver that to those people, and that's why we use it.
Cool. Yeah, I have a question about revenue. So on the Web2 side of things, you can see with publicly traded companies how much money they're making. And on the Web3 side, for a lot of the protocols out there, you can see how much revenue they're making, you know, through the chain. Whereas on the DePIN side, it's almost like a black box. There's not many projects that are publishing how much money they're making. And that's because a lot of this stuff is not happening on chain. It's, again, the bridge between Web 2 and Web 3, but I see it as kind of like the downside of that. The only company that I know actually is GeoNet that's very, very public about how much money they're making and how the value is being accrued on the token side, which is amazing. But I don't know if there's anyone else in the DePIN space doing that. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think we need to do that and be more transparent about that in order to get DePIN to the next place that we want to go?
Yes, absolutely. For a space that talks about transparency, I think that's absolutely needs to be a forefront of all of that. In fact, when we speak to transparency, I don't think we should be following things of even like publicly traded companies. I think we should be exceeding that, because there's things that are absolutely, not transparent in even public filings. So yes, the simple answer is we absolutely should be doing that. I'm not sure why that isn't a more obvious component to this. And what's also interesting to me, specifically for DePIN, which is so, again, it's a paradox that I can't understand, is the DePIN actually has revenue. Isn't that the thing that you should be front and center excited about showing? Because as everyone's sitting here going what is the use case of crypto? It's just a speculative casino. DePIN could actually step up and go, no, look at the revenue. Like that for us. Now we're not live yet. We're coming into that on Q1 of 25 here. But for us, that's going to be the first thing that we want to put front and center, is saying this is the one thing that we get to prove that we have real customers, real revenue, and real use cases. It should be front and center of our website and everything that we talk about. This is how much value is being used and transmitted across the network. So baffles me. And the only thing that I can think of, which is maybe not the right way to go, but it's then what are you hiding? Because if it's real, if it was real, I would think that would be one of the most valuable things that you could be disclosing to all of Web3, because it's a differentiator. You ask a lot of the other projects, want to talk about the ones that are scams, where's your revenue? We don't have any. I know that. Your revenue is speculation, and as someone wins, another one loses. That's a problem. So it's a great question, and it's fascinating to me that is actually a question that we have to ask, right? It should be just like a standard. So anyways.
It's the same question. I don't want to change anything about that, but do we take it to the level where we talked about certifications and things of that nature? Is that where we go with it? If you want to be a legitimate, blockchain development company, whatever you are, that you have to adhere to some standards, and part of that is disclosing revenue. I mean, that could be literally a stamp of, just like ISO has a bunch of different things. Could it be the DLT 339 or whatever you want to call it, where people are actually doing this? Can we take it to that level?
I mean, if we build it right, we don't even have to do that. The certification is on the network. And I mean, it is a little bit tricky for our project, only because we're quite literally spinning up private ledgers for each game session. But we can provide a state proof or a signed state from the game sessions back to the blockchain. So we can build that part into it. But I'm just saying, for the real-time trading that's happening in the game sessions, because those are private sessions that are happening between the players, there's not transparency until it settles back to the blockchain. But I think from the DePIN layer, there's no reason why we couldn't do that. There's no reason why we shouldn't be doing that, and why it should absolutely be visible. It's like earlier when we were talking about regulatory compliance.
What time length are we talking about here?
Yeah, I mean, however long your game is, your multiplayer game, so 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
You're talking about publicly traded companies that are reporting quarterly.
Yeah, quarterly versus 15-minute blocks.
So, right?
Yeah.
My point is you're already moving this far.
I know, but I could see somebody being like, well, I can't see the revenue of that one session, that one Minecraft session right there. Yeah. I could see people saying that's not pure decentralized because I can't observe it. And I'm like, well, now we're doing trade-offs between efficiencies and value. But that all being said, on the DePIN layer, there's no reason that should be baked. It's like when we were talking about regulatory compliance. It's like the best answer to create certification and verifiability of compliance to regulations on blockchain is to use blockchain tech. It's like, why isn't that? I agree. I mean, I'm not even sure why that's not the case today.
Simple answer from my end. Explore.runonflux.io. That's it. It's all there. You host something, you pay a certain address. Guess what address that is? That's where the revenue is being generated. So you can literally trace everything right there, right then. Simple as that.
I think we got another one over here. A fellow Dave.
Sorry. Yeah, I just want to add some feedback to Aaron's question. So what we did here in GeoNet, we have our ARR posted on our website. So we have 1.2 million ARR right now. So the revenue source is from existing customers. For privacy concerns, we cannot directly post, how many from each customer. So we take them all and then spend 80% of the revenue to buy back our tokens and burn them tokens. Basically send the token to the data address. And everything there is on blockchain. So you can go to the Dune dashboard, see what we can do. So we have DID. So we post daily burning every day. And this is the first step. So the next step is we are working on some decentralized website, which the end customer, they can directly pay either filed through like PayPal or using crypto stablecoin. So if they are paying with the PayPal, it will directly convert to USDT on the chain and doing the automatic buyback through the blockchain technology and burn them. So we're on this first step. The next step will build a decentralized system. So everyone pays us will directly, buy back tokens and do it on chain.
Quite literally what we do as well, right? So, because I was expecting somebody to ask me the question, so what do you do then with PayPal if you're using PayPal, like what you guys are doing? Same thing for us. Like if you use your fiat and you're paying with your credit card on PayPal or any other Stripe or the other ones, we then, again, we have to go purchase that flux and then, again, deposit it in that same address again. So, again, it's all transparent. Do I wish it was more? Well, absolutely. But that's adoption. That's the other piece. That's the next step. But we've done all the steps so far. We got the transparency. We got the ease of use. Now is the adoption time. That's the future.
Well, we got another one.
So we talked a lot about rebuilding trust in the crypto industry and rebuilding it in society as a whole. In order to do that between entities, we really need to know who's who. And in order to do that, we have to know their identity. Do we expect identity and authority and stuff like that to be brought on chain?
You have to be careful with identity and putting that on a chain, right? If you do it fully transparent, you can just keep using Facebook at that point too. So there needs to be, if you want to do again, my background is medical IT. So I don't want my medical history or my family's history publicly available on a ledger. What I wouldn't mind is having the availability to reach that data that is on a blockchain. So there will be, and that's one of the things that I'm trying to build out is that you basically encrypt it and then put it on a chain and so forth. But there will be a big hill to climb still when it comes to pure identity on blockchain in my book. There needs to be a lot of security pieces involved. You need to be able to get to it. Again, that's the friction piece that we need to solve. But I do see a moment at one point where pieces like that will be available. That could be NFT type of things, but there will be some work that needs to be done first before I personally will put my own personal data on a blockchain that then, in theory, anybody could get access to. So multi-sig type of thing, all that fun stuff.
No, I'll be quick. I think I have a reputation now after that last session, after session 2, where I took half the time for myself. I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunity for what's important to be captured. So I think I worked a lot on the decentralized identity protocol for Hedera, so DIDs. I worked with DIDs and verifiable credentials, VCs, in the context of sustainability tokens. So I think there's a lot of attributes that we can absolutely put into a decentralized identity ecosystem that can be attached to our projects that would be meaningful to the people who are looking at the projects and not necessarily in any way compromising our privacy. So I think that there's some stuff there. You can think of it as like, you know, your CV or your reputation or something like that. That can all be captured in cryptography and presented in a way that people feel confident about the projects. What I'm not a big fan of is people who just like stay hidden and are anonymous and try to launch projects and then try to stay anonymous, because all that tells me is that they might be doing something shady and they don't want to get pegged for it. And so I get the incentive, I get the desire to be able to dox somebody, but I think, or self-dox, but I think that there's a more elegant way to do it. And we're actually talking to Humanity Protocol about how to do that as well with identity. They're using DIDs and VCs for that as well. But even in the gaming space, right? I want to know who in the gaming space would be worth playing with, who maybe is a similar skill level, you know, all kinds of things that you can use identity for in gaming. And then with credential, like decentralized recovery of cryptographic keys, I need to find people I trust to help me manage those shards of the key, and we can use DIDs and VCs attached to cryptographic credentials to do that. So I think there's a lot of use cases for identity, and the question really is like, which attributes are interesting to me for that use case? So if your question is like, can I trust this project because I know who's on the project and what they're doing, like, you might not know exactly what neighborhood I live in California. You might know my public name, and you might know some projects I worked on historically, and I can prove that cryptographically, and the success metrics that might be useful to you, or even some of my skill sets you might be able to see and validate. But I'm personally not a big fan of like straight up doxing. I think especially in this space, when crypto's attached to it, you know, it can get a little scary.
So the main thing with identity is how far do you go, right? Because some of you guys know me, but do you know me? How much do you know about me? Like, I would say that 99.9% of people in crypto knows me as Action. It doesn't mean that I'm not willing to dox myself. It just means that I rather have a public identity. But if I'm gonna go sign up for a conduit and they're like, I need you to KYC, yeah, no problem, here's my ID. I'll give it to you right now. So having those layers are really, really important. I'm really glad you brought up DIDs, because that's a huge thing. Having that control of who gets what and how much information you're actually putting out there, I think that's the most important thing. More than just, do I know that person's name? Do I know where they live? Like, a lot of stuff becomes irrelevant when you start thinking about the why. So do people have to be doxxed? Yes, but there are different extents to how doxxed people should have to be based on what they're performing and what they're doing on a network. So for example, if I'm having, you know, somebody run a Tashi node, I might not need to know, you know, their full name, but I would like to know where that node is so that I can make sure that my latency is low. So there's a bunch of different layers to it. And, you know, identity is a very, very touchy subject. And I'm glad y'all are working on it.
Similar to security, it is a spectrum. There's no one size fits all. I would say that if we move out of crypto world for a bit, and we look at the real world, literally the real world, and what I mean by that is like if we step back and just talk about value, and you've got 300 trillion sitting in global supply chains and value chains versus crypto's 2 trillion, is it sitting there right now? If you want that world, which a lot of this conversation today has been like, how do we take the evolution and how do we bring this over? There are so many things that they have to operate in a KYC type of environment. They're not going to be able to, you know, they won't get any of their insurance underwriting if any of that happens. Like, we're going to have to literally move into that space. Now, to what all these gentlemen have said is like, there's absolutely, should we have everything on chain and fully disclosed? No. Like, that's not good in many areas. In fact, in multiple areas of the world, that would be absolutely weaponized. So we have to think about that. But how do you think through like attestation and composable proofs? How do you start to build a proof of identity where I don't need to disclose necessarily the metadata on it, but I can then know from, let's say, a year of composable proofs and history of different validation points that that is a truth. And then once again, what I'm doing is not granting the data, or excuse me, giving the data over to that individual, but I'm allowing access of a proof point. So it's an authorization. So I think recently we talked about this, like when you go into a bar, you should never give your ID because they don't need any of the other information on your ID. What they need to do is prove and validate that you are 21. So how do we think about that from a technology perspective? You need to validate that I am who I say I am, and that I have this set of credentials, and I'm authorized or authority to do X, Y, and Z, but that doesn't mean you need anything of my data. You can ping, let's say, and for us, in a secure environment, security for us goes all the way down to the hardware, which means that resides in a secure enclave that is one of the most secure computers in the world. So if we put it there, you're in control of it, then that doesn't mean people can't ping and authorize and validate that you are who you say you are. And what's beautiful about that model in like a Merkle tree or Petri net, which we'll get to later, then what you're doing is you're building not just I say who I say I am, and I have this one proof point. It's validated through, like, let's say, a series of data sets of other third parties that have proven. Might be insurance, might be your provider, might be all these different proof points that have said, yes, that's true, yes, that's true, yes, that's true. And now the trusted version of that data set is across many third parties in a decentralized setting that is validated that is true. Like that, and by the way, all of that said, you have complete control over it. That's gonna take time to get to, but I think, well, I would tell you that's what we've been working on as well, because Conduit is hyper-focused on data security, which also absolutely comes down to identity. But people have said, like, are you gonna be able to run Are you going to be able to run a un-KYC'd on the network? Here's the reality. We talked about different trust levels. If you want to operate at the lowest trust level and you want to run a node, sure. But let me propose this to you. If you're un-KYC'd, if no one knows who you are, can we actually trust that? And like in society, like a big part of trust is knowing this person, getting to know them, and I know their value as much as I can. So my point is, if the lowest level trust on our network was un-KYC'd, I would venture to guess at some point that those devices are going to be a lot less used than upper trust levels. And I'm not talking about individuals either. I'm talking about corporations. I'm talking about large people, but because they're going to decide, not us, not the network. The network's going to say, great, you can operate at any of these levels. But I promise you, if you really want to be transmitting and holding, secure data, I know what they're going to choose. Whether they want it or their insurance underwriting requires that they run on it, like whatever the push is, they're going to be at these upper trust levels. And I think what happens is then now the network isn't saying you must KYC, the market is. Because the value is going to be transmitted likely at those upper levels, so that's where you better be participating. Anything to add?
I think you guys nailed it.
All right, do we have any more?
Oh, nice.
Real quick question. In regards towards corporate allies, are there any? They can't all be these monsters.
So I don't think that they're monsters per se, but you have to remember that they have to serve, their board and their stockholders first and foremost. I think a really good example of a bad way that crypto was brought into market was, I think it was 2017, 2018 with Facebook and Libra, right? So let's fast forward actually to right now though. So I actually just got an ad on Instagram recently of like how I can earn points on Meta by like taking these actions. I don't know if anybody else has seen that, but basically you can do things inside of Meta and you can earn points. That's what they should have done with Libra back in 2017, 2018. And back then what they said is like, hey, we're gonna create a currency, a stable coin that's gonna be used in, underserved markets and third world markets, and might become like a replacement for existing currencies and so forth. Like, imagine being a government and having a big tech company tell you that they're going to basically take over your monetary system. Like, that's crazy and stupid and doesn't even make any sense, when all they really had to say is like, hey, we love our users and we want to reward them for making mobile payments and payments in network and shopping in network, and we're going to give you a point. And going back to what I said a little bit ago, that every brand's going to have their own stable coin, right? And it's just a loyalty point. That's how I think that they should have done it. But one thing we have to remember is Amazon and Google and Microsoft are some of the biggest proponents of blockchain, because people are running blockchain solutions on their cloud, right? So, Seattle gets knocked sometimes for not being very blockchain forward, and we have two of those companies, primarily based out of here. So I think it just needs to ultimately make financial sense, right? Like, ultimately it just needs to make financial sense, one. Two, I was talking with an investor yesterday, and they were talking about how, they had an opportunity to get into a company that they kind of wish they would have got into, but the company was saying, like, we'll only take tokens. And that company ended up getting an investment from Andreessen Horowitz, and it's been kicking butt, ever since. It's a local company. But when you think about that, it's the way they have on the VC side, for example, the way they have their mandate is based off, they have to get equity. So they could go to their LPs essentially and say, like, hey, can we make a special exception for this? But that also creates a whole host of other headaches. So it's a long way of saying that I do think that it becomes adopted. It just slowly has to make sense within how they have their structures set up. Amazon, for example, I think it was 2 years ago, they announced that they were going to be doing NFTs for products, and that project, to my understanding, died. Like, they're not doing it anymore. But I see that reviving. I don't think that's dead forever by any means, because frankly, I'm basing all my life on that notion, right? Not that Amazon does it per se, but that all brands do it. So I think Amazon, will eventually do that as well. So it just needs to make sense. It needs to walk into what they already do. They're not going to completely, abandon what they're doing now for that, but as long as it can slowly enter in. The opposite side of that, I think, is when you come to things like banks, right? And like, I'm actually a big Bitcoin proponent personally. And I know a lot of people in Bitcoin have this discussion that Bitcoin becomes the global reserve currency. And I'm not here to say it does or it doesn't, but I will say every nation state will fight that till the death, right? Like, the US government does not want the US dollar to not be perceived as the reserve currency or the premier currency, essentially. So I think at the end of the day is everybody operates off of incentives. That's what we have to realize. All of us as individuals operate off of incentives, and every organization operates off of incentives, and every country operates off of incentives. So it just has to make sense in that capacity to make it happen. And so if it doesn't make sense in that way, that's kind of your signal that it may or may not happen.
Yeah, and I said it earlier that, aligning incentives is the key. I will say that, like, I've worked with Boeing, I've worked with Magalu, Shinon Bank, and Standard Chartered did a settlement, cross-currency settlement use case. Most of these big companies have a mandate for exploring blockchain use cases. And I think exactly to your point of, like, the value has to be real, and we have to demonstrate that to them. I think a lot of what we're working on right now, if we get this right and this comes to fruition and we've got consumers, like, I can walk through the front doors of a lot of these big companies and go, hey, we've de-risked it for you. And that's, quite frankly, as Tashi, we've had discussions with the biggest gaming companies in the world, Unity, Unreal, Epic, and all of them said, we love what you're doing. We absolutely want to get on board and do this. Now go de-risk it for us, because my shareholders aren't going to pick up a nascent technology that's unproven in the market, right? And so we were like, well, heck, we know where to do that. We can go back to where we were born in the Web3 space. Those guys all pick up nascent technology, and we can de-risk it there, which I think is the right answer, which is exactly why we're having this panel and these discussions is, if we can de-risk it here and demonstrate real value, I think the door is wide open at the corporate level, so.
For us, they're not monsters. We're already working with them. right? And like I said, we're working with Lumen, working with some other big tech companies at this point. We announce partnerships all the time. And it's not a partnership as in, hey, we're now using that one server that we bought with my credit card. That's not the partnerships we're talking about. Like, we're literally sitting in meetings with them. We talk about pros, cons, how do we use your stuff, but how do you use our stuff? So we're doing that already. I don't see any, we're dishing a lot on Amazon here and on the Googles and all that because they're the big companies, right? If you're a big company, sorry, you're a target. Simple as that. Why? Because you achieved something. So we kind of want to achieve the same thing eventually in some way or another. But they're not monsters all the time. Google had a fun saying back in the day, and it was, don't be evil. We adopted that, actually, and we said, don't be evil again, right? So we try to work with anybody out there who wants to work with us. That's literally my job, is literally reaching out to everybody out there and see where we can work together. And yeah, that is regular companies, that is mom and pop shops down the street, but that goes with multinationals and not just US companies, European companies, Asian companies. Literally what I'm doing every single day is talking with these type of companies, how do we work together? So it's here, it's here.
So I know we have a lot more questions and a lot more coming in from the chat, but we're gonna have to save that for the next DePIN day. Action, we'll let you close it out.
I'm going to close this panel out, but I think it wouldn't be fair to close it out without thanking everybody that's not only been here, been online. Vossler, I can't say thank you enough for this incredible space. Like, you guys are the best. But Brandon, how about we move on from the panel and allow you to explain what conduit is? Because I still don't get it. You keep talking about it, and you're like, we do this, we do that. If we can just have a little bit of Brandon to go over what conduit is all about, how it works. Oh yeah, absolutely. We're walking off. We're absolutely walking off. This is you.
Is this on? Oh, cool. Again, reiterate what Action said. Super thankful for the Vosslers, for Genzio, for all of the panelists and projects that came down, for everybody here that attended and everyone online. Super, super cool day. I also want to express again that this was like an idea about 2.5 weeks ago. And came and said, hey, let's see if we can pull it off in about 1.5 weeks, which I'm not sure why we felt that was a great idea, but it was unbelievable. And so also, again, Genzio and Vossler, you guys' work and what you've done in 1.5 weeks to kind of pull this off was something special. It's kind of a test, and we hope that here in the future, we've talked about kind of throwing out like doing one of these quarterly, every single quarter. And having similar discussions, maybe some more technical, maybe some broader, kind of depends. So, and then the last thing that I'll say around that is that this space is incredible. And so if any of you guys, anybody watching any of the projects that have, watched and want to do something here, please reach out to Vossler. It's an incredible event space. The things that you can do on the screen, quite as amazing these screens have been, you haven't even seen its full ability and how much interaction and how they merge physical and virtual worlds here. So if you can imagine like a keynote, product update, products, all those things, please make sure that you reach out to them. They'd love to host. And so with that, a little bit of closing around Conduit. We are a hardware-based layer 0. And so we call ourselves a layer 0 again because we're the lowest layer. We're below layer 1s. And we do start everything that we do at a hardware basis. That means security. That means identity we talked about. It means authorization. So I threw out kind of some of the things in the first iteration of the internet. All that happens at a hardware basis. There are different trust levels along the network architecture. So it's both vertically and horizontally scaling. It is a complete mesh network all the way out to the edge. And then I would say that our Like if we talked about our sense of centralization or data center, you would have data centers that are no bigger than like a couple cargo containers, if that. So you want many of them, you want them wide dispersed, and that's for redundancy, distribution, attack vector, single point of failure, everything that we've covered today. The devices themselves are, I think I mentioned this again in the first session, they are FIPS 140-2 Type 3, which is a very high rating, currently deployed in different military settings. They're really, really pretty unbelievable hardware devices. That acts as the master controller on the network to disseminate in a P2P environment and enclose encrypted information. You think of highly sensitive information. From there, we have like a worker node concept, very similar to Kubernetes, if you can think of that, where you're using additional resources which has to connect to a master or to a secure enclave. Those additional resources will be used in much more untrusted environments. And what I mean by that is like, again, I said this earlier, you don't need to secure your personal data at the same level that you're securing a public-facing website. And so what's happening here is that companies, individuals are choosing what level of trust they want to operate and what action they're taking, and then it's up to the secure enclave to direct and ping to resources to disseminate what can be used and how it can be used across that. From an economic perspective, I mentioned this too, we are turning cost centers into profit centers. So this ability is that you take businesses, you take anyone that has a house, a home, a business, a building, commercial building, a 7-Eleven, it doesn't really matter what it is. And you go back on-prem, you secure your data, you have control over your data, and then it turns it into a mining operation. So very similar to Bitcoin, if we talk about that there is no pre-sale of tokens, there is no sale of token at all. Every token that's generated will be mined based off of a proof of economic activity. It's how, the reason I was focused on GDP is that's how GDP is measured and quantified. So it's your proof of growing GDP, and therefore you are rewarded with a network token. So what do you want to do? How do you win? How do you generate value? How do you generate the token? You bring economic activity in. What's economic activity? It's anything that transacts value, okay? And so we have everything, I mean, from smart meters to trust bridges to, these are all components and factors of the overall architecture that allow you to move all the way into POSs, point of sales, capturing value that could be at, from a coffee shop all the way up to a corporate enterprise. And then even further to state, local, and federal government. So there's really not a form factor that can't run on this architecture, which is powerful. I'm not saying they're going to adopt. I'm saying that we have the ability to walk in, talk to CTOs, CISOs, and prove that the security is at or above what they currently have today. From there, we have, again, we talked about the turning cost centers into profit centers. This is a really big economic factor because most people have asked, why would people go back on-prem? And I think the first thing I said was, well, they're already thinking about it because they're trying to solve for the issues that they have today. But the second piece is that if I can say, let's add a brand new revenue stream that you don't have today to your current model, how does that sound? And those conversations have gone very well. We're launching in Q1 of 25. I would also tell you that we've got about 35 different conversations with MOUs with businesses. The total amount of economic value that would be in that, and again, this is pre-launch, is about 300 million of revenue. It's a very large amount of economic value that could be moving through the network very quickly. And I would say the only reason we get to have those conversations is because we've taken a security-first approach. If we didn't take that and we weren't having the emphasis on things that they're used to seeing today and guaranteeing that we can, to the most of our ability, secure that value, you just wouldn't have the conversations. And so we're very thankful for the team and what has been designed here. We talked a little bit about the reward system. So the other thing that we did uniquely is that there is a token. and that will be disseminated for, again, capture of value across the network. Also, it'll act like kind of like the network currency, so all settlement will be done in it. There's also an additional second asset, which is the internal rewards network token. And so you have an actual internal token that's CNDT, and then you have an internal reward asset that can be used internally, just like you have airline miles. So the example that I give, because everyone's like, well, great, what do I do with this thing? Is if I'm sitting here and I am operating inside of the conduit network, transacting economic activity, and I obtain these points, and I am hosting a website. And so instead of, and let's say that Ben is that provider inside the network as well, I can turn around and take my points, and instead of spending with conduit or any other factor, any other transmission of value, I would spend with my points. And the point is that the points that I obtain in the current state, the current regulations, are non-taxable. And so I just took a OpEx of my hosting, and I was able to take those points and spend at Ben, who is also in network. Then Ben can go spend at the next one. So what you want to do, and everyone's like, well, who's going to come on to this network? The reality is most things in the world today and the internet today must run on servers. Everything ends at a server somewhere. Question is, who owns the server, right? The cloud is not the cloud. It's just someone else's server. What we're doing is putting that server power back in the hands of individuals so that they can own their data, so they can monetize that, so they can participate within this network. We are a full replacement for AWS and Azure, as an example, using them kind of as the marker. And so what can you run on it? We can run anything. Anything that you currently run on the internet today. We've talked about, we have our own identity server, so we have a concept for that that's been worked on. We have our own authorization server that's been worked on. We are a DLT. I'm glad that Ken talked about that. It's again, built from the ground up. It's a temporal database, uses PetriNet theory, hyper efficient. So we talk about mining. This is probably another, this is on our website, but a really good thing to note. It's about 1,800 times more efficient than Bitcoin in its mining. So we can run our algorithm off of about 5 watts, which means that the power and consumption is not going towards solving a complex mathematical equation like Bitcoin. It's going towards resources that the network would need, that someone would need to be purchasing. And all we're doing is quantifying the amount of economic activity that is going across the network and then rewarding through a set mining schedule, which you can also see online. We are in a pre-sale of our in-home devices. I don't know if we've got oh, look at that. Oh, a little transparent, but that's okay. Of our in-home devices. Again, I talked about horizontal and vertical. Yeah, that'll work. That's great. This is one form factor, right? So you've got a Wi-Fi head unit up top, Wi-Fi 7, correct? Yeah, it's Wi-Fi 7. The middle module, by the way, these are magnetic and stackable. Middle module is the secure enclave. Lower module is general compute. And so this would be like a perfect edge device that people would put in their homes. They'd have their closed loop network. They're going to have all of their identity, their wallets, their bank account information. Again, anything that's highly trusted or need to be highly secured would be in that middle module. And then the lower module could be something that they use at home for their general network, or the likelihood would be that they would be using it or letting the network use it as a edge device for transmitting, and then they could be mining, as an example. Do you need to be doing your own economic activity in order to get mining? No. But your device does need to be involved in the transmission of economic activity. Make sense, kind of? Now, if you are bringing the economic activity, you're going to mine much more. So the play here would be to be both sides, right? DePIN, one of the DePIN's issue is that it's a double-sided market. So that's supply and demand. What's interesting is why I say cost centers to profit centers is the real target here is the people that have economic activity that are looking to increase a boost on that, and now they're fulfilling both sides of the market. They're supply side and they're also the demand side. We also have a node 0. I don't think we have a picture of that. It's a software. This would be, again, the ability to take over an existing resource that you have. It does take over the entire OS, so that device is no longer usable in any other form or fashion. Okay, it is the networks. Those node 0s must connect to a either secure enclave or a core, one of the two, because it has a secure enclave. And that thing will, again, use it as a resource across the network. And then we've got complete scalability from there. And so going all the way up into what we call mini data centers. And how you would do that is, let's say you took a rack of computers, kind of like similar to what's running this place right here and this entire wall. So an example here is that, Michael, how often does this screen run in an average day? In use, sorry. 3 hours. So it's on 24/7, runs 3 hours. There's a whole lot of compute and GPUs sitting in that server room that's unused. So part of the concept here is when it's not being used, and you can see this everywhere around the world with a lot of different things. When it's not being used, what if those same resources that are sitting there latent are used on the network? And now we've just created a brand new revenue stream for Vossler in the times that they are not using this beautiful screen. And that's just one, you can see it everywhere. You can see that a 7-Eleven, as an example, that has unused space, or commercial buildings. Specifically right now, there's a lot of people that are not in commercial buildings after COVID, right? Those are perfect opportunities for data centers. And so when I talk about scalability, everyone says, well, what's the next form factor? Because you saw one form factor. That's not the question. It's 3 questions. How much space do you have, physical? How much internet? Like, what is the connectivity? And it's not that it's necessarily a hinge point, but there's a reason why we ask that. And the third thing is, what's the power coming in? Then you build with doing the minimal amount of TI, you build a rig that fits that, and you move on to the next location. So you don't go build new buildings, you don't go build data centers, you use the massive amount of latent infrastructure that is sitting in our world today. Look at this city, look at all these buildings, look at all the power that's sitting there. You use that and you maximize it and you move to the next location. And now you've got a highly distributed web of data centers and compute that can be monetized. And you have brand new revenue streams for people that were, didn't have that on the business or the building before. So I'm going to stop there. Does anyone happen to have any questions around Conduit after all today, but specifically on Conduit? The last thing, I didn't mention this. Conduit is actually a roll-up of about 9 different companies. It's been in evolution and work for about 5.5 years. We just came out to the world essentially April. Yeah, what's that, April? When was that? I can't remember what was yesterday, so April. But it's been being worked on for a very, very long time. It's a roll-up of, again, 8 to 9 different companies, all of their IP that we're working on all different stacks of everything all different versions of the stack that I mentioned here. And we're incredibly thankful for that team, for the minds and the people that have poured incredible blood, sweat, and tears into getting us to this place. But any questions? Thanks.
How does Conduit plan to transfer value between different networks?
Yes, tokenization on demand, or tokenization 2.0. The non-technical answer, because the technical answer is quite long, the non-technical answer is that you're just creating a digital twin of the value that is residing, let's say, on the native network onto another network. So let me give you this example. Conduit's native token will not actually be out on, let's say, Ethereum. We will create a wrapped conduit over on Ethereum. It gets held on the conduit ledger, right? Goes out to Ethereum, gets burned if you want to come back in, gets burned on Ethereum, and then held and released on Conduit. So we will do that with everything, by the way, which means our native token will actually only stay inside. We will literally, anytime we move value in anywhere in the world for us outside of the network, we're going to eat our own dog food, which means we will be tokenizing the value out into other places. That make sense?
I was just curious if you had approached any REITs that are sitting on large commercial portfolios that are underwater right now because everybody moved out.
Thank you for that one. Yes, absolutely. That couldn't be a better question, and 100%. It's a conversation that we've got to work through, right? It's a brand new model that they haven't thought of, but you are spot on. They have this massive underwater, right? And their play in the REITs is cash flow. The other thing is that cash flow, how much cash flow can be leveraged in the real estate market is very large. That's great when you have it. When it's been reduced, you have a problem. This is a brand new cash flow opportunity for them on, again, existing infrastructure they already have. And so our concept is walking into them and saying one of two things. You actually have a way in which you don't take any of the usable space. Take the latent space of these buildings. There's plenty of areas that you could take that isn't being used at all, which leaves it open to still be rented, right? But I would argue to say that there's a model here that says that the square foot of value for data and data centers is higher than even the human value. And so they may want to start to look at that. Now, what you don't want and what we don't want is large deployments, because we don't want, again, we're not interested in centralization. So we're not really pushing them towards that. We're saying we're pushing towards this, like, look, just maximize, or excuse me, even use what you have, and then move on to the next location. But REITs are perfect because they're in most locations, right? But at least we would say like the POP cities, NFL cities. These REITs are some of the largest holders of the value that is sitting there. They're perfect and prime opportunity. But it's really, we want every single person. Again, the analogy, the best one is what Airbnb did to people's homes, and Uber, this would be the Uberization of compute, right? Is everyone should look at, in some form or fashion, I'm a data center. It might be that in-home device, or it might be 15 racks. Could be anything in between. Great question. Anything from the team? You get anything that you guys wanted to mention? Oh, yep.
Just because you haven't touched on this, can you explain the ROI pool and how it works?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question, and there was actually a point in an earlier session which I wanted to bring this up. The other problem that we have in the current economics and tokenomics that have been designed is we have a very, in my opinion, many projects have a very short-sighted look at creating revenue. But if you're monetizing participation, how do you continue network effect? So we have a lot of projects where if you got in early, it was very, very good. And then there was a drastic fall off. And they've seen a fall off in their network effect. So how do you account for that? There's multiple different levers, but one of the things that we focused on here was an ROI pool, which Brian talked about, which is the capitalization, the CapEx cost that you have to get into the network. 23.3% of all, bless you, of all tokens mined will go in an ROI pool. That ROI pool is a FIFO, so first in, first out. Meaning that is when you buy the device, let's say example, the $3,500 device, you go into the ROI pool, as long as the value, or excuse me, the ROI pool has value in it, meaning there's mined activity that's happened, you're immediately paid out, whether you win a block or not. What that means and what that creates is that the network itself is actually capitalizing all the CapEx. Question is in what amount of time? And so we're really excited about this because while there is a fixed supply, while there is a degradation of mining, there's no way to get around that unless you don't have a fixed supply. That's what's going to happen. But what it means is that the biggest weight of anyone that we've seen in questioning whether they want to get into a network or not is, well, what's my ROI? And it's not an ROI as in the profit. They're not even getting there yet. They're like, I have a CapEx to get in. How quickly can I get that back, which lowers my risk profile to essentially zero? because after that point, even if returns are diminishing, I've gotten my expense back, which is what really people are concerned about. And so our point is that this, again, as the whole network mines, 23.3% of all of it is going into this ROI pool. So it's constantly draining and getting filled up. And the great thing is you can go back into it. So you can play this game of like, well, I'm not sure how much I want to get into. Let's say I want to start with a $10,000 deployment. Awesome. $10,000 deployment, ROI pool pays you back. Then you start mining, creating additional value. You can go another $10,000 and go right back into the ROI pool. Get that paid back, right? So the network's constantly paying for the CapEx. We're really excited about it. We think that it will continue, at least to some factor, continue a network effect into the future, even if, again, the rewards and everything else are diminishing. By the way, when I'm talking about diminishing, I'm still talking 5, 7, 10 years. I mean, there's variables that we don't know what's going to happen, but it's still ways out. That even if that was the case, you still have this other thing that will reduce the risk of your entry into the network.
So with that ROI pool, what prevents somebody from coming along and saying, I'm going to comp the price of a node and we're going to do rev share when you get that device, and I want to get paid first, and as soon as I make my money back, you can earn 50% of the rewards?
Nothing. There's people right now today that are working on that and have figured that out as well, and I think it'll be a really powerful model. So there's nothing that says that anybody can't run that exact model.
What's M&O looking like in terms of
what's that? What
maintenance and operations? Like how much does it cost to maintain? How much time, effort to set up? Let's say for a $50,000, $100,000 deployment or something like that. What would that look like?
So first of all, there's a range here, right? The in-home units, that's a plug and play. Don't do anything. Keep power on, keep connectivity to it, right? Standard things like that. If you're running what we would consider like a data center setup, yeah, there's more, because those are also custom builds, right? So you're gonna have to figure out what's the space, the power to it, what's the rack? Is it a custom rack? Is it an off-the-shelf? A lot of the blades that would be used in there are off-the-shelf. Again, then node zeros would go on each individual blade. You'd need a secure enclave as a head unit to that setup. And then orchestration, there's an immense amount of the orchestration layer that we've been working on for some time, and the desire there is to automate what people would think of as DevOps as much as possible. And when I say that, I think we're targeting close to an 80% of automation, but is there going to be something? Sure, but the second thing I'll say is it depends on what you are actually doing. What service are you providing? An example would be if you're just racking GPUs in there and all this is for inference and deep learning, as Ken was talking about, well, there's not much to it. It's access. But that might be different if you're running closer to a data center model where you have different services to providers. You may have more hands-on. So my point is that you get to decide based off your capabilities on how you operate in the network. There is no one size fits all, literally in both the vertical and horizontal sense and the persona of the participants. And we're going to need them all, right? Because the use case of the market and demand is going to need them all.
Oh, quick question. Does Conduit Network have its own token? And if so, how does it meet the Howey test?
Yeah, it will. It doesn't. And the biggest way that it beats the Howey test is that no token is ever sold. Period. If I'm speaking to Gary right now, no token has ever or will ever be sold. Now, there's a couple different things. Bitcoin did the same thing. It was then sold on secondary markets. This was then confirmed with Coinbase recently in a ruling that just because something is sold on a secondary market doesn't make it a token. The issuer or generator of it, which is us, we are not selling any tokens. It will absolutely be through our version of proof of work, which is proof of economic activity. which means all tokens from the beginning will be mined based off of that algorithm. Will tokens find their way to secondary markets? Likely. When people have it in their hand, I'm sure, but we aren't selling. And so the difference with and again, I'm not an attorney, but we've got a great amount of legal around us. The big thing on the Howey test, and there's multiple factors, but the big thing, which goes back to oranges, I don't know if you remember this, right? And the big thing is that where is the investment contract? So that didn't inherently make an orange a security. The investment contract did. So the point is that we're not selling. There is no investment contract. There is nothing being sold in relation to the token. It's being generated by proof of economic activity on the network. So that means the only way to generate that token is by having one of the devices in the different form factors and providing that value.
Is there any direct marketing, i.e. people actually going out to local businesses and trying to get them to use the network?
We would hope so. And the reason is that again, everyone operates in game theory. The only way to win this game is economic activity. So that means that if you have decided that you want to participate in the network and you're going to make an investment into the hardware, we would hope that you would also be having conversations with everyone around you in every business going like, hey, stop running on X, Y, and Z. Why don't you run on this network and get rewarded, right? Because again, how we all win is the mutualization of all value that's created. So yes, you want to. The network itself is going to be doing plenty and has been doing plenty, and we will continue. Some of the larger operators, like if someone became a mini data center, we'd expect them like a data center to go get customers. We just think that they have a better mousetrap to go to the market, whether it's through security, because again, what those operators could be saying is you have two choices. You can still host with us, and then people would say, well, what's the difference between you and AWS? Okay, well, two things. The network infrastructure is set up differently. But the second thing is that I actually trust you. I know who you are, and I trust you, and I want my business to be with you in whatever I'm asking you to do. I think most people in this setting won't necessarily do that, which is the hosted model. They're going to want to host their own. They're going to want to come back on-prem. They're going to want to participate, and then they're going to want to run their own economic activity through there to mine more tokens. I think that's probably the more common use case, but it's either. Anything? Oh, go ahead. Oh, Brian.
You run off of proof of economic activity. Can you explain how to mine a block and how that works independently from other builders?
Yeah, so crop is the measurement of economic activity, okay? So the best way I'm trying to give you some mental models that the rest of blockchain would understand. Think of crop as gas. Gas fees, sorry. Think of it as gas fees. And so the difference with us is that your accumulation of crop, there's a very specific table that is set to this amount of crop that is hit triggers this mineable block. And the difference for us is that we have multiple blocks inside of phases, okay? So there's 60 phases across the table. What's the total block count? It's very specific. I don't know it either, so I can't. It is a lot, right? There's 60 phases across that. So your crop contribution measures the economic activity. That triggers the mineable event for tokens. The amount of tokens that are mineable across the blocks continue to diminish, very similar to what Bitcoin's doing, right? They do it through the halving, but very, very similar. It's a 1 billion fixed supply. That's how many blocks there are? Yeah, billion fixed supply, that is correct. So it's through crop contribution. What's cool about that is that this is not necessary, so the network has a minimum. We have a 2% minimum, right? And that's basically to take care of anything that's on the infrastructure level and continue for the continued evolution, innovation and maintenance. But each individual has the ability to increase that. And you would go like, well, why would you want to increase? If I had a $10 transaction and the network was going to take 2, Why would I want to bump that up to 30? Because you might be closer to your threshold of crop contribution, which triggers a mineable event. And the value of that block is likely a whole lot more than the 30% crop contribution. So this is going to come down to math. People are going to be playing this game and figuring it out. But if you really play this out in the game theory, you want to actually increase your crop contribution above the minimum. Also, the points that you get internally tied to your crop contribution. So the amount of crop that you contribute, you get back the next month at a 1-to-1. There's a lot of economic levers here for to incentivize. You want to make crop contributions, which again is how we measure economic activity. Great question. What else? 52 trillion blocks? That's right. There you go, 52 trillion blocks. It's going to take a while.
All right, I guess.
Anything else?
I guess I'll go for it. Time and time again, I see people in crypto, starting projects and doing things for a number of reasons, and a lot of them, just aren't good, to be honest with you. You are pretty successful. You have a pretty successful past, exiting companies, doing really cool stuff. And now you came back to essentially a startup. Why are you doing this?
My kids. We talked about trust earlier, and the reality is that I am going to speak for the team and everyone that is around this, because it is absolutely one common thing, is that we're not okay with where we're sitting in society today in many ways. I don't believe that technology is the answer. I believe it is an answer. It is something that can be used. But the thing that binds this team wholeheartedly is that we absolutely desire and are trying our best to fundamentally build things for a better future. And it's not for this generation, it's for the generations to come. And that's why. It's really as simple as that, is that I look at my kids and I want to do everything that I can, and so does everybody else, to give them a better future. Thanks, Action. I don't think I can say anything more after that, guys. Sorry. No. No. Just there's too many moving parts and variables. I can promise you this. We don't want to go a day over after what we have to after 5.5 years of building. I promise you that we're wanting. But there's also the same thing, which is we're not willing to do things before they're ready. So a testament to also what Action was saying was that we could have done this very differently. We could have rushed to market, could have raised money a whole bunch of different way. We could have blasted out marketing and made all these claims. But the reality is that this is probably it is the most brilliant team I've ever had the opportunity to work with. It's also the most integrous team that I've ever had the opportunity to work with. And they were not willing to do things until the claims that we thought could happen were proven first. And that's not going to change. We're not going to change that now. We're not going to keep rushing. And so I don't know the exact date, but I know this, that when that date comes, it will be because it's ready.
Can you walk us through what it looks like to get signed up and start investing, or, because I know the Q1 is...
Well, you can't invest with us. We are not
like that. I mean, like buying the network.
Yeah, so the pre-sale is going on for the hardware. right? And Node Zero. So that's one way. We also have here, one of our sponsors is Rogue Evolution. They also are helping us build custom units. So that'd be another form factor. If you're looking at a different form factor than the in-home, I would say absolutely connect with them. Right now, today, the only way to start participating is the hardware, because nothing else is, and really, to be very clear, until the network goes on, you're not mining it, nothing's happening. But it might be a good idea to get hardware put in place and get prepared, right? Q1 is not that far away. And there's lead times on all the build, on all these devices, on any custom, so it's like, if you're interested in being ready for when the network goes live, this are probably conversations you want to start having right now. That is the only way to participate. There is, again, there's no token, there's nothing else, so you can't go out onto exchanges. It's your path into this, just like in Bitcoin, is to mine. So get the hardware.
We are tracking purchase times of hardware, and will likely release mining in tranches to people that were in early. So like there is opportunity to be had if you mine early and you purchase early.
Was that heard online? Okay, yeah, Ian, go ahead, Ian. Yeah, there we go. That's great.
I was just saying that we are tracking the time of purchase as people are coming in and purchasing Node Zeros and the conduit cores. And we will release mining opportunity to individuals in that order, the same order that they purchased in. And so obviously there's going to be a little bit of the supply and demand game that we play at the very beginning, but we think that flywheel is going to take off fairly quickly. But your best opportunity to be mining from day one would be to purchase early. So, oh, we're in phase. Yogi wants to make it known that we are officially in phase 3 today. Do you want to quote the prices since you have them right there?
The price for Node Zero went up today to $10.59, and the price for Core is $41.59.
What else? These are great questions. Anybody else? Awesome. Okay. Well, how else? Make sure you follow us on all of our socials as everyone continues to shill. Telegram, Discord, X. X is probably our most prolific. It is our most prolific platform for like real-time updates as things come out. I will tell you, we're not ready to announce it, but I am going to leave you with this cliffhanger. There is some very, very big things in the works that we hope and anticipate to release here in the next couple weeks. Again, we don't know timeline, but please stay tuned. And I think that as long as these things that we've been working on are able to come to fruition, I think they will be announcements that some of the blockchain space has never seen. And we're really excited about the future of Conduit, its capabilities, the amount of people that will be able to adopt it, the amount of people that are adopting it, and where we're going to be in the future. So thank you guys again for all of DePIN Day. Can we give a round of applause for everyone that worked on this? Next DePIN Day, we don't know officially, but we've talked about every quarter. We kind of wanted to see how this went and what the feedback was. I think it's been incredible. I think online was amazing. Anybody have a number? Over 20,000. Wow. That's incredible. That's incredible. And so I would assume, based off of that we're going to do it again, and we'll kind of fluctuate the topics. We'll fluctuate people that come in. But yeah, I think that this is something we should continue to do. And then again, I want to reiterate, it's not just DePIN Day. Anyone that wants to use this space, please reach out to the Vosslers. And I literally I cannot speak highly enough. This space, their talent, their production elevates your brand beyond belief, and it's so good for our space, this nascent space of technology. It's really cool to walk up and to be like, hey, you've got a stage, you've got production that is at the level of Fortune 500 companies. That's amazing. That's really, really cool. And so I hope that more people in our space, you know, GeoNet, IoTex, there we go, Flux. I really hope you guys, because the other thing that you're going to be able to do is come back and, you know, imagine doing full product rollouts and keynotes and, like, you know, whether it's a collaborative space like this or it's just for you guys, right? You could really put on some incredible display here. So we hope that we hope you go home with that, and we're so thankful that you came as well.
Can we give it up? Oh.
Well, I didn't give anything away, so maybe someone that did give something away. I think it was Action. I think he did most of that. And I think he's been giving things away the whole time, if I'm not mistaken. He's basically... We'll make an announcement on X. Make an announcement on X. Action, you keep giving things away, and we're going to have to either call you Santa Claus or Oprah, one of the two. Can we go with the third option? Sure. Come on up, Jonathan.
Can we give Brandon a hand? Excellent job. And thank you guys so much for hanging in there. It's a long day. Here we are at the end. I just do want to reiterate how much it took the entire team and all of these projects working together to make today possible. So let's give a round of applause for every single person. Our key sponsors, if we can get the slide for the sponsors up, want to call out a couple sponsors, particularly #AI as our gold sponsor. And then I think we have the other slide, if you can give the rest, the silver sponsor. We had people that helped fund this, and we're going to have opportunities for others to be sponsors for future DePIN events, because clearly there's demand. We want to do that. We want to create this space to be able to offer thought leadership and bring the projects together like we did today. And then, like Brandon said, if we can then also bring up the slide for if you are interested in using this space, using our services, we have the Elevated Experience Vossler Studio website that you can scan here, as well as if you want to just we have a form, if you scan the sales slide, that will get right to our team. And we would love to work with any project that would like to utilize this type of environment to do your presentation, to do a live event for you, a live stream, capture, whatever you would like to be able to elevate any kind of experience or launch that you are planning for your future, for your product. We'd love to work with you. So again, thank you guys so much for being here. And I think with that, I think it's a day. We're going to call it the end of the first Seattle DePIN Day ever. Come on, guys. Let's go.
I don't even know how to describe how awesome this whole place has been, how exciting everything has been over here. I just want to say thanks to everybody that's been tuning in online, just on my end as far as my channels.
There is an after party tonight, so...
He's talking about an after party. See, this is the thing, when you're not in person, you don't get to participate in it.
We will find that out, so if you are interested in finding out where the after party is, we would love to spend time with you, but I know many of us are going to want to hang out. So we will send it via the Luma link.
There you
so
go.
You should get that momentarily. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, so the Luma link for the after party. I know that some people that aren't even here are going to be able to meet us at that after party. Just get to hang out, get to have a good time, and connect further. So next time, I love that you guys are watching us online, but yeah, why don't y'all come out? Come be here, come experience this for yourself. This was, again, like one of those last minute runs. Let's just put it together and make it happen, and it did. And I am so proud of everybody that worked on this thing. And thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here with all of us. And I'm gonna spin the wheel and do a note giveaway for Conduit just because I can, and if they don't give it to me, I will just buy it myself and then gift it to one of you guys. Share, let me go wheel of names with the brand new names in here. We'll do a shuffle, shuffle, click. Let's see how this goes. And here we go. What's the name? Kenny Stivers? Yeah, Kenny Stivers. Congrats, Candy. We're going to be posting all of these names later on. There's a lot going on, and I technically did not give everything away, so I'm gonna make sure to drip this on a replay of sorts. So as soon as this video is over, make sure you guys leave a comment down below. That's how people actually find this video later on, but we'll definitely be cropping it up, giving you guys little tidbits, because everybody wants that bite-sized knowledge, right? And we're gonna be able to provide that for a while, because the conversations that we had were amazing, the people that were here were incredible, and man, I feel bad because I want to do this again in at least another quarter, and we're probably still going to be putting out content from this one here. But super appreciative of all of you. Thank you so much. Don't forget what is it to like and subscribe. Make sure that you guys are doing that, pushing this out to socials and just getting people excited about the space, because I know that we talked about what the future is going to look like, but it starts now. It starts with us. It starts with every single one of you that are supporting the space. May it be in DePIN, mining, blockchain technology, DTLs. It doesn't matter. As long as you're talking about this, as long as you're putting your best foot forward, right, and getting that information out there for others, I'm appreciative. It's not about me. It's never been about me, and it's never going to be about me. It's about getting this space to the next level and making sure that we are doing incredible things with it. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you all so much. I couldn't tell you how much I love being here for all of you, and we'll do this again soon, I promise. Thank you all so much. See you in the next stream.